of cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Or should you be?
Baseball, fireworks, and the 4th of July. Nothing beats a summer night at the ballpark, and nobody does it better than the Schaumburg Boomers. Catch post-game fireworks super shows on July 3rd and 4th. Don't miss the epic drone and fireworks spectacular on July 5th. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom with Schaumburg Boomers Baseball.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. It's a problem I had. Window Nation can help. With their energy-efficient replacement windows, your home will be comfy and cool for the rest of summer. And better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles. And how about this? No interest until 2030. Zero interest for 5 whole years. Don't miss the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation from Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com.
It's been said that when someone you love has Parkinson's, you have Parkinson's. The Parkinson's Foundation knows that the disease doesn't just affect the diagnosed. It affects everyone who supports and helps care for them.
If you or someone you know is living with Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement, we understand that it can be difficult to know where to find help.
If you have questions, the Parkinson's Foundation has answers. Answers for everyone in the fight.
We can help you understand the disease,
help you find expert care and local support,
give you tips for living a better life,
and share the latest research.
Find your answers and join us in the fight against Parkinson's.
To learn more, please go to parkinson.org
or call 1-800-473-4636.
That's 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Another third down play. Orton takes, giving the Jason McKee second effort, lunging for the goal line, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! 1 yarder for Jason McKee, his second of the season.
Little J-Mac highlight to start the show off, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, a big touchdown for you, my guy.
Do you think that was on VHS tape or was that on DVD?
That's probably VHS. I'm not gonna lie. You probably had to rewind that.
I'm not that old, man.
We got an archive. Welcome into Carmen and Yurko. Pat the designer, Jason McKee, in for the boys today. Got a lot to get into on today's show. J-Mac going to talk a little bit of Bears football. Can't have you in the building without talking a little Bears football. We also got to talk a little bit of Bulls. We're on Giddy Watch here. To much of the chagrin of Danny Zetterman, we will get some Bulls talk in. And Pat the designer's on the show. We're talking Bulls. Chicago Bears podcast, where you can catch me and J-Mac every single week. I'm on there Monday through Friday. J-Mac on there every single Wednesday now, and of course during the football season. J-Mac, how you feeling, my guy?
Feeling good, man. I made it in.
Traffic got you, bro.
Traffic was thicker than cheese grits, buddy. It was. I mean, I was bumper to bumper, man. I mean, I left the house at 10 o'clock. Chicago traffic will never let you down. It's going to get you. I thought I was going to be here early, but I made it on time, got right in the chair. We're here for the show, excited to get started.
There's a lot to get into as well, man. And I love the fact that we have you here for this because, J-Mac, you bring such a different perspective than most people in the game. Not only did you play the game at the highest level, but also you have the perspective of being a head coach. And I think that goes perfectly into the buy-in question and the buy-in question mark that we have around this team. And if you're listening right now, 312-332-3776, the question that I have, if you are a diehard Bears fan who got everything you wanted this offseason, should you be bought in on this team being more than a 10-win team? Should you be bought in on this team being more than just a 500 team? Where are you at right now? And I think that buy-in starts in, of course, with the Bears fans. It's going to start with what you end up seeing on the field as the season begins. J-Mac, where are you at right now with this team? Are you drinking any Kool-Aid on this? Are you? Because it feels like for me, this offseason, Ben Johnson, everybody wanted him. Mm-hmm. We didn't expect Dennis Allen. Mm-hmm. We didn't expect Eric Bieniemy. We didn't expect Declan Doyle. I throw him in there. Shout out Declan Doyle. We didn't expect Al Harris. We didn't expect Antoine Randall. All we had in our mind, Ben Johnson.
Right.
Outside of that, where are you at right now?
I'm not going to be overly optimistic. I think on paper, obviously, the improvements are there. So from a player standpoint and a fan standpoint, you definitely, you like the improvements they made in the offseason. But that's exactly what it is, offseason. We need to get into the season and see how all these pieces tie together, right? We've got a glimpse. Me and you have been up there through mini camps and OTAs and stuff like that. So we've seen that the level of accountability has been taken to another level, right? Ben Johnson, he's calling out Cole Kmet, he's calling out guys, right? He's making them reload the huddle because the tempo's not good enough. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Those are all things.
He said, you're not mentally ready to run this play. I ain't never heard that.
Exactly. But that's how it should be, right? This is a game that the NFL is the highest level. So everything that you're doing in terms of practice, preparation in that building, everything has to be at an elite level. And I think that's what Ben Johnson is bringing to the table. And not just with him, but it trickles down to his coaching staff, right? You talk about those guys, Al Harris, Dennis Allen. You forget Eric Bieniemy, Antoine Randall, who was there in Detroit with him, coaching those receivers. You bring in guys that have a good track record, a good pedigree, and the players see that, right? You get Antoine Randall in that wide receiver room. Now he gets an opportunity to coach DJ Moore, Romo Dunze. They brought in Zacchaeus from the Commanders. Yeah. Like, you have a player that has had success in the league, but also you have a former player that turned coach that's had success developing players over there in Detroit. Yeah. You look at Jameson Williams. We can talk about Amon-Ra St. Brown. So when you see those things from a player standpoint and you have a head coach, right, who, yes, he doesn't have a proven record as a head coach, but he has a proven track record as an offensive coordinator. I mean, last year, a Detroit team that averaged 33 points per game offensively. And he's done that not just one year, but multiple years during his time in Detroit. So it makes you, as an offensive guy, it makes you salivate at the possibilities of what you guys can accomplish on the offensive side of the ball. Yeah. And then he goes in and he brings in coaches that have head coaching experience. Dennis Allen, who's an accomplished defensive coordinator in this league, who also has head coaching experience. So when you look at what they've done, right, they've done everything that they can this offseason to help get this team turned in the right direction, but also to set them up for success. Now, I say all that to say this. We've got to see it done on the field. We've had high hopes for a lot of off seasons, right? We've been, overly optimistic the past few years, and what has happened? That hot air balloon bubble has bursted. Right. Yeah. We've gone through the growing pains of last season. We saw the dysfunction last season and the season before that, right? So it's good because Bears fans are getting excited once again. But from my standpoint, I want to see how it's going to be all put together.
But let me position it this way, J-Mac. Mm-hmm. We've never seen the Bears do this. Maybe when you were on the field, you saw it in person.
Never seen them do what?
As far as we're going to make a massive investment in the head coach and the coaching staff. We're not coming in with I mean, last season we probably had an $8 million coaching staff. You know what I mean? Like as you start to get down to it, we're not coming in. Dennis Allen is making some money out here. You know what I mean? Your investment in the team, as far as the coaches, higher level. Your investment in Kevin Warren a couple years ago, higher level. You're doing it different in that manner. Your investment now, and I think this is something we haven't seen since you were on the field, in the offensive line, is probably at the highest level that some Bears fans have ever seen in their life, if you're a little bit younger, if you're older, that you haven't seen since Olin Kreutz was on the field. You're seeing investment in positions that we've been begging for years and years and years. It's hard for me to believe, and call into the show, let me know how you guys feel, 312-332-3776. It's hard for me to see a world, I'll give you 2 on this, where the Bears absolutely fall flat on their face and where Caleb Williams doesn't become what we expect him to become. Let us know how you guys feel. Call in 312-332-3776. Do you feel like Caleb Williams can fail in this situation?
Yeah, obviously the pieces are there, right? The hierarchy, the head coach trickles all the way down to, defensive coordinator, Declan, he's calling the plays. We know Ben Johnson's going to have his fingerprints all over that, offensive game plan. And then all the way down to the position coaches, I think there's been much improvement, like you talked about, right? But here's the thing. It's got to be put together, right? The work's got to be put in. The work's only beginning. You saw a glimpse of minicamp. You saw, a glimpse of OTAs. But the real work's going to be coming here in a few weeks, and we'll be out there to see it.
Right.
We saw a training camp the past few years that didn't look like training camp. I'm going to
J-Man, be honest here, brother.
Come on, man.
Tell the listeners what you were seeing out there, J-Man.
And I'm not a bitter old retired fat fullback that's just sitting here griping. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. We didn't see a high level of accountability in terms of a detailed oriented training camp practice. Right? We saw receivers dropping passes last year in training camp. No accountability. Nobody says anything, right? Yeah. You see the false starts in practice, right? No accountability. Nobody says anything. And then what happens during the season? We see the same old mistakes that we saw in training camp that was not corrected in training camp. So what happened? It became magnified during the season. Yeah. And a lot of those things, they may seem like little things, but they cost you games. I mean, let's keep it real. They cost you games.
100%.
And, so the real work's got to be done. We've seen glimpses of it with Coach Johnson and that staff, and I think we'll continue to see that based upon the pedigree of this coaching staff. I think we'll continue to see that throughout training camp. But I want to see it. I want to see how it's going to be put together.
Well, you often talk about how you guys were coached when you played, right? On the podcast, Monday through Friday, Chicago Bears podcast, tune in with us on the ESPN app. What I think is different about this and what we watched in training camp last year, remember last year, they were very excited when a ball was dropped because the defense is running to it, pick the ball up, and Flus is losing his mind, and he's happy. And Shane Waldron's just kind of, okay, back to the next play. Let's figure it out. That wouldn't have happened under y'all, though. That's not how your coaches operated. It was, okay, y'all got this play. We need to get them back.
Yeah.
We have to get them back. And I feel like that wasn't the energy that you got out of practice last year versus what we're seeing this year. I mean, we've seen it already. A little bit of going back and forth between Dennis Allen and Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson going at the players for missing something. Like that kind of energy in the coaching room, I think, just changes, to me, the outlook of what this season could be because they're holding you to this standard of you can't lose this rep.
Exactly. And it starts, like I said, it starts with the top. Yeah. At the end of the day, it's the players that uphold the standard. It's the players that establish the culture. And it's the players that really commit to a high level of accountability on a daily basis. So you're talking about guys in our locker room. You're talking about the Olin Kreutzes, the Mike Browns, the Adewale Ogunleye, the Thomas Joneses. Yeah. Those type of leaders, right, they was not going to let that culture slip because when culture slips, it's gone forever, right? And us as players, we held each other accountable. So in the running back room, we dropped the pass. Guess what? There was fine money. We put in the pot. We had a running back dinner after. But at the same time, you didn't want to watch that clip on video because guys were going to clown you. Guys were going to let you have it. It's the same thing on defense. You drop a pick or you're not chasing after the ball. You're not trying to, force a fumble or generate a takeaway. Well, then, you were getting clowned for it. And you were held to a standard. And, yes, we're talking about Ben Johnson. We're talking about this coaching staff. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the players. Not just executing on the field, but upholding the standard, right, and the culture that's set by the hierarchy, which is the head coach. Trickles down to the position coaches, and then the players are the ones that establish that and set that standard on a daily basis.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, right, that we're waiting to see. How quickly do we get full and total buy-in from the team, or has it happened already? I mean, it seems like there's a lot of there's a really good rapport in the building right now. It's very early on, so, nobody's really gotten on each other's nerves yet. You know what I mean? When you get into 7-8 weeks of camp, now I'm ready to fight you.
There's going to be some misunderstandings. We had a couple misunderstandings out there.
Some furniture was moved out there.
But you know what? But that's healthy competition.
Yeah.
Right? Because now when you have, a defensive player and an offensive player get into it, right? It means something. Yes, it's a practice rep, but it means something, right? Because you executing that practice rep, that play, that coverage, that particular technique that you're running on that particular play, right? Who knows when it's going to come down to that particular play, right? Who knows when it's going to come down to perfect execution of that play during the game? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. Like, you can't overlook the details of the preparation and everything that goes, everything that's involved in a practice, because this is what's going to help you get to the playoffs. This is what's going to help you to try to climb the NFC North. You know what I mean? These are the things that you have to, hold to a high level on a daily basis. Like, there's no such thing as taking a rep off, taking a practice off, and that's what I like, what I've seen so far from Ben Johnson. And that's coaches that come out there with energy, but there's emphasis on everything. Pat, you had videos you posted at the very beginning of me doing indie drills with the running backs, right? And he's literally cussing those guys out. Yeah. You're knocking over the cone. You're touching the cone. I told you not to touch the cone. You look like you're retired. Like that. But that's how it was when we played. I'm pretty sure that's how it was
when EV played. You know it was.
But I'm sure that's how it was when 85 Bears, when they win their championship. Like, the coach, like, nobody's off limits. Everybody's coachable. Everybody's held to a high standard. Everybody's accountable. Look at the Patriots when they had Tom Brady. Tom Brady was getting cussed out on the sidelines. Yeah. Don't matter who you are, if you're not doing it the right way, then you're going to be held accountable. And that's how it should be.
And I think that's a big conversation. When you bring up Tom Brady, there's so many players who talk about that era of football, right? And they say, we worked for Bill. Mm-hmm. We played for Tom. If Tom doesn't uphold that standard, well, you're playing for a lesser standard. Tom is upholding Bill's standard. Bill's setting the standard. Hey, Bill's the one putting everything in place. Yeah. Tom's the one saying, y'all better do it.
Yeah.
We gonna have a conversation.
That's how it is, and I'll tell the listeners a quick story. When this isn't a Bears story, this is a Ravens story. My last team ended up going to Baltimore, so don't crucify me. But here we go. So, talking about the players setting the table, setting the standard. Ray Lewis, obviously, one of the figureheads of the Baltimore Ravens, right? So it's negative 5 degrees outside practice. We have a walkthrough. Coach Harbaugh says walkthrough is outside. All right, so the guys go in the locker room. They start putting on their winter gear. Ray looks at the temperature. He's like, I'm not going outside. He goes in our indoor. So I'm sitting there. I'm like, wow, what's everybody going to do, right? So the coaches, they're walking outside. They're standing outside in negative 5 degree weather. All the players, they made a U-turn from going outside and went right into that indoor. And guess what them coaches did? They followed in and went right in and came right in that indoor. That set the table right there for you. That showed you, yes, Coach Harbaugh is the head coach. Yeah. But who runs the team?
Yeah.
The Hall of Famer, Mr. Ray Lewis.
Team, yeah.
Yes.
That's so great. I love it. Was that different for you, though? Because normally, here in Chicago, you told us the stories on the podcast.
I'm telling you, I was new there. It was my first year, so I was kind of conflicted. Like, I had one hand on the door to go outside, and my other foot was inside.
Ray.
I'm like, well, I'm going with Ray. I gotta go. I gotta go with the team. So, and it was no hesitation. The players, they didn't even look outside. The coaches are standing outside. The players didn't even look their way. They went right into the indoor, and guess what? Less than 2 minutes later, Coach Harbaugh and them coaches were walking in the indoor. I was like, wow, this is awesome, man. This is crazy.
I love it. Listen, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back right after this. But when we come back, J-Mac, I do want to talk about the buy-in that has to come from the players and how long that should take. We want to hear from you, the listeners, as well. We got some callers on the line. We will get to you. Call into the show, 312-332-3776. If you're a diehard Bears fan who got everything they wanted this offseason, should you be bought in on this team being better than expected? Pat the Designer, Jason McKee, in for Carmen and Yurko.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Dodgers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 8:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
This summer, the Roar returns to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X-Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix takes over July 28th through August 3rd. High-speed offshore powerboat racing and non-stop action. Boat parade, block party, brewfest, live music, and heart-pounding thrills on the water. Just an hour from Chicago. Make the short drive and feel miles away. July 28th through August 3rd. The X-Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. Parent Petroleum, its customers, and the Parent Petroleum Foundation work together to support local charities in an effort to give back to the community during their annual Pump-a-thon event. With every gallon of gas purchased in the months of July and August, fuel retailers donate a portion of their sales to 4 great charities: Folds of Honor, Living Well Cancer Resource Center, Casa Kane County, and Cal's Angels. Be on the lookout for Pump-a-thon signage at a participating gas station near you. Learn more at parentpetroleum.com.
White Sox fans, a day at the ballpark is a classic summer activity, so grab your crew and take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section, presented by Wintrust. Now through the end of the season, enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games while supplies last. Includes fees, some exclusions apply. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard me right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome back in. Pat the designer, Jason McKee, sitting in for Carmen and Yurko today. We got crosstalk with Jesse and Abdallah coming up at 2:30. That'll be fun. Get to hear from Jesse and Jesse and Abdallah. Jesse and Black. It'd be nice if I could read. Pat the designer, North Chicago High School, proud product, baby.
I was going to say, I know I'm wearing glasses, but man, I was like, okay.
The glasses didn't help on that one.
Like maybe they told you something before the show that I didn't know, that they switched up the lineup.
No, man, listen, we were just talking about the Chicago Bears and, how quickly we want to see this buy-in from the team. If you're a diehard Bears fan who got everything you wanted this season, should you be bought in on this team being more? Call into the show, 312-332-3776, live on YouTube, live on Twitch as well. J-Mac, let me ask you this, because I think from a player perspective, we've talked about the players having to be the ones to uphold the standard.
Yep.
You went through this.
Yeah.
New coach, new system. Is it okay, we get in season and we see that this stuff is actually working when the buy-in happens? Is it I'm fully bought in training camp, I believe everything you say and you're not going to do any wrong as you lead us buy-in? How was it when you went through this, going from Dick Duran to Lovie Smith?
Yeah, it was, when Dick Duran, great coach, great man, great leader, his style was a little bit different. The coaching staff he had surrounding him was a little bit different. I would say they were more laid back, and people will probably question that, be like, well, Lovey was laid back. He didn't show any emotion, but, we saw things that the average fan didn't see.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Lovey didn't get fired up. You know what I mean? So it was a case to where, Lovey's first year, and that training camp was brutal. I mean, there were live periods. We're going live goal line, live short yardage. He had certain, and I thought it was good.
And Jerron didn't do that.
No, he didn't. He did, but not to the extent that Lovey did it. I mean, every day we had some type of live situational period, right?
Right.
But at the same time, like, we were being ran into the ground. And if you remember, I think that year we were like 5-11.
Yeah.
Urlacher had a hamstring issue. Thomas Jones had a hamstring injury, and that just shows you how much running we were doing.
Yeah.
And Lovey came in and he brought in a new nutritionist, Rusty Jones, and we went from eating. I went from eating bacon and eggs and sausage and biscuits to eating carrots and grapes and them actually counting out Canadian. You have one slice of Canadian bacon. Like, he wanted us lean and fast. And guys were real resentful, to that, especially me, because I was a fat fool. I was resentful. But the pace of practice picked up, and I remember after us going, we're like, wow, this is crazy. Like, well, we got to buy in. If we don't get right, we're going to get left. You know what I'm saying? So when we went 5-11 that year, I think there was a lot of doubt. People was like, man, he's working us too hard, because guys, when they got to the season, they felt like they were wore out. And then that following year, Lovey actually, I think he realized that he was burning us out, and he scaled it back a little bit in terms of the volume and how long practice was. And it was still physical, but how physical it was. And if you recall, that following year, we went to, I think that's when we lost to Carolina.
We played Carolina.
Correct.
Yeah.
Guys were more healthy. Guys were
still
fresh.
resentful of Steve Smith for that. I ain't going to lie to you.
Yeah, I wanted to tackle Steve Smith from the sideline. I'm
we,
still looking for
we
Steve.
We saw him in training
and what did I tell you when I
saw him on when Hard Knocks was
and
here.
what did I tell you?
I said, I'm going to go tackle him.
I feel like tackling him or slapping him upside his head right now. But, but that, I think the first year, I think some guys bought in. I had a big question mark. I was young, so I was like, man, this is crazy. This is a lot. And I think, when he starts scaling things back, and really he understood as a head coach that he couldn't run us into the ground. He had to make sure that we were fresh and ready, to go through the rigors of a long season, and we got better.
Yeah.
So obviously that next year, guys were bought in more, and we had more success.
Listen, the buy-in, we know where the buy-in has to start at, right? The buy-in has to start with Caleb Williams. I mean, I think that, again, we talk about Bears fans getting what they wanted. I think Caleb Williams got everything that he wanted this offseason. I mean, you go from, we know the article, the book, all of that. You go from the question marks of the book of, I don't know if I can do this with Shane Waldron. I don't know how this team is going to be. And what ends up playing out during the season to, I mean, he got pranked by the Ben Johnson call because he was so excited that Ben Johnson might be coming to the Bears. He got everything that he wanted this offseason. They add more weapons to him. You add in Colston Loveland. You add in Luther Burden. You add all these pieces. The offensive line after a 68-sack season. The buy-in has to come from Caleb Williams. What are the expectations that we need to see on this young quarterback? Are you I think when we talk about the 10-win season or should you be bought in, should we be bought in that Caleb Williams is going to hit the ground running in this system?
Yeah, and it revolves all around him, especially when you're talking, not just when you're talking about offense, you're talking about this team. He's the key piece. He's the figurehead. And that's why you brought in an offensive-minded head coach who had success for a long time as an offensive coordinator. You brought in other guys on the offensive side of the ball that can help, develop Caleb, but also put together adequate game plans that play to his strengths, right? And we talked about this on the pod all the time, so make sure you guys tune in Monday through Friday. We talk about Caleb Williams, right? And I talk about him. Caleb Williams, right? He has to be a quarterback you win because of. And what I mean by that is, like, yes, you can win with a quarterback if you have a good defense, solid running game. You know what I mean? He's adequate, he's serviceable. But Caleb has to be a quarterback that you win because of. And what I mean by that is, right, there's going to be situations, right? Football is all about situations, right? Coaches practice situational football each and every day in practice. They always have a theme. What is the theme today? Third down, short yardage, red zone, 2 minute. Caleb has to be very good in those situations. We got to win because of him. So 2 minute drill, right? Game's on the line, right? The perfect protection may not be called. Ben Johnson's not going to call the perfect play.
Right.
But we have to have that type of quarterback because of his skill set and his elite talent. We're going to win because of. He transcends that play. he rolls out, rolls out and throws a pinpoint dime to DJ Moore for a touchdown that should have been picked off. That's winning because of, right? We're winning because Caleb Williams went out there and threw for 350 yards and 3 touchdowns and had 1 turnover. You know what I mean?
Now, let me ask you this. Did we see that last season and it was undermined? Because that's how I feel when I watch. Mm-hmm. I'm a sycophant, guys. And if you wonder what I did with my weekend, I was watching a Minnesota Vikings Chicago Bears 2006 game. You know what I mean? Okay. I sit there and go back and rewatch a lot of these games. So I was watching Caleb from last season last night, and to me, it looks like there are all these moments of him being exactly what you're describing and then something else happening or something that's out of his control, or maybe something that if he's a second-year quarterback will be in his control. I think about the timeout play, right? That Caleb, you can do one of these too. As much as we say, Flus, you can do one of these. Caleb, you got that in your arsenal too. You knew you had a timeout in your pocket. You could have called it. Did we see that last year and he just kind of got undercut, I'll say?
There's glimpses of that, right? We know what the dysfunction was like last year. The whole season was dysfunctional, right? It's been how many coordinators did he have? How many coaches did he have, right? Like, did he watch film? Did he not watch film? Yeah. We know all the dysfunction has been talked about, has been put out there, right? But here's the thing. The sacks, right? The sack total was high, and we could say the offensive line was inadequate. Yes, but some of those sacks was on Caleb. And he'll tell you that himself.
100%.
Holding the ball too long, not taking the check downs when they're there. Offensively, first downs equal touchdowns. So it's the same thing. Rookie quarterback, he wants to make the splash play. He wants to be a difference maker. He wants to be a playmaker. But sometimes you got to take that check down, right? You got to play within the scheme. And I saw sometimes, there was a clean pocket. Caleb wanted to scramble. He didn't have to. Yeah. Resulted in a sack. Well, if you stayed in the pocket and really manipulated the pocket, kept your eyes downfield, delivered that throw on time, yes, it would have been a good play. So I think it half is on Caleb and half is on the dysfunction that we had.
You
last
put a
year.
Half on him. You put half of the failure on him.
For sure. A lot, and he'll say that a lot of it's him too. Like he's got. We saw how many times do we see him? Have some wide open touchdowns. He overthrew the ball,
overthrown it. Yeah.
Yeah, and he knows he's got to get better. But at the same time, look at the system he was in. Was it a good system that was really designed to be able to promote his strengths, to have him succeed on Sundays based upon his abilities, right? Was it a system from a protection standpoint that was put in place that would allow him to have time to throw the ball? Was the game plan adequate each and every week? There's a lot of factors that go into it that's beyond his control. Was he watching film? We don't know, right? He said he wasn't. We saw a couple weeks ago that it came out that Coach Flus said he was. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So a lot of dysfunction there. I don't know.
Listen. That was a very Flus answer that he gave. What I experienced while I was there.
The dysfunction was there.
Crusher,
but definitely,
that would be me.
But half of the blame is definitely on Caleb. He would come out and say that. Like the sacks, yes, offensive line was bad at times, but Caleb was bad at times as well. Yeah. And he's got to get better. And I think having a guy like Ben Johnson lead this offense, but also a guy who has a proven track record of understanding how to put an elite offense together, but not just that, has a track record, right? Look what he made Jared Goff look like. Yep. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And I'd say Caleb Williams has, from a skill set standpoint, like
Amon-Ra's what, a fifth round
that's
pick?
What I'm saying.
Fourth round pick?
That's what I'm saying. When you have the type of coach that can put together a scheme that's going to really accentuate the skill set and really fit the talent or the personnel that you have, and you put that game plan together each and every Sunday, guys can go out there and play fast, and the coach knows the limitations, so he's not going to try to force them to do things that they're not good at. Yeah. If Amon-Ra St. Brown is not really good at running a post route, well, guess what? He's not going to be the post route runner. It's going to be Jameson Williams, who may be more adept at running that route. And when you have coaches that understand that on how to put things together based upon their personnel, well, then, hey, guess what? You may have an offense that averages 33 points a game. You may have a quarterback that takes the next step. You have an offense that's, leading the league in terms of yardage and touchdowns. You have guys playing at a high level because now the confidence is there because they know that their coaching staff, from an offensive standpoint, is going to make sure that the game plan is tailored to their strengths and their skill set.
Yeah, 100%. Let's take a quick break, J-Mac. I want to get to you guys' calls out there. Matt, Lewis, Tom, we see you guys out in the world, and we appreciate you for listening. When we come back, also call in 312-332-3776. If you're a diehard Bears fan who got everything you wanted this offseason, should you be bought in on this team being more than just an 8-9 win team? Should you be looking for this team to do more? We'll get to your calls and more coming up next. Pat the Designer, Jason McKee, in for Carmen Yurk.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time, a three-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th, a day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
Are you one in a million? Country Thunder Wisconsin is excited to be welcoming its 1 millionth fan in 2025. It could be you. The 1 millionth person to walk through the gate will win 2 reserved seats, camping, festival catering, and access to artist hospitality for life. Plus, awesome festival merch and prizes from our awesome partners. See Jelly Roll, Hardy, Dirk Bentley, and Cole Swindell at Country Thunder Wisconsin, July 17th to 20th. You can't be the millionth fan without your ticket. Visit countrythunder.com.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, our family has been helping Chicagoland bring the fun home with the best products for your backyard fun. And right now, during the Great American Sale, we're celebrating 4th of July. For 10 days only, get special financing for 60 months or cash rebates. But hurry, it's 10 days only and it ends July 13th. And you'll get free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Yurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
SoFi Personal Loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right, pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi Personal Loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply, NMLS 696891.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Welcome back. Pat the Designer, Jason McKee, in for Carmen and Yurko today. Talking a lot of Bears. Got to talk Bears. We got a former Bears fullback in the building. Nothing wrong with that, man. There's never a bad day to talk Bears, J-Mac. What it is for me is I get nervous the closer we get to camp.
Yeah.
Because I'm not ready for summer to end.
Yeah.
And you know how it is. We hit a training camp, summer's over.
Yeah, it's a wrap.
Yeah, I mean, we working. We back locked in on this Bears team. Very excited. I want to get to you guys' calls. Question that we asked: If you're a diehard Bears fan who got everything you wanted this offseason, should you be bought in on this team being above average, being more than just an average football team this season? Let's go out to Matt in Streamwood. Matt, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my phone call. Happy holidays to you guys. May I ask you, gentlemen, regarding this, like, I am bought in. As you know, I've always called you guys on the post game show.
Absolutely.
For that, is that I am bought in. I'm just not bought in on Ryan Poles as the GM. He always drafts hurt players or acquires hurt players, like Ryan Bates or Karan Amagaji last year. And now this year he drafted Colston Loveland, who is the only one that has an AC joint surgery that is unable to do training camp right now. I know they keep saying he might be ready for training camp. But that, especially for this regime right now, they're banking on Colston Loveland, who's hurt, who's never been in pads yet, never taken a hit on that shoulder to see, or fallen on that shoulder to see if it's medically or still repaired, or he can take a hit, or never run a route with Caleb, throwing the ball to him, and that they're all of a sudden distance themselves from Cole Kmet, who Ryan Poles just gave $10 million last year to be the tight end. And then the second thing is that we have 3 second-round picks that he acquired, and now all 3 of them are still inside because, like, the 30 of the second-round picks are not signed because they're holding out for the guaranteed money. Mm-hmm. And nothing's more worrisome for me is that we have Ozzie Trapillo, who's a lineman, and we have Luther Burden, who's a wide receiver who's supposed to replace Tyler Scott, who has done nothing in his Bears career for here. So what I'm worried is that this regime with the picks that they acquired are not really solutions right now for Caleb, who, as I talked to you guys last year about, is that his accuracy was not out. He had no rapport with DJ Moore or with Roma Dunze. And now, once again, we have Colston Loveland, who's hurt right now, and I don't know if he's going to be in time for training camp, or is he going to get that much hit, practicing when season goes, and then he might be lost. Or the same thing for Luther Burden, if he holds out, for this guaranteed money, that there's no solutions for Caleb, and then his accuracy is still going to be something that I'm skeptical of.
Right.
So.
Thanks for the call, Matt. Listen, the one thing I'm not worried about, I think, is the young guys just yet, J-Mac.
Mm-hmm.
Because when Ben Johnson came in, I believe he came into a team that he was like, we need to make some adjustments, but I can win with this team. There needs to be some things that we change. There needs to be more on the offensive line. There needs to be more scheme that fits what Caleb Williams does. But I can adjust with the players that we have here. I don't think he takes this job if he doesn't believe that he can win with the team that was on the field. Ozzie Trapillo wasn't on this team yet. Luther Burden wasn't on this team yet. You still got DJ Moore. You've still got Roma Dunze. I don't know if they've distanced themselves from Cole Kmet. I think that Bears fans have kind of tried to distance themselves from Cole Kmet in case he ends up getting traded. But to me, I think Ben Johnson is basing the excitement and if you want to call it confidence or cockiness, whichever one you roll with. Ben Johnson walked in the door taking shots at Matt LaFleur and Kevin O'Connell like, hey, look, it's going to be the same thing down here that I was doing when I was in Detroit. Don't get it twisted. I think that, to me, speaks to more of worrying more about the veterans on the team. Not to say you don't want the young guys to pan out, but feeling like the team where it's at is in a good place.
Yeah, and I get what our caller is saying, Matt. I understand what Matt's saying too. Like, training camp hasn't started yet, and I'd be really worried if this lingered on into training camp, because now he's talking about those valuable reps, right? Luther Burden building a rapport with Caleb Williams, right? Caleb Williams understanding how Luther Burden runs certain routes so that the way the timing is there, right? Same thing with Colston Loveland, right? We talk about Ben Johnson and why did they draft Colston Loveland, right? Well, I can just envision Ben Johnson and Declan at that office just game planning and thinking of different ways they can create different packages for 12 personnel, 1 running back and 2 tight ends, and having the ability to have, Cole out there and then Colston creating a mismatch offensively for defenses. But like we said, they're not out there, right? He wasn't there through mini camps, and if his lingers on through training camp, then I'd be worried, because now that rapport also with Colston or some of the things that they envision him doing this season that could really hinder the productivity and what we see from this offense, especially when you're counting on guys like that. Trapilo, another guy who's supposed to be in that competition for that left tackle spot. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are guys that you have to have, at the start of training camp, because these are guys that you're really counting on to contribute to this football team.
What scares me more about that situation is that's contract, and that seems like this is a league thing.
Yeah.
I mean, all 32nd-round picks still remaining unsigned. Clearly, there's been a conversation between the agents or something where it's like, we getting all our guys guaranteed money. Clearly I'm not saying there's some collusion going on, but it's a confusing situation that everybody's on the same game plan here. If the Bears have the continuity that these agents and the second-round picks are having, we're going to the Super Bowl, Jason.
But how long is this going to linger? You know what I'm saying?
That's the part that gets scary.
That's what I mean. That's my point. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Because, yes, it's one thing for a player to get what we call mental reps, right? Colson's out there watching practice. He's watching the tight ends go through an ND period. He's watching the tight ends go through practice. He's watching the team period. He's watching plays and envisioning himself in that position. But it's totally different from actually going out there and running these routes, right? Going out there, building a rapport with your new quarterback, a.k.a. Caleb Williams. It's a lot different. Yeah. So that's what I worry about, especially, Luther Bird. Same thing, Ozzie was out there for minicamp and stuff like that, but still, like, he needs to continue building that rapport with the offensive line. But he also has to continue inserting himself in that competition if he wants to carve out, a role for himself.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's go out to Lewis and Lyle here on the show with Pat the Designer, Jason McKee in for Carmen and Yurko. Lewis, what's going on, man?
Hey, afternoon, guys.
How you feeling, Lewis?
Hey, Lewis.
I'm actually excited. I kind of got burned last year, but, after seeing what Caleb Williams was able to do with a more than dysfunctional coaching staff.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what this is. I mean, Ben Johnson came in. He built that Detroit Lions offense. It's not like Nagy, where he was running Andy Reid's offense and, it's not Nagy building Andy Reid's offense. I think just about every Bears fan is going to be excited or should be excited. I think there's only two people in this world who have any right to not even the right, but who will be down on the Bears, and that would be Chris Canty. I don't know if you listen to him every morning, but Chris Canty's one of them. And I've said this before, Caleb Williams could be getting his Hall of Fame jacket, and he'd still be saying that we should have drafted Jaden Daniels. And Eddie on the north side, who is the biggest downer I've ever heard, ever.
We got cross-caller beef, J-Mac. What's going on? Lewis, thanks for calling in, man.
You're smarter than that, Eddie.
Wait, no, I'm not.
Eddie.
Charlie, you were just talking about this, though, when you brought up this situation that Ben Johnson is coming in, kind of what Lewis was saying of Ben Johnson's coming in a situation that we've only seen Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay come into.
Yeah, it's mostly because those guys kept getting hired, like the young, quote unquote hotshot offensive coordinators. I know everybody uses that as a pejorative now, but the only guys who have come in who are the designer of the offense, Pat the Designer, and the primary play caller. First of all, the Bears have never hired that at least an NFL level. I know, like, technically Mark Trestman was that, but they took him from the CFL.
Right.
The only two guys who have a resume kind of backed up like Ben Johnson's was Kyle Shanahan in Atlanta, where, yes, it was like it's an evolution of Mike Shanahan's system, but it's still Kyle Shanahan's offense. He designed it. He was a play caller for it, turned Matt Ryan into an MVP. And then Sean McVay, when he got to L.A., was bringing his own offense. For the most part, the guys who get hired are play callers of another team's or of another head coach's offense, or they're just trying to import the offense they were at into. Like, that's what Matt Nagy was. He wasn't the primary play caller in Kansas City, and he just tried to bring it, copy paste it over here.
Yeah. And I think that's the big difference, right? Like, you've got a guy who is or was the guy. You're not taking the guy's guy.
Right. You brought up a good point. Copy and paste the offense, right? Copy and paste the offense, but you don't have the personnel to be able to execute that offense, right? Different coming from Kansas City to Chicago at that point. We didn't have the type of, or Andy Reid was able to craft an offense based upon the skill set, based upon the talent level that he had. We didn't have that talent level. So you're trying to force things amongst players that they can't do, right? That they're limited in doing, instead of being able to create and design an offense that's geared towards their strengths, therefore making that offense successful. Because if I know my quarterback is not a really good pocket passer, well, I'm going to do some things to change that. I'm going to do some things to get him outside of the pocket. I'm going to do some things to give him either easy reads. I'm going to do some things to give him a half-field read, so that way I'm not just giving him the whole gauntlet of our pass concepts and saying, hey, you know what, you got to go out here and dissect this defense like Drew Brees or Tom Brady. The quarterback may not be that guy.
Right.
So you're setting him up for failure, but then you get mad when he's not executing at a high level but that's not his game.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So great point, having an actual head coach / coordinator that can actually design and create an offense based upon the talent he has.
Yeah, we'll see. I want to talk about the second-year quarterbacks that we do have in here. Need to see Caleb Williams step up, but there's some really, really good second-year quarterbacks coming into the league this year. We'll do that coming up after the break. Also, still going to get to you, Tom. We'll lead off the next segment with you. Bears fans, call in and let us know if you're a diehard Bears fan who got everything you wanted this offseason. Should you be bought in on this team being a 10-win team or more? 312-332-3776. Pat the Designer, Jason McKee, in for Carmen Yurt.
Carmen, Yurko. Don't worry, they'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard the good kid right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Hey, it's the good kid. Let me tell you, playing pro football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season. And it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Save big at Menards and prepare for the summer heat with a new air conditioner from Denali Air. Quickly and efficiently cool your spaces with auto and eco modes to maximize performance and save on energy costs. Cool your space from anywhere in the room with 3 cooling speeds and a remote control. Save big money on Denali air conditioners. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, the most experienced FUE hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. My patients are men, women, young and old with all hair types. I know what works for each individual, and when you see me, you will have exceptional natural results. Visit DrYatesHairScience.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, let that ride. Pat the designer, Jason McKee, in for Carmen and Yurko. Can't go wrong with this. This was a banger.
I thought you were about to do some karaoke.
I thought you were going to do some karaoke. You thought I was going to start spitting?
I did. I was waiting.
You just got to let this beat ride.
I was waiting.
Well, I ain't going to speak about who made the beat. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
I was waiting. I thought you were about to go. I didn't know, man.
Pat the designer out on all DSPs if we want to be honest about it. If we want to get the music tip on it. We're not going to do that today. We're talking sports, J-Mac. We're talking Bears. Let's go out to Tom out in Oak Lawn talking about Caleb Williams and if there could be a possibility that he failed, what could be the issue behind that? Tom, what's going on?
What's up, guys? First of all, J-Mac, me and my son have already circled that Carmel versus St. Lawrence game.
Yeah,
I've heard so much about Trey Taylor, but I haven't seen him play really. Mm-hmm. So we're looking forward to going out there and seeing how good this kid really is. So
get your popcorn ready, Tom. Excited you're going to join us, man.
Nice. But as far as unless he has happy feet from what happened to him last season where he got sacked so many times and such, or he just can't get the NFL playbook mentally, I can't see that he doesn't take a step forward in Ben Johnson's offense with all these weapons and then with the upgraded offensive line. Now, as far as him taking a step forward, how is that going to equal to how many wins that the Bears have, as a team? I'm not sure about that I can go for this team as being a 10-win team quite yet. I mean, we've been excited before and we've been let go. Right now, I'm Missouri. You got to show me. So and even though they've done a lot of weapons here offensively, we still need somebody else on the other side as far as a pass rush for Montez Sweat. Is Edmonds going to finally live up to his contract? Jalen Johnson's good in the secondary, but is Stevenson going to take that step up where then he becomes a little bit more mature and becomes that other, corner on the other side? And like the one caller said before, we've got second-round picks that are still haven't been signed to their contracts because of everything with this guaranteed money, and they're not getting the reps that they should be right now. And, is that going to be something that's going to linger, going into training camp? So as far as the Bears, they've got to show me something first before I can get really excited about them being a 10-win or a playoff team. But as far as football in general, I'm always excited for football. I love football. So
yeah. I appreciate the call, Tom. I agree with Tom on one thing, and I think this is the funny thing. Mm-hmm. I am Bears fans. I am also sitting here saying 9 wins. I'm not telling you should be bought in for 13 wins. I am Bears fans. I have a lot of the same concerns like Tom just said, and I think that's how we look at things. We're so much in we've got this is going to work. We got this coach. We got this piece. But this may happen, and this could happen. So I understand where you're coming from, but it is such a different feeling in the building with how they're doing business? Is it because, J-Mac, I don't know if you feel like I do. The Bears' moves were there.
Mm-hmm.
You could have got Ben Johnson, but you went and got Mike McCarthy. That would have been a very Bears move. That was available for you, right? You could have got Joe Thuney, but instead you end up just signing somebody off the street or leaving the position alone altogether, and we're going back into the season with the same thing we had last season. The Bears moves were there. We didn't see the Bears make the normal Bears moves we're used to.
Yeah, and it's yes, and what you're talking about right now is potential, right? Potential gets you what? Potential can get you fired. Potential can get you beat.
Yeah.
Potential is what it is. The forecast of being good, right? The forecast of making the playoffs. The forecast of winning the NFC North. The forecast of being an elite team. The forecast of Caleb Williams taking the next step. Yes, there's a lot of potential with the moves they made this offseason, bringing in the coach and on down, like we talked about over and over again. But here's the thing. It's the process that matters, right? The process is going to lead to the productivity in terms of them accomplishing the goals they want to accomplish. And that's the ultimate goal of winning a Super Bowl, right? Yeah. Like the ultimate goal, let's not get it twisted here. Like, you know, the coaching staff isn't going into that meeting and say, hey, guys, we just want to win 9 games. That's not the goal.
Is that not what they say?
That's not the goal. No. And if you do that, you talk about buy-in. Guys ain't buying in. Guys are bowing out like, what is he talking about? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not like when Ben Johnson steps to the podium at that team meeting, he's talking about making the playoffs and winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, the goal is not just to, let's just be respectful in the NFC North. No, that's not the goal. But the potential is there on paper. Yes, we have a good offensive line. We brought in new pieces. Yes, you know, we've got a second-year quarterback who made, you know, who did fairly well his rookie year despite the dysfunction.
Yeah.
We have playmakers on both sides of the ball. We have a good coach staff. We had an adequate offensive-minded head coach. You don't know how good he is as a head coach right now because we have nothing to go up on. But at the same time, like I said, it's the process. It's the work that they're going to put in, right? And that starts in training camp, right? The daily grind. How good can we be at the daily grind to that way we can succeed? All expectations is not just rely on we have the potential to do this, right? We got to go out and execute, right? What did our caller say? He's from the Show Me State, right? You got to show them. That's what matters. Like, we can talk about how good they can be. We can talk about how great this offensive line can be. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
They haven't laced them up for it. They haven't even snapped that chin strap up yet. You know, and I hope they are really good. I think there's a lot of good players in the locker room. There's a lot of good playmakers. There's a great coaching staff that they have the potential to be really well. But we've seen what's happened. We relied on potential last year and the year before that.
Yeah.
And the year before that. Should I keep going?
Well, you were relying on potential on the offensive line. That's a dangerous place to rely on potential. Listen, we got a lot to still get into. We will get back to your calls. We will get into more Chicago Bears talk on today's Carmen and Yurko. But we got List the List coming up. We're going to take a quick break and then Lunch Rush coming up after that. Call into the show 312-332-3776 when we get back to your calls. If you're a diehard Bears fan who got everything you wanted this season, should you be bought in on this team being a 10-win or more team? Also, some Bulls talk. We'll be right back right after this. Path of Designer, Jason McKee in for Carmen and Yurko.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. And this is our biggest sale ever. Buy a new air conditioner or furnace and get 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Plus, Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000, guaranteed. Call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com. College students, are you looking to make your campus living more comfortable, functional, and fashionable? Let IKEA help. From innovative storage solutions and furniture to maximize your space, to fashionable bedding and accessories, IKEA is helping make college living truly inspired by you. And now, qualified college students can save even more with 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family for free. Visit IKEA Schaumburg and IKEA Bolingbrook, or check out the Ready for College section on IKEA.com/US to learn more.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Jason McKee in today. Got our list of lists coming up here. The list of lists we get to be in for, J-Mac. This is it's an exciting moment for me. Yeah, this is my first time getting to do the list of lists. I get to listen every day. It's throw it over to Mr. Charlie Bevins, Big C over there. What's going on, my guy?
What's going on, fellas? Indeed, we are 63 days away from the start of football season. We'll go around the room. We'll give our list top 5 list. So we spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. Ooh, this is a good one. Yes, it is. Yeah, number 48. Sports rivalries. It can be teams or it can be players. Your top 5 sports rivalries. I think there's some that jump to mind pretty quickly.
Obvious.
When you got your 5, we'll go around the room.
I might have this quickly. Does it have to still be? Or is this sports rivalries ever?
Oh yeah.
Okay. This is my favorite part about this. It's just like the awkward silence of of radio.
What you using over there?
Yeah, I'm just in the notes app. I got it. Okay. I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do your thing.
I think this is one of those where when you go through history, you got to break it down into players too, almost.
Yeah.
Like I think this could go anywhere.
I'm gonna go. You want to?
You got your 5?
I'm gonna mix it in.
If you got your 5, go ahead.
Do I got to throw all my 5 out at one time?
All 5 out at once. All 5 out at once.
Oh, come on.
He's gonna pick and choose.
I'm gonna just dibble and dabble a little bit.
You can throw Viator in there if you want.
Yeah. We don't play them no more. They don't want to play us anymore. So
are you saying they ducking?
I hope Robbie's listening. I'm not saying they're ducking. I'm just saying when I reached out a couple years ago, they didn't want to renew the contract. But I'm not saying they're ducking. I'm truth hurts sometimes.
I'll say it.
Truth hurts.
J-Mac, I'll say it.
The truth hurts sometimes. But no, okay. So you going first?
I got mine. I got mine.
Do your 5.
And you guys let me know if I have to change one, because technically they live in the same realm, but I think the rivalry has gone to a different place. So 5 on my list: Steelers versus Browns. Feel like that's a great sports rivalry.
That is not.
You're not a fan?
It's you Steelers versus. I thought it was the Steelers and the Ravens.
Well, that's the one I always.
Yeah, what is it? Come on, get them, Charlie.
Here's why I went that Steelers Browns, because it's the 2 times a year we see the Browns actually ball out and try to go all in. And it means that the rivalry means something to them. I can be convinced Steelers.
This is your list, though, so I don't want to discredit.
I think the Steelers and finding a long-term quarterback is a bigger rivalry.
That's the biggest rivalry right there. Number 4, I'm going to go Bulls versus Pistons.
Yeah.
Number 3, give me Magic versus Bird.
I like it.
Number 2, give me Jordan versus Isaiah.
That was one of mine. That was,
and Jordan versus Isaiah is more than just Bulls versus Pistons, because it is still going on.
Yeah, it's the fight. They still hate each other. They hate each other.
And number 1, of course, Bears Packers. I think it's the number 1 sports rivalry in the world.
No, that's good, man. That's really good. So I had Bears Packers, obviously, for good reason.
Oh, of
Playing
course.
those rivalries, still don't.
Is this no order? No order?
No, I'm just,
Okay, just five, okay.
They still dislike the Packers. I got neighbors that are Packers fans, and, when we lost a game, they would decorate my mailbox if we lost to the Packers, which we didn't. We didn't lose to the Packers that much during my time here. We had a pretty good group of guys that had a lot of success up there at Lambeau. So, Yankees and the Red Sox.
That's a great one.
My dad's a Yankees fan, so when that game would come on, it was like no BS. I couldn't, Dad, can we go outside and throw the football? No, sit your butt down, son. I'm watching the Yankees. You know what I'm saying? Then I'm going to go boxing. I'm a huge boxing fan. Sugar Ray Leonard versus Marvin Hagler.
That's a good one.
Yeah, look
That's
at that.
That's
Put me on the
phenomenal.
list. I'm going to set the
That's
tone.
phenomenal.
Put me on the list. I'm going to set the tone. I'm going to go Reggie Miller versus Spike Lee. That's a rivalry.
I'm not gonna lie to
And the
you.
Knicks.
J-Mac
That's a
is
good
killing
one,
it.
right? That's a good one, right?
Yeah.
J-Mac
I mean, look at
killing
it.
right
We
now.
saw it. I mean, even, you saw when the Pacers was this year, Reggie was still in the building.
Still in the building, still going to Spike.
But the iconic image of Reggie Miller, right? He's doing the remember
choke.
The choke.
Yeah.
And the Knicks did choke.
Yeah.
And my dad was a Knicks fan too. My dad's from New York. So I remember my dad just like almost in tears at Reggie Miller just putting the dagger in the New York Knicks. And I'm in shock, like, wow. So and then how many more I got?
You
Two?
got one. You got one more.
I got one left. Duke, North Carolina basketball.
That's a great one. That's a great list.
And I love college basketball. When that Duke North Carolina rivalry and that game is on, so many great players have come through both of those programs.
Yeah.
Great coaches. I mean, you got to be tuned in whether you like Duke or North Carolina. You're always tuned into that. Rivalry.
There's a lot of trash talking now. Well, Charlie, what you got?
All right, so I tried to avoid going all college, but it was hard not to.
I mean, those are the best rivalries.
Oh, number 5, I have the Egg Bowl, Mississippi or Ole Miss, Mississippi State. That game, I know, it's always on Thanksgiving, so it kind of flies under the radar. That game is crazy.
That's a good one.
Those people, they don't like each other.
Yeah.
4, I have Frazier Ali, just like a historic,
that's a good one.
Two people. It's hard for a rivalry just between two people to be like a global phenomenon. But that was 3. I have Duke UNC Tobacco Road.
Yep.
I still remember it was I think it was the Elite 8, 2 or 3. It was Coach K's last year, the Elite 8, and I was just rooting so hard for North Carolina, and you could just see how insane
You
the
and everyone
intensity
else
of
in
that
the
game
country
was.
outside of Duke.
Number 2, I got the Iron Bowl. So I think if you would have asked me this 7 or 8 years ago, I would have flipped these. So 2, I have the Iron Bowl, and 1, I have the game, Michigan Ohio State. I think in the last 4 or 5 years, as Michigan has gotten better and become a top 3, 4, 5, 6 program in college football, that rivalry's only gotten better, and it also helps that Auburn's kind of fallen off a little bit. So I have Iron Bowl 2, and then the game number 1.
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, I like
that's a great list too. Hannah, what you got?
I'm not a big college sports, so I went more with professional, but put Cubs and Cardinals just because I feel like they're always going at each other. Like when I was younger, I as a White Sox fan, I used to go to school in a Cardinals jersey just to make people that were Cubs fans mad.
I respect that.
And I didn't really like them that much, but and then Kevin Durant versus Russell Westbrook when everything first went down.
Good
I
poll,
think that was a good one. Thank you. And then it's not a rivalry anymore, but during the Blackhawks dynasty, the Red Wings versus the Blackhawks, I think was really just. I mean, I was super young, but I still remember it
When
was
you could fight back on a Detroit sucks chant.
Yes, exactly. And we still do, but it doesn't hit the same anymore. And then I have Red Sox versus Yankees, obviously, and Bears versus Packers is number 1. But they're pretty close because I was talking to my friend who's a Yankees fan, and she was saying, "Oh no, that's the biggest rivalry of all time." And I was like, "No, Bears versus Packers is." But I guess we're both biased because I'm a Bears fan. She's a Yankees fan. Of course, she's going to say that that's the biggest. But I don't know. They're pretty close up there. But I think Bears Packers definitely takes it.
Do you have to? Because Bears Packers to me, I think is a massive rivalry. But do you have to be competitive in the rivalry, or can you go through the 10?
That's kind of
or
where,
in our case, 20 years of not being able to fight back as much.
To me, it's that's a pure fan rivalry. I would say
Bears Packers.
Yeah, because it's just the Bears have been so irrelevant. I feel like Packers players the last 5-6 years are probably more concerned about what the Lions or what the Vikings have been doing.
I have a rivalry with anybody that says it's not a rivalry. Bears Packers. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like,
you and Charlie are in it now.
No, I still think
I'm just saying. No, it's not. I'm just saying. This not at Charlie. I'm just saying in general because, like you said, it's been one-sided.
Yeah.
Right. It's been one-sided, and people have said, like, is it really still a rivalry? Yeah, it is. It's still a rivalry.
I think. See, I go opposite of you, Charlie. I think where the lack of it being a rivalry has come from, unfortunately, has been up at Hallis Hall. I think that we've heard multiple coaches, the last two coaches we had, Matt Nagy and Matt Eberflus, go, yeah, it's just another game. We know it's important to the fans, but we got to go up there and win. It's just another game. Meanwhile, Matt LaFleur is like, yeah, our expectation is to beat the Chicago Bears twice. No. Jordan Love comes out and he wishes the Bears a happy Father's Day. No. Aaron Rodgers, when he signed,
it is like a personal thing for Aaron Rodgers.
And I think that lived through to where Jordan Love is now. I think the Packers have thought of this as a rivalry. I think now Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson are bringing that back with how this offseason has gone.
Yeah, that last game, 100 times out of 100, I normally would be like, yeah, like pack it in. Like, I can't believe they won this. This is going to mess up their draft. Dude, I love beating the Packers.
Bro,
doesn't happen very much.
Especially up in Lambeau. There's nothing like it. I mean, and Packer week under Coach Smith, under Coach Lovie Smith was – Lovey, his first press conference, he says, we're going to beat Green Bay, right? Yep. And it wasn't just lip service. It was put into action because that week of practice, when we were facing Green Bay, right, it was more intense. It was longer. There was more attention to detail. The meetings were longer. There wasn't a lot of joking around. Like, guys were intense. Guys were, immersed in the preparation. There was intense laser focus. And I think that's why, we had some success against them because – the coach made sure that we understood that this isn't just any other game. Like, this is like your Super Bowl within the season, beating the Packers, whether you're in Lambeau or whether you're at Soldier Field.
Let's go to Joe on the South Side real quick. He said we missed the rivalry. We missed one. Joe, what's going on?
What's going on, guys? How you feeling?
What's happening?
Hey, Joe.
We're doing good. Doing good.
Hey, you missed Cub Sox. Cub Sox is ridiculous.
Now I do think, and I will say this. I think when both teams were good, and thanks for the call, Joe. When both teams were good, I do think Cubs Sox was a real rivalry. Remember the punch AJ year when Michael Barrett punches AJ Przinsky in the head for sliding into home plate a little bit too tough. Get out of here. Right? But to Charlie's point, I think that is a fan rivalry because for most White Sox fans, while we do hate the Cubs, I think we hate the Twins, and the Sox themselves hate the Twins more than they hate the Cubs. I think the Cubs hate the Cardinals more than they hate the White Sox.
Yeah, that's why I said that, even though, like the Cubs versus Cardinals. But I think the Guardians, I hate more than the Twins.
That's on the list, too.
Yeah.
I think there was probably a decent amount of Sox fans who hated the White Sox more than they hated the Cubs for a while.
Listen.
Right.
All right. We're gonna take a break after. We'll get right back to it. Let me go into my White Sox, man. I love my Sox. It's been tough. Let's take a quick break. We're gonna go to break, and when we come back, I want to continue the conversation on the Bears, but I want to talk about the second-year quarterbacks, J-Mac. What are we expecting from Caleb Williams in his second year, some of the other quarterbacks who are looking to take a leap? We'll talk about that and more coming up next. Call into the show. Give us your perspective, 312-332-3776. Path of Designer, Jason McKee, in for Carmen and Yurko.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Dodgers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 8:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard the good kid right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing pro football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
You know what's wild? Yuengling's been brewing beer since 1829. That's 196 years.
They've been around longer than almost everything. You don't last that long without knowing what you're doing.
Exactly. It all comes down to one thing. They brew great beer. Plain and simple.
Traditional lager, flight, light lager, you name it, they all bring serious flavor and that legendary Yuengling quality.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
E.G. Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Pat the designer, Jason McKee, back at it. In for Carmen and Yurko today. July 3rd, holiday weekend, J-Mac. You got plans? Doing something big this holiday weekend?
Yeah, man, just going to the in-laws' house, little barbecue. Little Q on.
You a fireworks guy, J-Mac?
I am.
You
I am
like
a fireworks. I like watching them. I don't necessarily like the fireworks.
No JPP?
No. I actually, you know what the funny thing is? I had not even funny, it's bad. I had an uncle. I know, right? So it's funny, easy. I'm sorry, guys. I had an uncle, fireworks show. He had we used to, remember the M80s? They still have M80s, quarter stick of dynamite, they call it? That's what they call it. Lit one.
I don't pop the fireworks, so.
Yeah, he lit one, and somebody lit one and kind of threw it, and it went in his direction, and it like blew a chunk out of his stomach one 4th of July. So that was like, after that, I was like, I'm not touching fireworks. I watch them. Yeah. But I ain't touching them.
You said that was funny?
Happy 4th to everybody.
I know, right?
That's crazy.
That's why I know, right? That's why I had to retract my statement.
I also, what'd you say? It was like, he threw it in his general direction. It's like, so he threw it at him.
Yeah, he threw it at him. No, 100%.
Yeah.
J-Mac, I think you just described an attempted murder live on the air.
I didn't throw it.
I didn't say you.
I was a witness to this whole debacle. I'm just telling you why. I'm telling you
then
why
why'd you
I
think
don't
it was
like
so funny?
Yeah, that was pretty bad to start. Right?
Let's try to steer this back to a little football conversation, shall we? That got dark real fast. I mean, that may be a record on the show.
second-year quarterbacks, I think, is a very interesting conversation to get into because we have one here in Caleb Williams, the biggest storyline probably in sports. Massive expectations on Caleb Williams coming into this season. But you saw some really, really good play from just about all of the quarterbacks last season at some point. I mean, the potential right now, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels. I mean, you saw them dominate at a level. Drake May, in his limited time with a team that most of us feel was incredibly questionable. I mean, like, this is one of the better second-year QB classes you're going to get. And now this season, you get to add J.J. McCarthy to that. When you look at all of these guys in totality, J-Mac, is your expectation still Caleb Williams will be the best of the bunch?
I think it's going to be tough. I think when you look at this crop of quarterbacks, I think the most intriguing thing that I see that they all have in common, right? And I'm going to not just look at stats, because we can sit there and recite stats.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Jaden Daniels went the furthest. That's the one that's the best.
And from a coaching standpoint, right, I talk about with my team, but coaches also talk about the abilities that matter most, right? Accountability, reliability, availability is one of the main ones, right? Yeah. Are you available? Can we count on you to be there in the lineup each and every week? Well, you look at these quarterbacks, and all of them started 17 games except for Drake May. You know what I'm saying? So they were available. Even Bo Nix, he got hurt. I think he hurt his back in one game and still came and actually played that game and actually played well. So the expectations for me with all these guys is really high based upon what they did their first year. I think I'm a huge Bo Nix fan. He's a guy he's an older quarterback, played a lot of college ball. I remember he was at Auburn, then went to Oregon. His dad was a coach. His dad also played at Auburn back in the day. I used to watch him when he played at Auburn, was a really good quarterback. And I think his dad was also his high school football coach. So you have a guy that came in who wasn't as highly touted as some of these other guys, but had a great season because of the situation he's in, right? You're in a situation where you have another head coach who's a really good play caller, really good offensive mind, and Sean Payton. And you see the type of season that Bo Nix put together. You see the type of development that took place. So I think Bo Nix is only going to get better. Obviously, I think, here in Chicago, we're talking Caleb Williams. I think he's going to get better as well. When you look at what he did, right, and we talk about this on our podcast, Pat, when you're in it, when you're going through analyzing the Bears, and, I'm calling games on the radio with my two guys, Tom Thayer and Jeff Joniak, you don't realize, you understand there's dysfunction there, but you sit back and when you look at his stats, you look at his numbers in his totality, right? Yeah. 3,500 yards, 20 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. It's like, wow. I look back and I'm like, man, he only threw 6 interceptions. Like, wow, he threw 20 touchdowns despite all the dysfunction. You know what I'm saying? So I think having a better head coach that has an offensive mind, having a better scheme in place, right? We have a better offensive line on paper. So they got to go out there and they got to perform.
Yeah,
I think he can only take the next step. Despite him performing the way he did his rookie year under the dysfunction, he's only going to take the next step.
Well, I think it is. Now I look at the Bears scenario, and I think we all thought, just about everybody in Chicago was like, okay, this is a great scenario. You got Keenan Allen in the building. You've got DJ Moore. You've got Rome Odunze. You've got this defense out there. You should be able to go out there and dominate. I wasn't as big on the DeAndre Swift move as some people were in the city, but I mean, like, even adding DeAndre Swift, you felt like, okay, you've got a little bit of a potent offense here that can go after it. It's just about if you have the competency of the coaches to go out there and stumble into some of these wins. And, I mean, as the season went on, I think you saw in the Bears situation, that just wasn't the case. Like, there were so many wins that it feels like were taken away from Caleb Williams that J-Mac, if you flip it, and I get it, you can do this with everything. But if you flip it, like, we're talking about Caleb Williams with probably the same numbers, but the outlook is just so different if you don't blunder the end of that Washington game. Mm-hmm. If you don't you sweep the Packers this year.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams in his rookie season could have swept the Packers. Do you know how we would be talking about this young man? Now, again, Matt Eberflus probably would still be here. Things would be different. I think just competency and the situation itself improving, even with everything we had last year, but from the coaching standpoint, to me, that does move the Bears' needle in the right direction. It moves my Caleb Williams needle in the right direction. And I think you look around the league at the other quarterbacks who thrived last season, and you feel good about why they did. It's why people feel good about where J.J. McCarthy is coming in at. Bo Nix has Sean Payton. We saw Bo Nix out there, and we're just like, yeah, that's a Sean Payton offense, and he's taught this young man how to execute it. That makes a lot of sense. When you watch Jaden Daniels last year and you watch the Commanders just about make every single move that we begged the Bears to make. And they end up going out there and going all the way to the NFC title game because of it. I think that the situation that Caleb Williams is in now matter. I still have him as the most talented guy in this draft. Now, he has to play on that. Right. He has to go out on the field and execute that. But I do still have him as the most talented guy in this draft. We want to hear from you as well. Call into the show, 312-332-3776. If you had to bet your house on one of these guys having the best career, who are you riding with?
You talking about? You want me to bet?
Yeah.
No,
I'm putting that J-Mac money
We're
out
just
there.
talking about quarterbacks. But no, I'm going to go back to, you look at, like you talked about.
Chappelle show, man. Oil.
We're betting in the news lately, too.
Yeah, you got to be careful with some of the betting going around. J-Mac, I don't. Did they?
You see how I diverted that question?
Yeah, we're going to point that away.
I don't know what you're talking about. Let's go back to Jaden Daniels, right? You brought up a good point, right? Being in the right situation to succeed. That's something that we've been talking about a lot, especially the first hour. We're talking about Caleb Williams and the moves that the Bears made, right? Jaden Daniels was set up because he had an offensive coordinator in Cliff Kingsbury that understand how to devise an offense based upon what Jaden Daniels brought to the table in terms of his skill set. So we saw a lot of things that Jaden Daniels did when he had success at LSU. You go back to when he had success when he was even at Arizona State.
Yeah.
You saw some of those concepts, right? We saw an offense that had a lot of college concepts. It looked like a college offense, right? A lot of moving parts, a lot of shifts, motions, a lot of RPOs, allowing Jaden Daniels to be effective with his legs, right? Let's put the ball in his hands. Let's let him be a playmaker. You know what I'm saying? So when you have a coaching staff that understands what they have under center and how to build game plans and create an infrastructure for him to be successful, where you get a good product. And that's what we saw from, we saw Bo Nix, you talked about Sean Payton, talk about Jaden Daniels, right? Drake May, we got a small sample size, but what we saw was he has the potential, like we talk about, to be really good. And Caleb Williams, right? We're so enamored of the fact that Caleb can really take that next step because of the dysfunction that he was in. You know what I mean? In terms of coaching staff, the structure, whether or not he was being, taught how to develop properly in terms of watching film and being held accountable at practice. All those things, like, we don't know. All those things are question marks. But the one thing that's not a question mark is the way he performed his rookie year, despite the dysfunction.
Let me ask you this, because I think that you said something very key there, and we've seen it play out throughout the league at the quarterback position. But I think just in sports in general, at the professional level, how important is it for a coach to come in and essentially build around the fixture of whatever it is on that player? So Ben Johnson coming in, you saw Jaden Daniels. They literally were like, we're going to call our offense based on what you do well. You look at Bo Nix. Bo Nix running a Sean Payton offense, but Sean didn't ask him to do more than what he was capable and talent-wise of being able to do at this level. I think about you guys' team. That team was built around Thomas Jones at the running back position. On the defensive side, I think you can say the same thing about we're going to draft our players based on everything that Brian Urlacher can do. How big is it to have a coach come in and say, I'm not going to tell you to adjust to what I do. We're going to adjust to what you do.
Yeah, it's huge. That's what coaching is, right? You've got to be able to evolve as a head coach. You have to have the mindset and the humility to be able to learn as a head coach, right?
Yeah.
Just because you're a head coach don't mean you know everything about football. It doesn't mean you've arrived. You've got to continue learning. I'm a head coach, and I'm always trying to find ways to make sure that my team has a competitive edge over our opponents, over our conference, over all the teams in the state. Same thing at the NFL level, right? How do I continue to get better as a head coach to make sure that we're productive, to make sure that we're trending in the right direction? Same thing with Ben Johnson, right? I've got to understand my players. I got to understand their limitations, and I got to understand their, the things that they're good at, and then devise, my game plan, my practice plan towards those things. And the things they're not good at, I've got to have good coaches, position coaches that are good teachers and developers, because just because I have a receiver that is not really good at running a post route or a bang eight, well, I've got to make sure that I have a teacher, a position coach like Antoine Randall that can actually develop him into doing that, because right, because he may be counted. We may have to call him. He may be called upon to run that route. At some point this season. But the main thing, a coach is the teacher. A coach is the developer. And they have to approach everything that way, because just because these guys are in the NFL doesn't mean like they're good at everything. Guys are going to have limitations. That's why some guys are, drafted in the 6th round. Some guys are undrafted because, they have the ability to play in the NFL, but there's still work to be done. Even the 1st-round guys like Caleb Williams, there's still work to be done from a standpoint of him being an elite quarterback. And that's why you have a guy. That's why the Bears brought in a guy who's an elite play caller, who they feel can bring in their pieces around him in terms of his coaching staff to be elite developers and really get the best out of Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I think you saw that in a ton of the situations last season, especially with Jaden and with Bo, and hopefully we see some more of that here with Caleb Williams. All right, 1:35, we got the lunch rush coming up in 5 minutes, so we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the lunch rush on the docket, and then I do want to talk a little bit of Chicago Bulls with you, J-Mac.
Let's do it.
We are still on Giddy Watch, and what happens if Josh Giddey isn't the pearl that Arturas Karnisovas is going after? We'll see. We'll talk about that. Pat the Designer, Jason McKee in for Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back in 5 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Hey, it's Yurko. I'm here with Mitch Lyons, owner of Mitch Lyons Wealth. He's here to protect and optimize your retirement funds. What are some of the great football metaphors that apply to retirement planning?
Oh, man, there's so much that I apply to my career in helping people. Game plan, right? You got to have your best game plan to hit your goals. Retirement red zone, we talk about a lot as far as when you get into that area, approaching retirement or in retirement, the game changes just like it does on a football field. You don't want to take on unnecessary risk, and you really got to change your game plan at that point.
What's one thing you wish everybody knew about preparing for retirement?
I think the biggest thing is people don't need to take on the risk that they think they need to. You don't have to, and quite frankly, you don't want to when you're in retirement. You protect what you have and optimize through income strategies that we have available.
How can listeners get in touch with Mitch Lyons Wealth for a free consultation?
Call 866-857-8335. There's nothing to buy. There's nothing to lose. Call today to see if you can better protect and optimize your retirement. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Are you going to do something today?
Yes, I am.
And what exactly might that be?
My plan is to sit here and enjoy our amazing new patio set from Steinhoffel's.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale is going on now. Take 10% off store-wide, plus an extra $100 off every $999 you spend. But don't wait too long because this sale ends soon.
Now, would you be a sweetheart and get me another lemonade? I have to stay hydrated.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale, going on now.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This summer, the Roar returns to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix takes over July 28th through August 3rd. The ultimate offshore high-speed power boat races on Lake Michigan, boat parade, block parties, live music, and more. Make the short drive and feel miles away. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. Charlie?
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Yurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We're going to keep it rolling on here. Pat the Designer, Jason McKee in for Carmen and Yurko. Talked a lot of Bears football today. Had a lot of fun, a lot of good calls from the callers. Very exciting afternoon, start to the afternoon. We're going to keep that going here with the lunch rush. Oh, yeah, that's that music right there. Lou Kavinsky. You know about Lou Kavinsky? You know Kavinsky?
No, I don't.
No, you don't? That's okay.
No.
I saw this in
I'm surprised you knew.
I saw this in like a TikTok video, and I right away I was just it triggered something.
Did you just
inside
start
of me.
reading national topics?
Yeah, exactly. I just opened Pro Football Talk like instantly.
Charlie, what do we got on the lunch rush today, my
All right,
friend?
boy. Well, actually, I just wanted to start with like kind of a dumb guy question for J-Mac.
Oh boy,
what's it like to truck somebody? Like, how cool does that feel when you truck somebody?
Man, you know what? It's either you got to protect yourself, right?
I'm sure it hurts a little bit.
You got to be the hammer or the nail. That's what we were taught. As running backs, that's what our running back coach taught us: be the hammer or the nail, right? And hey, look, I don't want to get trucked. I got to go in and watch the film as a team.
Yeah.
I got to go in and watch it as a position group. And you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. Trust me, I've lost some where I've got decleated.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But as long as you dish out more than than you receive, then
Who's the Rams player whose head you took off?
I don't even remember.
Dang,
but you know
he
what?
wasn't even worth remembering.
But here's the thing, though. When you get an opportunity, those DBs, right, they're smaller than you.
That's kind of what I'm asking. Like, how excited do you get?
Well, it feels good, man. It's exciting. Like, it ignites the team. Guys go crazy on the sideline. It can ignite an offensive drive, especially when the team's stalling. So it's fun, man. You see when running backs truck defenders, like, everybody goes crazy. And vice versa. When you see a defender just decleat a receiver or running back, the same thing happens. So it's football, man. It's a physical game. And anytime you have an opportunity to put things like that in your highlight tape, it's definitely it's fun. Especially when you get to rewatch it over and over again.
Hey,
it's pretty
J-Mac,
cool.
tell him. He shouldn't have been there.
Hey, man. Sometimes they're going to try. They always try to go low and, go shoelace high, like we like to say. They want to take your legs out because, you weigh more than them. But when they try you and they want to try to hit you up top, well, you got to let them know it ain't happening. You got to make sure you put it on tape so that way your opponent the following week knows that, hey, I'm not going up high to try to tackle this guy.
Yeah, every time I see it on Sunday, I'm like, I wouldn't even be able to sleep that night because I just feel so awesome.
I just looked the play up, number 20 from the Rams. He may still be on the field.
Yeah, man. Good stuff.
Let's go to some of the Bears rumor mill because it's always churning. TJ Watt, it kind of seems like there's a little bit of a, disagreement going on.
I want my money.
He ain't going nowhere.
Kind of taking care of other people, taking care of Aaron Rodgers, taking care of Jalen Ramsey, not taking care of TJ Watt.
Took care of Jalen Ramsey immediately.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look.
What? Let's just say hypothetically, like, Myles Garrett was obviously the big talk for a while until he got his extension. Ultimately, like, we all know that it's going to end the same way. But there are a lot of people who were willing to trade 2 first-round picks, potentially even 3, to go get Myles Garrett. Would you be willing to pay a similar price to go get a player like TJ Watt?
No, only because the injuries have already been there. Myles Garrett is a fairly healthy, like, he is a specimen.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, I feel like the injuries have been there with TJ Watt. And yes, he did finish the season last year, and he played all 17, but you could tell by what the last 5 games of the season, TJ Watt was not TJ Watt still.
Yeah, I don't see him going anywhere. I think they're going to come to an agreement. I mean, you're going to pay for sacks. He's got 108 sacks in his career.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's I think I wrote down it's 5.5 more than Myles Garrett that he has.
Yeah.
So he's going to get paid. I don't see TJ Watt going anywhere. I think he's going to continue being one of the keys to that defense. And I think Pittsburgh's going to do the right thing and pay that guy.
All right, so the Bears defensive backs room, at least 3 pieces of that room, Kyler Gordon, Jalen Johnson, and Jaquan Brisker were all working out together in Nevada. No Tyreek Stevenson, but, like, whatever. I'm not going to not point it out, but I am curious. It got me thinking about the similarity in age of all those guys. I feel like we look at Jalen Johnson and we see he's been here. He's the only guy, basically, that Ryan Pace drafted who's still here. But he's only 26. He's working out with Kyler Gordon and Jaquan Brisker, who obviously came in the first year under Ryan Poles. How good for how long do you think this defensive backs room can be?
Oh, man. I mean, listen, if Jaquan Brisker is healthy, and me and J-Mac have talked about this on the podcast, the Tap In Chicago Bears podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. I think Jaquan Brisker is not talked about enough with how much he actually means to this Bears defense. I think very similar to who y'all had, I think he's the Mike Brown of this defense. And the reason that I say that is because we all talk about, kind of the fall off that we saw last year in the run game when for some reason I can't think of who the nose tackle got injured last. Andrew Billings.
Yeah, Billings.
When Andrew Billings got injured last season. I think the fall off really came when you lost Jaquan Brisker in that defense. I think he's massively important. That to me alone lets me think that this DB room could be really good for a really long time. On top of that, I think Jalen Johnson is, if not the best, he's the best cover corner in the NFL right now.
Yeah, and I think when you look at this defensive back room, we're talking about those three guys in particular. You look at Kyler and Jaquan, right? They can do a lot of things, right? We see Kyler, he's effective. They would blitz Kyler a lot.
Yeah.
He can get home to the quarterback. Jaquan, the same thing. He's in the box. He's involved in the run game. Bring a lot of versatility to a defense. You talk about Jalen Johnson. We know what he's going to do. He's always making plays. And this year, I think, with the scheme change, we're going to see a lot more man coverage. And it's going to get better as well because now you have a position coach in the building of Al Harris, who had a lot of success playing the same position in this league, but can also help develop those guys even more despite the talent that they have already.
I think you got to say it, right? You got the best cover corner in the NFL, in my opinion. If he's not one, he's two.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the best slot corner in the NFL, and you've got a top 10 safety when healthy. That's a great group right there.
All right, some weird news coming. I mean, we mentioned it earlier with the gambling stuff, but Cleveland Guardians pitcher Luis Ortiz is under investigation in an MLB gambling probe. This is on the heels of the Malik Beasley situation in the NBA. I mean, I'm kind of at a point where this is just sort of the new reality, and every so often we're just going to have a player get busted for this and just keep it moving.
Why are we – this is just being dumb. This is just being incredibly dumb. I think the NBA is worse because it's literally bet me.
Yeah.
That's just – this is
it's
just stupid.
Like if I was betting Pat to get 5 rebounds a game, I'm going the under for sure, and I'm betting.
Hey, listen, and I'm here with you on that. But I would try to get 5 rebounds. What we've seen is kind of a Jonte Porter situation where these guys don't, they're like, okay, bet my unders. And then they just stop playing. I'm not going to lie to you. There was a play last season where Malik Beasley literally just didn't move defensively on the last play of the game, and the under hit. He literally just stood there with his arms out in a defensive position, and I think it was Cam Thomas from the Brooklyn Nets dribbled right past him, pulled up, bucket, his under hit.
Yeah.
It's at least look good when you're lying about it.
It's going to continue, like Charlie's saying, it's going to continue being a problem, right? Because there's all these gambling apps, they're popping up left and right. So, and it's readily available. Guys are going to continue placing bets, try to get away with it, especially they can impact the game now,
yeah,
like you're saying.
Charlie, I think the bigger story is that Terry Rozier was so trash that they believed that he was gambling. He was so bad last year.
That's a good point. Because I was thinking about it earlier. It kind of seems like whenever they open one of these up that it's pretty much going to lead to something. How would you like to be the guy who like you're saying, no, guys, I'm not gambling. I'm just this not good.
Bro, he was so bad. The FBI knocked on his door.
That's bad.
It was like, there is no way you are throwing basketballs over the rim.
The only way you are this
bad.
bad is if you are intentionally trying to be. Surely.
I saw that when it was like Terry Rozier exonerated. I died laughing.
That's bad.
I died laughing.
That's got to be the biggest insult ever.
Oh man, that's
got to be.
That's bad.
Hey, you had to be gambling. I'm not gambling. I'm just falling off.
Yeah, that's bad.
He's made more money than I'll ever make. Charlie, what you got?
All right, some kind of White Sox, but I kind of want to ask about it in a more general sense. So Clint Frazier was on the White Sox for about a year, and he was on the 2023 team that really was sort of the biggest flop. Here is him talking about that experience.
When I got there, I just specifically remember being told, a staff member being like, we got a lot of superstars that don't want to act like superstars. And he's like, I need you to bring some energy because these guys do not hustle. They don't try hard. Dude, I saw what looked to be 8 different season-ending injuries to the naked eye. All for them to go to the hospital, get diagnosed, and not even a bruise. And it was just these guys didn't want to play. They didn't want to do stuff. I was like, this is crazy. Challenging the people that were in charge was all I saw.
Wow.
Pat, as a Sox fan, J-Mac as a former professional athlete, what are your reactions when you hear something like that?
When I heard this, first thing that popped up in my mind was, got to be talking about a Yasmani Grandal here. We got to be talking about an Eloy Jimenez.
I think those are the two names that popped up to everybody at first.
But it's just, you can get to a point where in anything you do, you take it for granted.
Mm-hmm.
That is a bunch of spoiled athletes. And I don't say that lightly. Like, that is what that is, where you're taking for granted your position in a sport and that you play a game that, 1% of the population can actually play? Like, I hate to hear that about this team, and I'm not surprised by it in the slightest.
Yeah, I think it goes back to the hierarchy. You know, you're allowing this to happen. If you give players enough rope, they want to be Cowboys. So they're going to go out there and you're going to let them do it. They're going to do it. Like
that saying.
I'm just saying the accountability, the level of accountability. And I can only go back to when we played. Like, if you were injured, if you had that red practice jersey on, guys are looking at you sideways and would say something like, "Oh, you're not practicing today?" And it was so embarrassing that even if you physically couldn't practice, you wanted to be out there for your guys because you knew that someone's going to be saying that guys are going to be looking at you. Even your position coach, like, "Oh, you're not practicing today?" Well, I got a high ankle sprain. You're still not going to attempt to practice today?
Yeah.
So it's just different. The cultures and the standards or the expectations are different for all teams. And, you see the really good teams that have that down to a science, they're successful.
Yeah.
The really bad teams, you hear things like that.
That was an insane thing.
I think what stood out to me most was saying a team full of superstars. Who on that team was the superstars that was...
They all had
talent. Are we talking about
though.
Yasmani Grandal?
I mean,
superstar?
well,
Come
absolutely
on.
not Yas.
No.
But they all had talent, though. I mean, like that you couldn't deny. They were incredibly talented.
Eloy looked like a guy who could have led baseball and home runs
every year. Remember Eloy? I remember Eloy coming back from injury, and it was just like, yeah, I stuck my bat out there, and the ball flew 500 feet. Like, there was so much talent there where you could have been a superstar, and I just don't think that you had the mentality on that team that wanted it. I think they took it for granted.
Thanks, Cubs.
Yeah, what a time. What a time to be alive. That's all we got, Charlie.
That is the Lunch Rush.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Lunch Rush. Pat the Designer, Jason McKee in for Carmen and Yurko. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back right after this.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Wednesday night, in front of over 53,000 at Dodger Stadium, the Sox had the Dodgers up against the ropes, leading 4-2 in the ninth before LA scored 3. The winning blow, a 2-out game-ending single by Freddie Freeman. It was a milestone night for Clayton Kershaw, who picked up his 3,000th career strikeout on the final pitch of his outing in the 6th inning. Austin Slater tripled and homered for the Sox, who now try to salvage the series finale tonight. Sox fans head to the ballpark next Thursday, July 10th for Yacht Rock Night as the Sox take on the Cleveland Guardians at 6:40 p.m. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will receive a boat captain hat presented by City Cruises. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard the good kid right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Hey, it's the good kid. Let me tell you, playing pro football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Pat, the designer, Jason McKee filling in today. Had a lot of Bears talk today, J-Mac. A lot of callers calling in about the Bears. It's been a lot of Bears talk for a July 3rd, would you say?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that, baby. We're
taking shots.
That's the Chicago Bears podcast.
You're taking shots, indirect shots at somebody?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
I don't know what you're talking about. Let's talk a little Bulls, though, J-Mac. Stop, Bulls. Listen, the Chicago Bulls are still on Giddey watch. There's a lot of conversation around the Josh Giddey contract. What's it going to be? How much is he going to get? There's really nobody else that can pay Josh Giddey to anywhere near where the Bulls are at. And so a lot of Bulls fans are looking at this and saying, oh, well, why are we waiting? Let's get this done. And a name popped up yesterday that I thought was very, very out of left field that could be connected to the Chicago Bulls. And the focus possibly being on the Bulls maybe shifting to Quentin Grimes if the Josh Giddey situation didn't work out. Now, I think that there's not a lot of options for you if you're the Bulls. There's not a lot of options for you if you're Josh Giddey. I think that you're living in this world where there is a marriage kind of made in heaven here, if you want to call it that. But where this Bulls team is at right now, can they afford to let Josh Giddey just walk away into restricted free agency and kind of just live with the Caruso trade being what it was? We tried it out for a year. It is what it is. We're going to move on. We're going to go a different direction. Because I think you got to have the conversation on, if you don't feel good about Giddey at $30 million, is it the right move not to sign him for $30 million?
Yeah, and it's a matter of when you look at the conference, right? How are they going to continue to be competitive, right? You look at teams that have been competitive in that conference, right? You look at the Knicks. They just got a new coach in Mike Brown, right? Some people say it's Thibodeau was letting him go was a bad move based upon the season that the Knicks had, right? But is Mike Brown really a step up, or he's just another guy that's just filling that role? And my question for you is, when you look at the Bulls roster right now in terms of guards, do you feel like you have to have Giddey?
I think you have to have him in the conversation of making the Alex Caruso trade work. But I think teams that live in that realm of we have to make something happen because this is what we did usually end up being shot in the foot, right? It's usually one of those things that ends up biting you in the butt. And I'm not saying that. I think that Josh Giddey
is fine for this Bulls team. He's going to go out there. He's going to get you assists. Maybe the scoring stays at the level it was. That's how he plays when he's over in Australia, and I think that's something that you can have a conversation around. But the one thing that we've seen Acme do on a consistent basis is try and fix his mistakes and compound mistakes by trying to fix his mistakes and compound more mistakes by trying to fix his mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be a cycle with him. So I would say if you feel like Josh Giddey is not the answer, if you feel like Kobe White may be the answer as our starting point guard moving forward, or Ayo Dosunmu may be the answer, or you just re-sign Trey Jones, that's the answer. Overpaying for Josh Giddey, if it isn't overpaying your mind, I could see the Bulls making that pivot. It seems like it's a very different. This offseason seems like the mindset is kind of shifting to, okay, we got something here in this Matas Buzelis kid. Let's try and put as much as we can into him, and as long as we got him, we may be okay here. I don't know if – now, I'm not saying that Josh Giddey doesn't get signed, but I don't know if Josh Giddey is as high of a priority as it may be for Bulls fans who are saying, looking at the Alex Caruso trade and saying, well, you got to sign him because of that.
Yeah. And I see it. I mean, you got a young, talented player who's been productive, who can actually help you continue to be competitive or to be competitive in the Eastern Conference. But you mentioned Quentin Grimes, right? What about him if they did – not sign Josh Giddey and they made that pivot and him being a possibility? What about his game do you think that fits well within this roster but fits well within the system?
I'll position it this way. When you look at a guy like Quentin Grimes who comes in, if he were to come to the Bulls, and Mark Stein was the one who dropped this in the Steinline newsletter, that, kind of the potential of him coming in and making less than Giddey, being $16 million. And you could possibly do this by waiving some players and opening up a spot as well. What Quentin Grimes does well, Quentin Grimes had a stroke on that, does well, every time a coach says you get more shots, he scores more. It's not there is a correlation of, hey, you take 7 shots in this game. That's all you're getting. Okay, I'm going to give you 11 points. Hey, you're only getting 4 shots, but we need you defensively. Bet, I got you for 7 points. Hey, we're going to give you 16 shots, which is what he finished out with in Philadelphia. All of a sudden, he's a 21-point-per-game guy. Those are the kind of guys where it's like, what we're asking of you, you can deliver, and we can count on that. It doesn't mean Quentin Grimes is going to turn into some superstar. Doesn't mean that he's going to be this dominant player, this elite scorer at the NBA level. But what it does mean is that every single game I can go into, I can count on you to give me your production. And I think that's what the Bulls don't have enough of right now. There's nobody on this team right now that I feel comfortable with every single night in and night out, at least as of yet, that I say, I know I can count on you for 20.
Yeah, there's the efficiency, being consistent.
Yeah.
Right, and being that role player where we know, hey, when this guy's in the lineup, he's going to give us exactly what you said. He's going to give us some buckets. He's going to play good defense when we need him to play good defense. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That's something that you'd want to add, to any roster.
Yeah, and the big thing right now is just – I guess this would be the question to you, the Bulls fans out there. If you want to call in 312-332-3776. We got about 30 minutes left in the show before we do crosstalk with Jesse Rogers and Chris Bleck at 3. So stay tapped in here as they will take you all the way to 6:30 for the network show for White Sox pregame. But if you right now are a Bulls fan who feels like you're on the edge about Josh Giddey, he can stay if you want to. He doesn't have to. Is that the right move for the Chicago Bulls to make? $30 million it's not a small commitment. And you're talking about signing him possibly, we've seen it reported from Mark Stein as well, 5 years, $150 million. That's an investment in a player that has a ton, that you have to have a ton of belief that he's going to be a part of your future.
Yeah, you feel like he's one of the key pieces, like you said.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. I think that, would you think the longer they're waiting, right, what is that telling you?
Right now, I know Bulls fans. Listen. I know we don't like to say this. AK might be doing some good GMing. If there's only a couple of teams that you can go get money from, and I send you to go get your price, and you come back to me and you say this is the price they're at, and you go, okay, well, this is the price we're at, and we're willing to bring you back on. That's good GMing. We may not like it. You may not like the optics of it, but that is good GMing. And I think that to me is something that if you're a Bulls fan, there's not much from Acme that you can hang your hat on. That's one thing that I think that you can hang your hat on, that right now I actually think that he's handling this Giddey situation well. Maybe I'm in the minority in that, which I probably am, but I actually think he is handling this Giddey situation well. Hey, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side of this. Call into the show, 312-332-3776. We're going to talk a little bit more Bulls, and I want to give a shout-out to all the people who got to work today. If you're listening to us, are you at the gig right now? Do you need to vent? Call into the show. I've been there. Y'all know I came from the blue-collar life. I've been there where you got to vent. And I want to ask a question to you as well. We'll talk about that and more coming up next on the show. Pat the Designer, Jason McKee, in for Carmen and Yurko.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, the most experienced FUE hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. My patients are men, women, young and old, with all hair types. I lost my hair in my 20s. I tried everything. I know what works for each individual, and when you see me, you will have exceptional natural results. I know you have many choices, but go where all the doctors go for hair restoration, where experience and expertise matters, not just the bottom line. Visit DrYatesHairScience.com.
Are you going to do something today?
Yes, I am.
And what exactly might that be?
My plan is to sit here and enjoy our amazing new patio set from Steinhoffel's.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale is going on now. Take 10% off store-wide, plus an extra $100 off every $999 you spend. But don't wait too long, because this sale ends soon.
Now, would you be a sweetheart and get me another lemonade? I have to stay hydrated.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale, going on now.
Chicago's ESPN 1000 is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Pat the Designer, Jason McKee, back at it. Filling in for Carmen and Yurko today. Got crosstalk coming up in about 27 minutes. Jesse Rogers, Chris Bleck will be joining us for that. Can't wait to talk to the boys, get their thoughts on everything going on in the wide world of sports today. I really want to ask Jesse about the Cubs. I'm not gonna lie to you. I want to get his thoughts on, like, where does he think they will actually go out there and buy pitching this year? As somebody who's watched the Cubs the last couple of years, I don't think they're going to go out and add pitching to this team. I think they're going to be like, we're fine. We're good. We're good.
We ain't spinning. We ain't spinning.
Listen, maybe it's just me. But I've seen this the last couple of years. I know I'm in the minority here. Joe on the south side calling in. Joe wants to talk a little Bulls. Joe, what's going on, man?
Oh, hey, how you guys doing?
How you feeling, Joe?
Holiday.
Hey, happy holiday, Joe.
I'm pretty fine. The thing is I keep hearing you talk about Giddey and the Bulls organization, is that just look at the roster that they have. The whole roster is just a mediocre type roster. Why do you think is that Giddey gonna bring a championship? Giddey ain't gonna bring no championship. Why ain't gonna bring no championship? They have not put together the pieces that's necessary to make a championship.
Yeah.
The Bulls organization is satisfied long as they can fill up that stadium. And that stadium primarily is going to be full until the Bulls fans make a decision that they will not accept mediocre.
Yeah.
I have to say this. You talk about giving Giddy anything. What the hell is Giddy? He's like a name out of a cartoon character. He didn't really do nothing special. You talk about losing Caruso.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, Caruso didn't necessarily spot nothing special because they were able to let him go.
Well, he did just go out there. He did just go out there and was very pivotal in winning the championship, Joe.
Hey, the thing about it is that he didn't win no championship.
You got to be a piece. You got to be a piece, Joe.
He was a good role.
You got to be a piece.
Yeah. Hey, listen, he is one piece, and he was coming off the bench. He didn't make sixth player of the year now.
Look
Caruso's an all right ball player.
Yeah.
If he was so great, the Lakers would have kept him, but never let him go to Chicago.
They regretted that a little bit. Thanks for calling in, Joe. Appreciate
That's
the
a good
support.
call. I mean, looking at the roster,
the love. Hey, Joe went in. Was that my uncle?
That's what I'm saying. Like
Caruso
Joe
on Fraud Watch.
Right.
Didn't it sound like
everybody loves Caruso?
Didn't it sound like Joe was on his front porch, like just chilling? Just like, you know what I mean?
Joe's listening to us on a legit radio.
Yeah, but look at it. Like, when you look at the roster, right? And I don't know, like, just kind of listening to Joe, like, what I'm getting is feedback from that is, like, who are they building around? Like, who's that true difference maker on that roster?
I think they believe. Now, it has to
That's
pan
why I'm
out.
asking you.
Again, it has to pan out.
You're Mr. Bull. I'm not a Bulls fan.
The moves that they have made this offseason to retain Trey Jones, to go out and trade for Isaac Okoro, basically just be consistent defense on the court. To me, and even when you see how and Casey Johnson said this the other day, when you see who's on the everything with social media, who's meeting the rookies, who's taking guys around Chicago, it's Modest Buzelis. I think their hope and their belief is that Modest Buzelis takes a big step this year and he becomes somebody that you can build around.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's their hope. But that's what I mean. Like, who are you? Like, who's the key piece? Who are we building this thing around? Like, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I think to me, like, your hope is if you're AK, one, Modest kind of fixes the P. Will blunder that has come from this after you watched a NBA Finals that had multiple players that you passed on in it to go out there and, compete for an NBA championship. I think that Modest kind of gives you that hope that he can be that next guy that gets you there. And I think also you have to think about this too. The Bulls are going to be one of the few teams with continuity. Now, this does not mean that continuity is a bad word here in Chicago. It doesn't mean that I think that this team is all of a sudden going to make this massive run. But where the Eastern Conference is next season, J-Mac, I mean, you look at the East overall, it is not strong. You've got Damian Lillard, who just got waived. Now, the Bucks did go out and had Miles Turner, but you got Damian Lillard, who just got waived, who is not going to be playing basketball probably. You've got Jason Tatum, who's not going to be playing basketball. You've got Tyrese Halliburton, who just went to an NBA Finals, who's not going to be playing basketball next year. Like, this is a very different Eastern Conference. I think the Knicks have a real shot at being competitive next season yet again. And I know a lot of people look at, the lateral move that maybe it is to go Mike Brown over Tom Thibodeau. But if you felt like the work that Thibs was putting on the players is what ended up slowing you down and having them gassed in the final moments of the game, that's what kept you from going to the finals, maybe Mike Brown is the right move for that team. So, like, the Eastern Conference next season could be one where we are talking about the Bulls as a playoff team because they're all used to playing with each other, because Modest Buzelis takes a step, because you bring Josh Giddey back. You could be talking about this team starting to take those steps. Now, I do agree with Joe when he said, hey, is this a championship team or is this a championship team? You're not going to be a championship team as of yet.
But that doesn't mean you don't have to have a team full of superstars. You got to have a team full of guys that are solid role players, but they step up when that moment presents itself and fulfill that role. You know what I'm saying? You got to have, like you said, continuity, a word we throw around a lot. Yes, but you got to have the continuity to understand that, hey, you know what? With my starting fives out there, we may not have the best starting five, but I know they're going to go out there and they're going to play at a high level, especially in critical situations and moments, because we're built that way and because we have that pedigree that's that stems down from your head coach. But we have that pedigree. But we also have those type of role players that can succeed in those type of situations.
Yeah, I think that if the Bulls can find a way to get the most out of a guy like Modest, and you bring back that continuity. This may be a tough take, and call in if you think that you'll never get here. 312-332-3776. Path of Designer Jason McKee in for Carmen and Yurko here. There may come a point where you have to double back on some of the AK hate you've given and say, it worked.
Yeah.
I didn't like how your plan went, but it worked. And I think that's what happened in Denver. You role player after role player after role player after role player. Superstar in the second round.
Yeah.
It worked. You had to take the patient approach. The patient approach sucks. Bulls or sports fans want it quickly.
Yeah, everything in all sports. I mean, it's you got to win now. It's happening in all sports. You got to win now.
Like, are you shocked by kind of where that's gone? Like, you were under a coach who had a ton of years to
We'll just look at college sports, right? Let's talk about college football, NIL, right? It's changing the game. College coaches, they're taking guys from a lower level divisions instead of high school players because they know, hey, this high school kid I got to bring in and I got to develop him for a year or two before he can
don't have that time.
Before he can be productive on the field.
Yeah.
I'm going to have that time. I'm going to have a 2 or 3 year window. So I need NIL money so that way I can go and pluck guys that may be on Division II teams, Division I AA teams, but have talent and played a lot of football that can come in here and contribute at a high level on my team and help us win. It's about instant gratification. It's about instant success.
Yeah.
And if you're not winning right now, then you're going to get replaced.
I think that's so surprising because what we grew up with, and I think it's funny kind of how irritated we are with it. What we grew up with is what AK is doing.
Mm-hmm.
You grew up with holding on to Marcus Pfizer way too long, or keeping a rookie. It used to be unheard of for you to give up on a rookie after his rookie contract was up.
Because the worst thing, just imagine, the worst thing is a GM. You draft a guy, right, and he may not be. He has the potential to be what you want him to be, and he may not live up to that potential for those first 2 or 3 years. You let him go, and then all of a sudden, bam, he understands it.
Yeah,
he starts understanding. Okay, this is what I was drafted for. He starts understanding the game. He's finally developed the right way, but he's not on your team. That's the worst thing to see as a GM. Somebody else, him being on somebody else's team flourishing, and you drafted him for those reasons, but he's not on your roster right now.
Yeah, even that I almost feel like you could take a chance with.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Even that I kind of look at it, not to say that I think you should take a chance with it, but some of the pieces that you have right now, if they left and if Patrick Williams leaves and develops, that's not a big deal for me. Charlie, yes.
Well, to the Denver point, I just think if their plan is to hope and pray that they get a multiple-time MVP in the second round, that to me is not a plan. Then you're you're just hoping that you are one of the lucky teams that stumbles into an elite player. To me, that is that's great for Denver. I think Denver would have told you when they drafted Jokic, hey, we didn't think we were getting this. I think Milwaukee would have told you when they drafted Giannis, look, we were just taking a guy who's measurable as we liked.
Yeah.
So to me, and it worked out that those guys happen to be MVP level players. But to me, if you're just hoping that these scratch off lottery tickets you have, if that's your financial plan at home, right? You don't really have much of a financial plan. Right. If that's what AK's hope is, then I get where he's coming from because he's from Denver and he saw the Jokic thing. But I think to take credit for that or to say that, hey, I can do this again, I think he's just asking for a lot because, yes, there is Jokic. There's also the 28 guys every year that go in the second round that don't really do anything in the NBA.
100%. I'm not saying that it's the best game plan to go with here, Charlie. I would rather you go out. What wins in the NBA? 10-year span, superstars.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather you go out. If a Kevin Durant's available, go get Kevin Durant. If a Ja Morant, maybe not Ja Morant. I don't know if we want to bring Ja to Chicago. But if there's a top tier player, if a Luka's available, whoever that is, you go get that guy. To me, it doesn't matter what it costs because then you build around him, and it's a lot easier to build around the dude that's going to consistently give you 35 a night.
Yeah, just like you said, having that bona fide superstar, I think, gives you direction on how we want this thing to look.
Yeah.
And what type of role players that we want to bring around our superstar based upon the way he plays.
And to the Denver point, Charlie, I think that is exactly his plan, because you think about Denver. If I'm not mistaken, Denver hasn't been a sub-30 win team since 2002, where they took Carmelo Anthony 2003, and they have been trying to build a competitive team. I'm air quoting for the radio listeners. Every year over year. Some of those seasons are 34 wins. Some of those seasons are 48 wins. those big Will Bynum teams back in the day there, Charlie. I think that is kind of where you unfortunately find yourself with AK at the helm right now.
That just gives me concern then, because you're right. You're right that they've managed to do it, but the reason they managed to do it is because of how, and I don't mean this pejoratively, this is just how the NBA draft works. They got lucky getting Nikola Jokic, and he turned into what he turned into. They got lucky because not everybody saw what they were able to see or develop in whatever he had. I just say, Oklahoma City had their low stretch when they were, but even then they traded for SGA. Mm-hmm. So
you kind of knew that right away.
And so the hard thing too is it's hard to extrapolate what teams really benefited from a really hard tank.
Yeah.
Because the ones that do it are already terrible organizations. It's like Charlotte and Sacramento. Those are teams that are perpetually drafting towards the bottom and will tell you we're trying to bottom out, we're trying to tank. The problem is they're just bad organizations in general who don't have a vision. So it's hard to come up with the example of a team that hit the bottom and bounced right back up without something like Oklahoma City.
I'll tell you this, and I've done the research on this. I've gone as far back as I can. Teams that actively tanked have never won a championship. In the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
I think NFL is a very different situation. But teams that have actively tanked, their goal is we're going to suck this year, they've never won an NBA championship.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't happen. If you want to kind of count OKC in that, yes, OKC tanked, but they traded for the best player on their team.
It was also a 1 or 2 year thing for them. They weren't trying to, because even when they brought in SGA, they also traded for Chris Paul.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And said hey, we'll trade you. And he was no, I want to play for this team, and that team ended up almost. I think they got to 7.
They should have beat the Rockets if SGA was a third-year player, I think he was. If he just noticed Steven Adams under the bucket wide open,
I think Lou Dort had a late turnover in that game.
Yeah, and that was just literally Lou Dort, undrafted, undrafted draft pick, right? A free agent, undrafted free agent. You bring him in, that wasn't really a tank. You built your team off of, there's a couple pieces that you lost for, but you built your team to be competitive.
So, you drafted Jalen Williams and Chet in the same year, right? And Chet was a third pick.
Yeah.
But Jalen Williams is also the 10th or 11th pick. So, who knows? Maybe Asenge is the exact same way.
But I mean, it's still, even with that, a lot of it's still a crapshoot.
Exactly.
You just don't know
the draft is a crapshoot.
Yeah, I mean, all drafts. I mean, he can be the superstar in college, but we all know, does the game translate? Does it translate to the hardwood? Does it translate to the grass? Does it translate in hockey? You just don't know.
Yeah.
And that's why I think, you go back and look at it the coaching is so important, because a player can have all the talent in the world, right? But when you move up a level and you're playing with guys that have the same, high-level skill set that you have, it's the coaches that really have to make sure they're doing a good job of developing these players, no matter what sport you're playing, to make sure that you achieve, the potential that you have coming out.
The other, as far as the draft crapshoot goes, I agree with you, and that's why it frustrates me to hear Joe Dumars say we were trying to trade with everybody from 9 to 12. Because my philosophy, this is in the NFL, this is in the NBA. More picks is you want more picks. It doesn't really matter how what level they are. I'd rather have a lot of picks inside the top 50 in the NFL than one pick inside the top 10. That's where I get frustrated with the Bulls is okay, even if we're going to sign up for, this idea that the draft is a crapshoot, well, you should get yourself more draft picks to do that. And it seems like they just said no to that.
Yeah, and Charlie, they've said no to it all. I mean, if you've counted up all the confirmed deals that have been offered to the Chicago Bulls for Kobe White, for Zach LaVine,
for
Lonzo Ball, and for Alex Caruso, they have passed on, brace yourself, Bulls fans, 10 first-round picks. You could have had 4 in this draft alone. You could have had 4 first round picks in this draft
mind blowing
alone.
when you put it that
They don't
way.
want first round picks.
That's mind blowing. Like that's yeah.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, that's mind blowing.
So I don't know what the game plan is. I think it is kind of what we've described. I just think at the end of the day, you're in a position right now where it's AK doesn't seem like he's going anywhere. Mark Eversley doesn't seem like he's going anywhere. They have all the time in the world. Your hope, if you're a Bulls fan right now, is that Modest Buzelis hits. But we're going to take a quick break before we get up out of here. We got Crosstalk coming up at 2:30 with Jesse Rogers and Chris Bleck, so stay tapped in here. I got one more question I want to ask you guys when we get back on the other side. How did we do? How did we do? I very rarely do you get the fill-in of Pat the Designer and Jason McKee. How do we do?
You want us to grade ourselves?
Grade ourselves. Let's do it. How do we do it? We get Charlie. We get Hannah in on this. Like, how do we do? Especially as a fill-in. I was the blue-collar guy. I was the blue-collar guy that used to listen
You're
into
not
the
a
fill-in.
You're a role player.
Oh, I like that.
You're
Jay
part of a
dropping bars
team.
today.
You're a role player. Stop just saying you're a fill-in.
I like
you're
that.
a role player.
I like role player.
You're talking about the Bulls,
Playing
right?
a good
See,
role.
that's the problem.
Yeah.
You have guys that want to be the superstar and they're a role player. You got to know your role.
This is where the coach in him comes out.
Yeah, you see, I had to bring him back. See, this is what I have to deal with.
To make changes to fix things.
Pat the Designer, Jason McKee in for Carmen and Yurko. More coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A three-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th, a day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
Hear that? That's the sound of change. The sound of you driving towards a cleaner, healthier future. Visit ComEd.com/EV to find tools and resources to help make the switch to an electric vehicle easier than ever, alongside valuable rebates for going electric. Whether it's a home vehicle or a business fleet, driving green can save you green. Charge into the future at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same Game Parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Hey friends, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The 4th of July weekend sales event is going on now at all 12 Hawk Auto locations. Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or no payments for 90 days. That's 0% or no payments till October. Find your next car this 4th of July weekend at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
$13.89 per month per thousand. Financed on select models with approved credit.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good, seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying boarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payoff via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Evan Cohen here. Typically, you don't associate speed with quality. For example, you don't go through a fast food drive-thru and expect a gourmet meal to go. Well, here's an exception. If you're hiring, you can find candidates fast who are also extremely qualified for your job. Just use ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's advanced resume database, you can proactively find qualified candidates in minutes. No wonder why ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins and Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
J-Mac, has been a lot of fun as me and you have been able to fill in here for Carmen and Yurko today. Today is brought to you by X Insurance of Great Lakes Grand Prix. It's on the shores of Michigan City, Indiana, July 28th to August 3rd. For tickets, go to GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. As we finish it out here, I want to do a little report card action. I used to be, so as many of you know, I was an electrician, and I used to listen to ESPN 1000 religiously. Mm-hmm. That was my show. I mean, if I'm getting through the day, I'm tapped into Cap and J Hood, Carmen and Yurko, Waddle and Sylvie. I'm listening late. Hoodie used to be on at night when I first started listening, you know what I mean? So I'm tapping in and Black and Abdallah on the ride home sometimes. But I remember what it was like on those holiday weekends when you had to fill in, when you had to listen to the guys who weren't your guys. So, Charlie, Hannah, how'd we do? What's the grade you're giving out here?
We filled our Bears bucket. That's an A.
The Bears bucket
is full. That Bears bucket. That's all I need.
I agree. I feel like we've been needing some Bears content to work with back in the content room, and we haven't had any, and now it's perfect. We have like an hour.
You got plenty of it. Yeah. You got plenty of it. Me and J-Mac know we could talk Bears. How'd you feel today?
Feel good, man.
Feel good?
It's good to
feel great?
Be back in studio. Haven't been down here in a while. You know, I'm usually on the other side of the screen, the computer, doing the podcast with you.
Yeah.
So it's good to be back in studio. Good to see my teammates here in the office. It wasn't good being stuck in traffic, though. That's the only.
You were stuck in traffic
man,
for a while.
It was ridiculous.
You did not look at the.
Man.
I
left at 10 o'clock.
You didn't look at the NASCAR.
For a 12 o'clock show.
I'm shocked you didn't do the trade.
The Metro exists.
Yeah, I'm shocked you didn't do the trade.
And I usually would take it. And I was like, I'm just going to drive. I'll be all right. Never again.
I mean, listen, I think that this has been a lot of fun being up here with you. The conversation has been great. And the big thing is I got Bulls on ESPN 1000. I got some Bulls on the air. Danny Zetterman is going to be having a real good. We had a good conversation, too. Charlie chimed in. We had a fun conversation on that.
Charlie brought it for sure.
Our Bulls are going to win. Oh, yeah. I love it. Hey, man, I think that the final word, we got Joe on the South Side. Does Joe on the South Side have the final word there, Charlie?
Indeed, he does.
Oh, Joe, let's go.
Carmen and Yurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word.
Had to have the last word.
On Carmen and Yurko.
You talk about getting giddy and what the hell is giddy? He's like a name out of a cartoon character.
listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Dodgers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 8:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard the good kid right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing pro football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies. But I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Sox fans, join us as we celebrate the unforgettable 2005 World Series champions during 05 reunion weekend, July 11th through the 13th. This weekend is packed with Burley's statue unveiling, exclusive giveaways, post-game fireworks, and special events honoring the team that brought a World Series title back to the South Side. Don't miss your chance to be part of this historic celebration. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/2005.
You ever notice that some people are picky when it comes to their beer?
Yeah, and Yuengling gets it. That's why they brew a beer for everyone's taste.
You want something light and easy? They've got it. Rich and toasty? That too. Something classic? That's their bread and butter.
So whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or grilling in the backyard, there's a Yuengling for the occasion.
Check out the lineup next time you're out. You might end up bringing home more than one.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Save big money when you shop at Menards. Highlight your home's beauty with outdoor wall lights from Patriot Lighting. Shop a variety of style and color options in-store and on Menards.com. Now through July 6th, get $10 instant savings with a purchase of $75 or more on all stock outdoor wall lights. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
You suffer from hair loss. I know the pain you feel. I'm Dr. Yates. I had hair loss in my early 20s. I did something about it. I can do something about yours too. Reach out today. DrYatesHairScience.com. That's DrYatesHairScience.com.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Pat the designer, Jason McKee. Crosstalk in the building. Chris Bleck is here.
What's
Jesse
up?
Rogers.
Hey, boys.
Jesse, there he is.
How we doing?
The great Jesse Rogers. How are you, my friend?
Good listen. You wanted a grade. I definitely no worse than a B minus. Definitely no worse.
Hey, that's pretty good.
I don't know about that. That gives us a lot of room to improve, right, Jess?
I took a walk to Starbucks, had you guys on. And so here's my first question. How soon, because you guys were talking about new schemes and stuff with the Bears, right? Great conversation. All that's taking place with the new coaching staff. So how soon into practices in the preseason can I complain that Ben Johnson's not playing the starters enough? Because it's an annual tradition. Doesn't matter the coaching staff. We, including me, are going to complain they're not playing enough.
And I think you're going to be complaining even more when you look at the joint practices. They look at that as getting real work. So you got the Dolphins, you got the Bills coming in. They're like, okay, that's real work. You know, we're going to get the work in practice and not necessarily put our guys, out there at risk in preseason.
Is there going to be a I feel like the Lions played their guys in preseason. Am I mistaken on that? I feel like the Lions got some good run.
I say this in a loving way. He's an old school meathead. Right?
Yeah.
He's that type, and they did just fine. When I hear new scheme, I need the next thing I need to hear is playing time. You see what I mean? This is the fifth. When we go through this, I feel like, but it is a meathead take because the first time a guy gets injured, I'll be complaining about that too.
I also feel like this way, Jess, and Jason, you can kind of correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like, and we would have to go back and really chart this, but the teams that want to accomplish something, I feel like they play more than the teams that are at the bottom of the standings. Like I feel like the teams that really don't have a focus, they don't really want to accomplish something with the season, they don't set a tone, those teams are like, well, we need to protect our players, we need to get through the preseason. And then there's teams that are like, no, we're trying to start like on the right foot. We want to get our work in, we want to get ready.
Isn't that sort of opposite thinking though? Wouldn't you think the team trying to build something would play their guys more, and the team trying to win it all is going to be a little bit more careful? But I'm with you. Like, I don't know. I know I'm going to complain about it. That's one thing I know.
Don't Rex Ryan it. Yeah, I mean, I don't need to see Mark Sanchez go in a fourth quarter of a preseason game to go, beat the Giants. Like that's all you have to do. Like
it's a fine line, from a coach, from understanding, how much work do I need my guys to get in order to be ready for the season opener? Because you're going to have that break.
Sure.
And it's like, okay, if I don't play my guys the last preseason game and then I get that week break before the season starts, that's 2 weeks. And it's almost like, guys, they're still going to be working out, but it's almost like your body resets and then has to go back to playing football again. And those are when you have the teams that kind of take that stance in preseason, those are the teams that struggle out the gate because now they got to kind of get reacclimated to the rigors of football again after taking that time off.
Do you guys feel like we've come to a place now where the first 4 weeks of the season is almost like get yourself ready?
Yeah.
In preseason, essentially.
Like preseason.
Like I feel like when you watch the Chiefs, you go, that close game there, a lot of energy in the fourth quarter. By the time we get to week 16, they will be a well-oiled machine.
But Reed does play starters in the preseason.
100%. No,
yeah, you're right. Like it's more of like an easing into the season than having to go. But I think they've earned the right to do that. Cincinnati has been burned by that the last couple of years. They thought that they can do it. They start off slow, and then they're behind the entire season. It comes down to the final week. They still win. They don't get in.
But everybody kind of does it, like Pat was saying. So Ben Johnson seems like the kind of coach that would look for any edge. And don't you think that's an edge for a team? Now I know there's a negative side to that, meaning if you go hard early, you might peter out late, right? But I feel like there's an edge for a team that can be ready quicker in September and take and scoop up a couple more wins than maybe they normally would, or at least be that much further along on offense. But let me ask something to J-Mac there. because the rest of us, black, we played some amateur whatever, right?
Just the Iran. Come on, that's not playing.
But whatever it is, even
essentially a pro.
That's not.
Even if it was street football or baseball, my point is, since we're talking about this, what do you get out of one series anyway? Like, can you imagine as a kid you play one series and you're done for the day?
Nothing.
Like, what do you possibly get out of, they're going to play one series and then pull them halfway through the next series? Like, I don't even get it. Play 2 quarters, for God's sake.
You get nothing out of one series. Trust me, I towards the end of my career, I actually earned my way to playing one series. Trust me, the fullback you always played trust me, that last preseason game was like a track
you
meet
were every player on special teams.
You were on all 4 phases of special teams, and then you're on offense. So you couldn't even get a sip of Gatorade. So when I actually earned that one series opportunity, I was, there were guys that didn't even spat. They didn't even tape their ankles.
Yeah.
They were eating a hot dog before the game. Like, they knew, hey, I'm a couple plays in. I'm going to go sit down and eat sunflower seeds and watch these guys compete for the rest of the day.
I mean, I know it's apples and oranges, but by the time you get to mid-March or so in baseball and spring training, these guys are playing 7 to 9 innings.
Yeah.
The final few weeks. Now, not the first few, but they have 37 spring training games as opposed to 3 or 4. So I'm just getting ready to complain. I'm complaining even before Ben Johnson has stated what he's going to do.
I agree with you, though, Jess. I do think the fact that we've gotten away from – remember, it used to be you played a quarter – or you played the first drive week 1 when it was 4 weeks. You played a quarter the next week. You played 2 quarters. You played you played 3 quarters in the third game.
Yeah.
And then you either wouldn't play probably the 4th game of the season.
Relax.
You've taken one game away, and they basically said, all right, let's keep all the parts of this that are useless to the players. Keep doing that. We're going to play one series now the first week. We're going to play a quarter the next week. Maybe you play into the second quarter in that final week of the preseason, or if for some of the teams, you just rest.
Yeah.
I think that is useless. And I've asked J-Mac this question on the podcast a couple of times, Chicago Bears podcast on the ESPN 1000 app, ESPN Chicago app. Do you just go to joint practices? You can sell tickets to joint practices. You can pack out Soldier Field
I would watch that on
joint
TV.
practices.
Well, you look at what Flus did when he was here, and I hate to go back. I know we're trying to go forward, but bear with me, guys. Like what Flus did, right? He put a lot of stock and emphasis on the joint practice. Yeah. Remember, when they had a joint practice when we went out to Indy, it was, remember, Justin's not playing because he got a lot of reps in our joint practice. So that's kind of like their preseason. Like, why am I going to put him at risk in a preseason game when he's been practicing against these guys and getting a realistic live look at practice anyway?
But even that, it's
it's a good point. It's the way they get the work in. It just makes the actual preseason games absolutely useless.
Yeah.
And I think as just a fan who attends the games and purchases season tickets, you look at it as just such a waste of money that you have to spend on those games that are complete absolute nothings.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, though. When you have a guy like myself who was undrafted, and you have a lot of guys that's undrafted, it's our Super Bowl.
That means something, too.
That last rep in the last preseason game could mean everything. Yeah. That last rep could be the difference of you making the team and not making the team, or you making the actual practice squad or not. So I understand from a fan's perspective, I don't, even now I have that I'm not even I'm not watching this guy, but I was there. I know it's the preseason was like my Super Bowl. I'm like, man, I've got, back in the day, it was 4 preseason games, so I got 4 opportunities to go out here and make a team to show that I belonged or that I can play.
But can you not get that in a joint practice?
You can get it in a joint, but undrafted guys, how many reps is he going to get?
Yeah, right. I understand that side of it, J-Mac. I also wonder if there's a sweet spot, 2 preseason games. You do one where it's a dress rehearsal for the season for all your starters. You pull them out after halftime, and then you get guys in there who are the backups. And then the second one is just all the backups, the guys who are looking for that opportunity to kind of make a team, make a roster, win a positional battle. It's just 3 to me. Too many teams just punt it, and it's just a waste of time, even though you need the work in camp. And the joint practices are so much more interesting, the way that they're handled.
I think what's crazy is we moved the punt, right? The punt was the 4th game. That was the punt game.
Yeah.
Now it's the 3rd game. It was no, keep the game where you play everyone 3 quarters before the season.
Right.
The punt game is no longer here. Don't move the punt game.
Yeah, look, Black, I don't even love your idea. I mean, it's got to be 3 quarters. I mean,
how many times are you going to say that today, Jess?
Okay, my kid has a dress rehearsal for their play. They don't quit at halftime. They do the whole play at dress rehearsal. If you're going to have a dress rehearsal, play 3.5 quarters,
That's
for
fine
God's
with
sakes.
me. I'm cool with that.
I would even say this. If you cut it down to 2, and I know no team is ever going to do this, but wouldn't it make sense to have a game that you play? Like, this is the game for the starters.
Yeah,
and then you have your game for the backups. Maybe the starters play the first quarter of that game, and then 2, 3, and 4, you do everything you can to make a team.
And it's like a catch-22 because, okay, from a coach's standpoint, you're saying, I don't want to put my guys at risk of being injured.
Right.
But then practice is so –
Say it.
It's so scaled back where there's not a lot of high-speed collisions. The physicality in practice has been dialed down. So am I really doing enough in practice to simulate – or get my guys' bodies calloused for the rigors of an entire football season?
Okay, so explain this to me, J-Mac. You're coaching high school football, and the players that you're coaching go on to college. There is no preseason in college. College football starts week 1, and you have big-time matchups against highly ranked teams with games that matter for the outcome of the full regular season. There is no preseason. They show up. They play, and it's full go. Why can't they do that in the NFL?
Well, in college, remember, they have spring ball. So your spring ball is kind of like your quote-unquote preseason.
Yeah.
So the spring ball is where guys really earn spots. That's where your roster takes shape, but it also gives coaches an insight of what we have or what we could possibly have coming up in the fall. So that's kind of like college's preseason. But there's still a big break.
Yeah, it's a big break, and they both have training camps.
Yeah.
But like the ramp period of, like what we're saying with Jesse, you look at the game. Oh, they only play a quarter, they play a half, and then they're out of the game. How much ramp does an NFL player need to get ready for week 1 and not have the comment that Pat made earlier, where it's like, oh, it feels like the first month of the season's kind of just
it's
easing it into it.
And I think and me and Pat talk about this a lot on the podcast, I think it's by position, right? Because there's a big difference when you have an offensive lineman out at training camp, right? And he's pass setting on air punching mosquitoes out of the sky.
Yeah.
He ain't punching. He's not punching an NFL caliber defensive end. Like for me, for a fullback, like I needed preseason, right? Because I needed to get my body callous to the physicality that I was going to be exposed to throughout the season. Same thing for running back. Like a running back, if I'm in training camp and I'm not being tackled to the ground, we call it thud tempo, where it's live blocking, it's live wrapping up top, but we're not taking, the ball carrier to the ground. If I'm not being taken to the ground, how is my body going to react the first time I'm tackled in the game? And that's why you see so many injuries throughout the first few weeks of the season, because our guys' bodies really prepared for the rigors of a physical NFL season.
I would say, conditioning is the word that comes to mind.
Yeah,
correct.
Condition your body. That's the reason they have that word. But let me real quick. Was it Kurt Warner? Well, not Kurt Warner. What was it? Trent Green that got hurt? Was it Trent Green?
Yeah, Trent Green.
He ruined it for everybody. I mean, that's it. They stopped playing, I feel like, back then in terms of preseason.
I remember
Even though
that,
it worked
Jess.
out for the Rams. It worked out for them.
It worked great. Well,
You know.
I mean, like, to J-Mac's point, a fullback, a running back, a part of the skill set is running through those tackles.
And being
Like
taken to the
being
ground.
able to someone trying to take you to the ground and you being able to fight that off and to gain more yards. Like, so I can't imagine that you can be ready to go by not practicing in that fashion.
Well, I think even to that, though, like, for some reason, there's this notion now, and I don't know if it was always like this or not. I feel like you used to see positional people that were like, this guy needs some work, leave him out there. It didn't matter if the starters were out there. So, like, if Caleb Williams is ready to sit, but DeAndre Swift needs to get his body ready.
Now it's
who
the whole
cares
group,
if he goes?
The whole
you know what I
group.
mean? Like,
Yeah,
that's
I
the
love
thing.
that idea.
Like, who cares if DeAndre Swift is getting tackled by the third-string guy? Is his body getting calloused to get to the point?
The whole unit has to
but it's
together.
But it's to the point I made earlier when we were on here, Pat. I felt Lovey's first year, he did a good job. And even throughout his entire career as a coach, I think he did a good job of, when in training camp practice, he would have live periods. So situationally, all right, we're going to do goal line live. We're going to go the ones versus ones. We're going to go 5 plays. The twos, you're going to go 7 plays. The threes, you're going to go, we're going to turn it into an all-out scrimmage for the threes so we can actually see who we have on the roster. But that helped us, have a sense of physicality towards the practice to help us get callous towards the season, even though we knew we were going to have, extensive playing time in the preseason.
Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, like, no matter what, especially if we go to an 18th game, it's going to be first month of the season is going to be easy. And it's going to turn into baseball. It's going to turn into what baseball is.
18 games, you got to go to 2 preseason games then. Yeah. Enough with the 3. You just can't. You can't play more than 20 games in a football season. That's way too much.
One game's a lot.
And the thing is, and that's what I mean. Like, one game is so much. I would even say, no matter the situation you go to in preseason, you're going to be in this world. You're going to be in a world where the first month of the season is going to be we're easing and we're getting used to it. Because now going 1-3 doesn't matter if I finish out the season with a winning record. Now starting off the season with a struggle. And I think you're going to see teams. The one thing I would love to see the Bears do this year, and we probably will see Ben Johnson do, is be the aggressor in the first 4 weeks, because so many teams are going to take that off.
Well, that's
if you
what
can find a way to go into the bye 3-1,
take an edge.
Yeah.
Use it. You brought up baseball. I mean, it's a great thought, great analogy, because there's that saying in baseball: you can't lose the pennant in April. We might start using that in football. Yeah. You can't lose the division or playoffs in September. It's probably true now, but especially if they go to 18, because nobody's going to be ready for 18. Right off the bat.
And if you based what we saw in the Super Bowl last year, Kansas City did not look like a championship team the first 4 weeks of the season.
Hell, they didn't look like a championship team for most of the season.
Anytime.
They just kind of got through the season.
It was literally like the last 4 weeks of the season. I was like, there it is.
They certainly didn't look like one on the final day of the season.
You're right on that.
They didn't.
It looks like
some tough tackle situations.
Right. It's almost like they rested the starters in the second half. I don't know, Jess. I mean,
it looked like it.
The Eagles they just smacked them around from the jump.
That was the official stamp and return of the white DB. That was who would have thought we'd be living in this era.
I mean, there's a lot of sports. This is the 4th of July weekend. What do you guys got going on here? I mean, I'm here with Jesse for the next 4 hours. Jesse wants to do all kinds of crazy stuff. We're ready to go. What do you guys have for the rest of the weekend? I'm going to be
listening to you guys in traffic going back for the next 2 hours.
Just for the next 2 days. You're going to miss the 4th.
I'm going to be tuned in to you guys on the way home in traffic.
Nah, man. I mean, Saturday, my co-host on Locked On Bulls, Hayes, is supposed to be coming up, so we're going to hang out.
Nice.
Probably barbecue something.
Throw
something on the grill. A little barbecue
Chillax.
action.
That's what you're going to do.
I'm not a party guy anymore with it. I'm not popping out the party at all.
Well, you could.
Are you? You popping out the party?
Partying?
You a party guy still?
No, I'm not a party guy. I'm like a drinks with dinner and then go home.
Are you a fireworks guy?
Absolutely not. And
really?
We will get into it. I know Jack McGrath here is like chomping at the bit to come after me about this. Yeah, I can't stand him.
Is it because of the dog?
Well, the dog definitely plays into it, especially living in the city, because tonight, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday of next week, next Wednesday.
Now that I get. That I get.
3 weeks from now.
It can't be all of July.
Well, but that's, Pat, that's what it turns into.
Yeah. That I understand.
I mean, J-Mac, they've been going off in my neighborhood for about a week now.
Wow.
Just at all hours of the night, just boom.
I think that's what throws me off, too. Like, there will be no fireworks. And then at 2 a.m., one M80. It's like, what happened there? What was the thought process?
They found one. They found one from last year.
I mean, it's July 3rd. We're going to have to talk about fireworks. It's an annual sports radio topic on July 3rd.
Yes. So
we will debate it.
We'll definitely talk about it, because I think it's probably the most overrated form of entertainment that's ever been created.
Well, Jack, you said Jack is really into it?
Jack wanted to fight me in the back room earlier.
I'm going to push back a little bit on you as well, Black. And I have my criticisms. I do.
Perfect.
I've stated them publicly, but I will do it again today with you, Black.
I love it. Yeah. So, I mean, are you guys going to go watch?
Everybody's waiting for my hot takes on fireworks.
I know. Exactly. Are you guys going to go watch fireworks tomorrow?
I live in so the neighborhood I live in, like, they pop them all around, so we'll probably end up seeing them from our backyard.
Yeah.
So it's not bad.
I will say the one cool thing is if you can find yourself a rooftop in the city.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter which way you're looking. You can look in any direction around the city, and there's going to be fireworks going off.
Yeah. See, I think what's tough is, right, you got the dog. For me, I got the young kids. Right now, it's a tough firework time. I'm fully prepared for my son to have Bluetooth headphones on tonight.
Well, here's the difference. I can drug my dog. Can you drug the kid? You probably
we won't speak on that on the air there, J Mac. We won't speak on that on the air there, J Mac.
We can give the dog something. At least
you're giving the dog a little Dramamine. Is that what's happening?
Old school. They take a little, liquor and rub it on your
little
gums,
brandy,
man.
little brandy. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that in our house.
It
didn't. No, J Mac.
So my parents was like, we didn't need medicine. A little Crown Royal rubbing on your gums. You stop crying.
Throw you in jail for that.
Are we in the hood household right now? Is this the hood household?
School. That's old school right there.
No, Jesse, do you agree with that?
They throw you in jail if you did that.
Well,
these
yes,
days.
now, yes.
That's why we're not doing that.
We're talking about back in the day.
What, the 40s and 50s for you, J-Mac?
That's even before my time. Although my parents probably considered doing that. Yes, I can see that.
I know for a fact in the Italian household there was some brandy thrown on the gums to soothe the teething baby, or it was to finish the brandy.
You just didn't know. There was some red wine in your bottle. You just didn't know. You didn't know. You didn't know.
In the little sippy.
I wasn't there. It started me early, probably. That's probably why I'm the way I am now.
No doubt. No doubt.
Oh, what else you guys got on the show today? What's the plan?
We heard you talking about the guy getting busted. Well, he's not busted quite yet, but he's on administrative leave, and benefit to the Cubs tonight. They couldn't bust him yesterday to give the Guardians one more, a chance to. So they had to call someone up at the last minute. So good for the Cubs, but. This gambling thing, are we going to reach a tipping point? You guys were talking about it a little bit. I think it's, Beasley, Luis Ortiz now. There were players in baseball last year. There's NBA players. I mean, it's slowly but surely, but there's going to be a moment where there's a tipping point. So we're going to get into that. Of course, PCA and Kyle Tucker making the All-Star team. I got a question about, unlikely All-Stars. PCA probably, if you go back to February 1st or March 1st or April 1st, you'd consider him an unlikely all-star. Yeah. So I want to get into that with Bleck as well.
I love it.
Tons of stuff.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
I'll be tuned in.
Is the gambling topic even funnier knowing Terry Rozier just sucks, so they thought he was gambling? That's the greatest thing.
That's a blows your ego, right?
They were like, no, you were playing so bad.
Come in here.
We need the FBI.
What's going on with this shot selection?
That's real bad.
Oh, you're just terrible?
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Jesse Rogers, Chris Bleck coming up from 3 to 6:30. Stay tuned in with them. Big thanks to Charlie Bevins. Big thanks to Hannah Lamada. J-Mac, we got to do this again. I'll see you next Wednesday. How about that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Let's do it.
See you, fellas.
See you guys later.
All right, guys. Have a good show.
Jesse and Bleck coming up next.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Guys, for years I've been telling you about Window Nation. I have new energy-efficient windows, and on these hot summer Chicago days, the cool air stays in, the hot air stays out, and that lowers my energy bills. I've saved 30% year over year with my windows from Window Nation. Call them now for their best deal of the year, 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com. My guy Alan Pavato will come over, give you a free in-home estimate, and now there's even more reason to buy. 50% off all window styles, and how about this? 0 interest until 2030. That's 5 years with no interest. So what are you waiting for? 1-day installation turnaround as well. 866-90-NATION, A+ rated from the Better Business Bureau, 5-star reviews across the board. They're the absolute best. Find out why so many people call 866-90-NATION for Window Nation and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for going to Great Clips for a haircut." The skilled stylists at Great Clips salons do millions of haircuts a year. But with Clip Notes, they save every detail of your hair, including the secret to taming that cowlick. Oh, and if your wallet could talk, it'd say the price looks pretty great too. Isn't it nice when everyone's happy? For the haircut you love for less, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Hear that? That's the sound of change. The sound of you driving towards a cleaner, healthier future. Visit ComEd.com/EV to find tools and resources to help make the switch to an electric vehicle easier than ever, alongside valuable rebates for going electric. Whether it's a home vehicle or a business fleet, driving green can save you green. Charge into the future at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
his own prop, So who knows? But it's a slippery slope, and I know fans will be like, well, they why is MGM, why is the league sponsored by MGM or whatever? And I get it, but I don't know. I think players should be smart enough because they're eventually going to get caught. Now, there's probably a lot that are doing it now that have not been caught, but I think the risk is just not worth the reward in my mind.
Yeah, I agree with you. It just, like you brought up Malik Beasley, and the short Cliff Notes version is essentially Malik Beasley, who in his NBA career has made like $53 million, apparently is broke. And so he is in debt, and he's been accused of possibly trying to fix these prop bets and end-of-game situations, and he's being looked at as well because he owed people money, and it's like he found himself into the situation where that's an option to try and get out of his problems.
I mean,
think about it. To not have any money when you had $53 million means that you are, what you said, Jesse, you're spending way more than what you should be keeping in your pocket. So, and it's crazy because there are times when you can watch a player like Malik Beasley, and he had the opportunity at the end of their series against the Knicks to have the final shot, and the ball went right through his hands. You see what I'm saying? His turnover at the end of the game is why Detroit was eliminated. And so you think back to that, you think back to other questionable, I know when the news broke that he was being looked at for possibly gambling and all this stuff, people found a bunch of cut-ups of weird situations where the game is over, final 3 or 4 seconds, Malik Beasley gets a defensive rebound. Instead of just handing the ball to the official and letting the clock run out, he races to the other end and gets a layup right before the buzzer goes. You see what I mean? There's a lot. When you start to look at the footage, Jess, there's a lot that's oh, wow. How long was he doing this? And was he successful at it?
Yeah, and that's even,
it's weird.
That's much more obvious than maybe even this Luis Ortiz thing, in the sense that, how hard is it for Ortiz to be just oh, you need me to throw a ball here? Okay, right?
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's the easiest thing to do. Every other pitch is a ball anyway. So if you just need him to throw one, now to hit a batter, that's going to maybe put up some red flags a little bit, I suppose. Though us watching wouldn't know, right? You wouldn't you certainly wouldn't immediately think, oh, he gambled on that pitch. You'd think, oh, he threw it at him on purpose for some reason. You might, if you go there, or you just might think he was wild. So this, I didn't even know you can bet on each pitch potentially.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
You can bet on it, if it's going to be a changeup or a fastball or a curveball. You can bet on all of that stuff.
Yeah. Where can you bet on that? Where can you bet on
DraftKings, FanDuel?
Whether it's a changeup or a fastball?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and
that is I did not know that.
You got to get rid of that, right? It just opens the door up so much.
In that case, half the league is on the take, in my opinion. Because, I mean, my God. Can you imagine PitchCom? The catcher's calling for something. He's just shaking his head, I got to throw a changeup here, buddy. I don't even have a changeup, but I got to throw one.
I mean, hell, do it Ortiz. I mean, the one pitch that Jack showed me, he threw it 6 feet into the dirt in front of the plate. So it was a no doubter. It was going to be a ball. He wasn't even letting that be a chance. It would be a strike.
So I'm not naive, but I'm just haven't thought this through. So what do you think happens before the game? Through a third party, fourth party, fifth party, he's been told, hey, throw a ball in the pitch 1 of the second inning because we're putting a lot of money on it. Is that how it goes down?
It sounds like the plot of a movie, right?
Right.
So to me, in your scenario, I'm guessing there's more to it than just.
Well, because you got to hide it a little bit, right? If there's $1 million on the first pitch of the second inning, that's a red flag.
Well, that's why I wonder because the article says that it was flagged in 3 different states. So they must have placed bets at the very same time in 3 different places, all on the same thing. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I want to ask our listeners, what do you think is the tipping point? 312-332-3776. I mean, again, Black, let's pull back. I mean, the idea that right now, today, there has to be a player telling somebody some inside information, not using his own name, obviously, on the betting app or whatever, but he's telling his buddy who's telling someone else, even if it's fourth person removed, what's going on, or an umpire. I mean, it's just that that's going on. But you just live with it and hope that it's not impacting result. Like, I wonder what people think, because I don't want to think that our players are on the take here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you. 312-332-3776. We go to Mark in South Bend. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Mark?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Early happy 4th of July to you both.
Happy 4th. What's up?
Just Tuesday, Camp brought up something real interesting on the show before he went off the air. He said he had this friend associate who walked in a charity function with a current major league player. He didn't say which one it was. And he says the friend asked him about salary cap, and the player said, the players are totally united. We're not going to agree to any salary cap. And my question is, on what I was thinking about was, I think there's a lot of the big owners who will not agree to a salary cap. I'll name some names. Mark Walters, Arnie Marino of the Angels, the young Steinbrenner of the Yankees, Cohen of the Mets, and I even go as far as Tom Ricketts not agreeing to a salary cap, because I know the Cubs operation works on revenue, and they get an operating budget from Omaha, is that they need more than what revenue produces. So, and when the Steeler brothers take over the White Sox in 7 years, they're not going to want to come under the umbrella of a salary cap. They might have to tear the whole thing down from the stud to go over to make a competitive team.
Okay, so it's interesting, and thanks for the call, Bleck.
Thanks,
we
Mark.
can discuss it. Like, the idea of a salary cap. Okay, you would assume the Dodgers and Yankees don't want one, right? But there's also the other side of that, which is the reason those big markets keep spending is because their fan bases demand it. Mm-hmm. So there's some owners that would absolutely love a cap, so they could put up their hands and say, "Look, I can't spend any more.
I can't do anything else.
I can't do anything."
We did enough.
I don't know who those owners are. I'm not sure. There's the waters are so muddy on this topic. I don't know who they are. I mean, you think small market owners would want a cap, but if it comes with a floor, do we know that every small market owner wants a cap? So I don't know, because of all these things that are in play. I always, heard about the Rays. People in the league talk about the Rays. The Rays are free to do whatever they want because they don't have any fan pressure. You know how many executives would just like that aspect, though they don't have any money to spend either. But just to do whatever you want. Brian Cashman with the Yankees can't do that.
Yeah,
he has to re-sign certain players. He just has to.
Yeah, well,
and Tom Ricketts is facing that right now with Kyle Tucker. Will he feel like he has to do it? I don't think he'll feel that way the way Steinbrenner does or Brian Cashman.
And Jesse, it feels like the White Sox are doing their hardest to get people to not care. So they're almost there too with the Rays.
Yeah, I suppose, but not the same way, because there is a fervent, loud part of the fan base. Yeah. It is still Chicago
for now.
But
they're trying their hardest.
I've heard executives talk about the Rays. They can eliminate.
Your point.
They can eliminate one pressure point: the fans.
Yeah.
The outside noise. Most markets in any sport cannot. They at least have to include that in the calculus. Now, you can't let the fan base or the market drive you, but they have to include it. And that's the case with the Yankees, for example.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Rays. They're 27th in spending this year. They're 48-39.
Amazing.
And they're winning once again. But you're right. They don't have to spend. Because this being amazing, right, not spending and being in contention is like what they do. And there's no pressure, and they just continue to do that each and every year.
Now they have to make great decisions with players, obviously, in scouting. But in some ways, and this is, again, the argument about spending and not spending, they're smart in that they use the talents of their players in their 20s, and then they get rid of them.
Yeah.
They either walk through free agency or they trade them close to free agency. And players are their best in their 20s anyway. But can you imagine the Yankees just getting rid of every great player because he's turning 30? That just doesn't work. And even here in Chicago, we want to see Tucker stay. but he's going to be 30 soon. But yeah, who knows? I mean, great players are worth it. There's no doubt about it. But obviously the Rays have tapped into something. Now, some people would say teams like the Rays, the Brewers, they have a ceiling. Look, how many World Series have either of those teams won? 0.
Yeah, that's a good point. We go to James in New Lenox. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, James?
Hey, guys. Not that it's not a big deal, but I just think people, and I'm a huge sports fan, but I think they idolize athletes instead of the moments and memories that they create for us. I mean, you got a spectrum of, people at your Aaron Hernandez level, which are pretty much the lowest of the low, and then you got a guy who's probably in the middle, like a Pete Rose, who didn't really hurt anybody but himself, but did some questionable things. And then, on the high end, you got guys who I would say most people would consider good people, like a Tim Tebow, let's say. So people just got to realize that they're like anybody else. They're like your neighbors. They're like your family. They have all their things going on in their lives that we know nothing about. And if they gamble, they get caught. They have consequences, and, then they're just forgotten or used as an example like any other field. It's just one of those things where I think we should be focusing on the moments these guys give us and not so much idolizing them. I mean, look at just people in the entertainment field and stuff, too, and reality TV, and it's like we're focusing on the wrong things, and then, the quote-unquote normal people are then thinking that they could live that way, and it's just the whole thing. But
hey, James, the screen says that you're a former casino dealer.
I was telling.
When you were at the casino, what was did you ever see a cheating ring? Did you ever see guys trying to pull off a scheme on you?
We had guys count cards. That's not necessarily cheating. And then there was places I worked where even if somebody wasn't cheating, if they just happened to be winning too much that day, even if they dropped $2.5 million the day before, if the next day they were up $300,000, they'd be like, "Hey, tell this guy he can't play blackjack anymore." It's definitely not glamorous. Some places sweat the money, but they're constantly trained and updated, pretty much as frequently as you possibly can be, as far as, if there's people going around that might possibly be doing something like, crap game schemes, like switching out dice or working in teams and stuff like that. It happens, but it's more of probably a movie thing than it is reality. I mean, most of the time these people are getting caught and you never really hear about them. But I know I mentioned I was dealing 3-card poker to Allen Iverson until 2, 3 in the morning one day. And I worked at this specific place from 2007 to 2011. So I think he was with Denver, but they were in town playing the Bulls. And he was just completely hammered. And as soon as I got off work at 6 a.m., I called my book and I was like, "Hey, let me get this on the Bulls plus 12 or whatever."
Right.
I was like, "Actually, can I get him on the money line?"
Yeah.
He's like, "The money line?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Can you cover this?" And I definitely could not have covered it, but I was like, "Yeah, I can absolutely cover it. Just book it, man." And he was out with flu-like symptoms, and I'm like,
of course, yeah,
that's weird. I figured he would play. He would just play like crap,
Yeah.
But I was saying some guys, when they're in town, you got, and I'm not airing. I mean, I just aired Allen Iverson.
Yeah,
out,
please
but,
do. Name names. We love it.
Paul Pierce, Dominique Wilkins, they were both really cool, but they played very low limits, and they were kind of just there having fun, killing time.
Right.
So each person is going to go gamble on whatever, whether it's at a casino or on these apps or in Vegas or whatever, and they're going to be getting different things out of it. So people just got to realize everybody's got the same problems. It's just these guys aren't our heroes, like our military, our first responders, those kind of people.
Absolutely.
Just getting up and being a decent person every day and having other people around you notice that. Those are the heroes, and we just need to, take these great moments they do, and like I said, just focus on the moments, and then use everything they do that's, not that great as, a cautionary tale is what I think, but...
Good call, James. Appreciate you.
Let me jump in a couple things here, Chris.
Go ahead.
One, he's right about all the hero stuff. However, we still, I think I do at least, want the competition to be real. I want every pitch to be real, You know what I mean? So that's the problem. It's not how I view the player. I could care less about that. I just want the competition to be real. He wants to get the hitter out. The hitter wants to get a hit. And when you start throwing games or pitches or whatever, that's when I'm going to start losing interest in, along with everyone else. I mean, I assume you agree with that.
Yeah, I agree totally. And, and that's where this entire conversation will continue with the phone calls at 312-332-3776.
And I have another topic when we come back that he brought up. I'm very passionate about this topic, and it's something our callers just brought up. Yes.
I love the stories from behind the scenes in casinos. I love that stuff. So we'll take your calls, and we will talk about this because Luis Ortiz scratched today for the Guardians. Facing the Chicago Cubs tonight, 7:05 first pitch. Alleged gambling. So that's the story right now that we're talking about. And does it bother you? We'll take your calls coming up next. Jesse and Bleck in for Waddle and Sylvie.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Are you ready to take charge of your finances? Want to move your homeownership journey forward? At NHS Chicago, we're here to help you do just that. We offer next-level classes, free expert-led workshops designed to help you go beyond the basics. It's all here at nhschicago.org. Learn how to boost your credit, understand estate planning, dive into real estate investing, keep your home in great shape with maintenance know-how. NHS has classes on these subjects for you and so much more. Our Next Level series is perfect for homeowners, future buyers, and anyone ready to build long-term financial security. Classes are available both online and in person to fit your schedule. It's time to invest in your future with knowledge that pays off. Register now. Click the education tab at nhschicago.org. That's nhschicago.org/education. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Are you tired of thinning hair and hair that just won't grow? Hi, I'm Dr. Yates at Yates Hair Science Group. I want to introduce you to the most recent scientific advancement in hair treatment, exosomes. Exosomes are biological packets of protein that stimulate your own body's hair stem cells to regenerate hair. At Dr. Yates Hair Science Group, we have isolated the purest form of exosomes. Come visit us and start regenerating your own hair today. DrYatesHairScience.com.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Hey friends, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The 4th of July weekend sales event is going on now at all 12 Hawk Auto locations. Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or no payments for 90 days. That's 0% or no payments till October. Find your next car this 4th of July weekend at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Financed on select models with approved credit.
Save big money now on siding at Menards. Update and beautify your home with your choice of 13 timeless colors of pre-finished LP SmartSide engineered siding. It's durable and includes a Sherwin-Williams machine-applied paint warranty that means no painting for years to come. Save big money today on all LP SmartSide products. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
Just 3 games left to settle the entire Live Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook August 8th through the 10th. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more up close, personal, and locked in with special guest Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Get your tickets now at livegolf.com, livegolf.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Sylvie. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
It's Waddle and Sylvie. Chris Black, Jesse Rogers filling in for the guys today until 6:30. Here on ESPN 1000, the ESPN Chicago app. Tonight, White Sox baseball on the West Coast. Sox at Dodgers, 9:10 first start. Len and DJ on the call. And Jack McGrath has the pregame show at 8:30 tonight, right here on ESPN 1000. So we'll have White Sox baseball later. Jesse, we're talking about gambling because Luis Ortiz from the Guardians is subject of a gambling investigation. And we just had a caller who mentioned different styles of cheating in a casino. What do you think of that?
Well, I there's got to be a part of you, Chris, that wonders this as I do. How can they bust you for counting cards in blackjack? I still don't get that. Think about it. They are busting you for thinking.
For being too good.
For thinking. How can they bust you for thinking?
Well, the last caller said that you don't necessarily get busted. They're told you can't play here anymore.
Well, that's okay. Same thing. The person next to you can play, but you can't.
Yeah. No,
because of something that's going on in your head. I just find that amazing that they can kick you out or whatever they do because you're thinking about something. I mean, obviously it's about cards, but it's just going on. You're not looking at anything. And by the way, am I wrong? Can you still? Because back in the day, I think you could. Can you still pull out like the blackjack chart? When you should double and use it at the table?
I don't know. Like, I know you can't have your phone out.
No, right. You can't have your phone out. But back in the day, you could. They allowed you to
help you. They'll like kind of tell you. A lot of times, dealers will sort of tell you like,
yeah,
hey, you
for
want
sure.
to double
You can ask for help, but like
so
you can ask like, what does the book say? I don't recall ever seeing someone pulling the book out though.
I thought maybe way back in the day. I don't play blackjack. I don't like blackjack. I'm not very good at it for some reason, even though it feels like it's just a formula, and I'm not lucky, I guess. So I don't play it. But I just amazing if you're smart enough to count cards in your head,
right?
Not write it down, nothing, and they can bust you for that or kick you out, whatever it is. That's amazing to me. I think it's also amazing that, what did the caller say? Like, if you just simply win too much in anything, they can say
they send
goodbye.
you out the door. Yeah,
none of that seems right.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Jay in St. Joseph, Michigan. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Jay?
Hey,
Chris,
Jesse, love your work. Thanks for taking my call. Always enjoy listening to you, guys. Here's what I think we're not looking at, in my perspective. There's a bigger societal problem about insider trading. Betting is the same thing as insider trading. We let congressmen buy stocks and then sell them after laws pass. Our current president, it's the same thing. Until we start making examples of these people, we have to stop this. And we have a two-tiered justice system. That's the problem. Whether it's the rules in MLB, whether it's the rules in the NBA, whether it's the lack of laws governing insider trading. That's the problem. And until we address that, it's not going to stop.
Yeah, no, thanks for the call. Jesse, how about that? Jay suggesting on the 4th of July, there's nothing finer in this country than corruption at the top and with the government officials.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a whole other topic, but certainly in sports, like you almost expect it in the real world, right? you almost expect it. Like I assume there's all sorts of insider trading going on in the real world, especially. I'm not being naive. We know it's going on. I don't assume it. We know it's going on, and probably in the halls of Congress. But in the sports world, we're trying to hold on to a shred of integrity that this thing we call competition is still real.
I guess we've seen other baseball teams try and spy and hack on each other. So like that feels like a real world thing that we've seen before, right? You know, governments are spying, even baseball teams. Like, wasn't that a big deal with the Cardinals?
Yeah,
the spying situation that they had,
hacking.
You know, and we've seen that stuff come up with the New England Patriots and the Belichick era.
But at least they're trying to like use that information to win. Like that's a competitive thing going on, even though it's cheating.
But like in the game of life, isn't winning to some having more money than others, right? And that's what they're accomplishing that goal by cheating in whatever business they're in or whatever. But I agree with you, like. The spirit of the game should be the teams and the players actively participating, trying to win, and not trying to accomplish some other side goal.
Of course, the problem is when big money is involved, it changes. And I'm no goody two-shoes, Chris. But when I coached my son in travel baseball, and like I said, like I'm no saint, but I never wanted to win by cheating. It didn't feel satisfying.
Yeah.
And so a great example is if we had an illegal bat, you know, these travel bats, they're all, you know, half the umpires aren't checking. These are 10 15-year-old kids that are umpiring, right? They're not checking for illegal bats. But if I knew we had an illegal bat, no, you kids, you can't use it. Don't use it. We're not winning that way. Because it's just not satisfying. You want a level playing field. And I would love to believe that in the professional levels as well, except that there's big money involved.
Yeah.
And that changes things. I mean, that whole idea of would you take steroids knowing you could be
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I can't say no for sure. I couldn't.
I know it's Stains Zimmerman approved, HGH. I know that, like, Abdallah and I tried to get Carmen to have a summer of HGH on the show.
Yeah.
And he got so upset at us, Jesse. He wanted nothing to do with it. Like, we just wanted to have a little fun
Carmen
and see how yoked we could get for the summer.
Yeah.
And he wanted nothing to do with it, but I believe it was Zimmerman approved.
Yeah, so, I mean, here, let me give you the two scenarios before you go to the phone lines. Everyone's doing it, and you could make a lot of money. Would you take roids back in the day? And you said yes. You didn't, right?
So I'm a baseball player.
Yeah.
Yeah. If everyone's doing it, yeah.
Now, no one's doing it. Your best friend is the smartest doctor in the world, and he's come up with something that most likely you'll get away with, but not for sure. Right.
Love
most
this.
likely, would you take it then? Probably yes.
So I'm the first one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's go. Come on. Why not?
So,
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. When big money's involved, that changes things. What if you were a youth player and there's no money involved?
But you're hoping to get to the next level, though.
No.
I mean,
let's say there is no next level. You're just playing youth baseball.
I think people. Well, yeah.
Try to get you to be.
I was never good enough to have these options presented to me. So,
yeah.
I mean, that's the problem when you're like 5'9" and you weigh like 150 pounds, and
well, that's when you need those options.
Yeah, but I don't think it's really going to do anything for me. Like,
probably not.
You know, and as far as doing, you mentioned the Little League or the, teenage boys playing baseball and the example of cheating. I think any guy can also relate to you're playing pickup and you're playing against other dudes and someone travels or they do something that's clearly a turnover and you get the guy that wants to argue and act like it didn't happen. And it's like, wait, why are you trying to cheat in a pickup game? Like we're all just out here having fun. Like, there are people out there though that try and scheme and cheat in those situations.
I'm going to turn that to my language. Pickleball. Okay.
Oh, geez. I'm sure on the pickleball circuit there is a lot of cheating.
Well, no, not
and
really.
Scandal taking place.
I don't know if you know the lingo. Have you played, Black?
I've never dangled my pickle.
So there's something called the kitchen, and you're not allowed to step in the kitchen.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard of that. Yeah.
Okay. So the other team can call you on it, but honestly, just yesterday I stepped in the kitchen, no point. No point.
Yeah, you honor the rules.
You honor the rule. What's the point of winning by cheating? It's not satisfying to me.
Right.
It doesn't prove. You don't feel like you've proven anything to yourself.
I know. Jesse, I golf a lot, and I'm sure we could take phone calls until 6:30 on guys who are with their friends and their friends are cheating at golf, and just the back and forth with that. Because, like, golf, you're only as good as what the integrity of the game, right? Like, so if you take 6 shots off the tee, but then you put it down as you got a par, like, you're not really playing the game. You see what I'm saying? Like, so I'm sure we all can relate to when you're around someone trying. Yeah, do I want to cheat at sports? No. Would I take steroids? Probably not. I'm a shrimpy little kid. Never had the chance. It's fun to kind of say, if I had the opportunity, maybe I would. We go to Steve and Addison. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Steve?
Hey guys, love the show.
Thanks, man.
My thought about the pros gambling is that they should just have an option where they could publicly gamble on themselves to win or to hit an over or something, and that would keep the integrity going. I'll hang up and listen to you guys. Thanks.
Interesting. All right, Steve.
Still feels like a slippery slope. What if hitting the over isn't good long term? Let's say a pitcher with strikeouts. All of a sudden he's throwing gas in the 8th inning trying to get that 8th strikeout. Is that good for him and the team 5 days later? I feel like there's a slippery slope of unintended consequences if you allow something like that. I think just make the penalties really, really stiff, but I guess they already do that.
I guess my response would be, how many people who participate are actually gambling? Like, I know that all of us fans are into it. We love it. But, like, how many pro athletes are like, oh, yeah, that's something I want to do. I want to be able to bet on myself. Like, do they even care? Well, like you said,
the ones that are second tier or are broke or, you know what I mean? That's the thing. I think those kind of guys maybe, and certainly many more that are just willing to tell a good friend, hey, keep my name out of it, but I'm feeling a little sore. I'm not going to go more than 5, whatever.
It seems like the second pitch in the 3rd inning, I'm going to throw it high and outside.
Right.
Looks like a ball.
This all leads me to a take I want to run by you. I've mentioned this on the air before, and I've just been hammered by callers. What a surprise.
Oh, no.
But, I mentioned when money's involved, things change. This is tangentially. This isn't the same thing. But what do you think about my take about autographs? Okay, I have sort of the opposite take. Now, autograph seekers at 14 years or younger, fair game. Go for it. Whatever you want.
All right. Yeah.
Maybe even older than that. But you know what I'm getting at. I'm getting at the 40-year-old guy, okay, getting the autograph.
Yeah.
Now, I brought this up on the air a couple times over the years, and people just killed me on it. I actually think the 40-year-old guy that's scrambling around for an autograph so he can make a few $1,000, I respect that hustle. I actually respect that. If there's a market for autographs, okay, that's your job, that's your deal. If someone's dumb enough to pay $3,000, somebody else is dumb enough to pay $3,000 for an autograph, and you get the autograph, great. I actually don't have a problem with that as much as I have the problem with the 42-year-old man cutting in line just to get something a napkin sign to put up on his mantle, that is silly to me. Let the kids do that.
Yeah, I got you. I thought you were going to be out on all people trying to get autographs over the age of 14.
No.
I'm surprised you get that much pushback.
I actually respect the ones that are trying to make a buck, and I don't respect the ones that are sitting there as a 42-year-old man trying to get an autograph.
So you like Johnny, who pushes people out of the way so we could get 12 Tom Waddle pictures signed so we can then spin them off on some card shop dealer.
Well, I didn't say assault a 7-year-old. I said I don't mind if he hustles to get an autograph and sells it. I actually respect it.
Because you and I have been to enough live radio show remotes where you Abdallah and I hosted a show with Lance Briggs a season ago. Mm-hmm. Lance would show up, and there would be like the same 4 or 5 guys who are exactly what you're describing, older gentlemen, and they would have a full sheet of cards, and he would get 12 signatures from Lance every single time. And so, he's not giving those to his grandkids.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like he's not passing them around in the neighborhood to be friendly.
And
like he's flipping those.
And I understand my take is a little wacky, but don't you get my take a little bit? Don't you understand it at least a little bit?
I do a little. I feel like being impressed by autographs is definitely something that you are impressed by more as a kid. Like, I would never go seek and purchase something that's autographed now that I'm an adult.
Right.
I don't think I would ever do that. But I loved my Ken Griffey Jr. baseball that was autographed
Kids,
when I was like 12.
Fair game.
That's one of my prized possessions.
So
you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't do that now as an adult.
So here's would you rather? Okay, would you rather? Perfect show for it, right?
You gotta do it in the voice though.
Would you rather? Can't do it like Hoodie. Can't do it like Hoodie. It's the best. I purposely.
Hey, this is Coach Mike.
Oh yeah. You played the Open.
Hey,
I remember this Open.
Greg Olson here.
This is Stacey King.
Hey, this is D. Rose.
What up? This is Ludacris.
Hello, this is Stick and Bird. Would you like to play a little? Would you rather?
Oh
my.
Okay, so you have just two choices, two options. That's it. Would you rather, and it's very specific, I'm giving you extreme options. Would you rather stand in line for your favorite athlete at you're 42 years old, and all you get is either a napkin signed, nothing else happens in the interaction, or you get 30 seconds to shake his hand and have a quick conversation with him? You don't get both.
At this age, Jess, I will take the shaking of the hand, looking the gentleman in the eye, and having a 30-second conversation.
And you can't even record that. It's just in your memory banks.
Yeah.
So in other words, you get something you can take home that's lasting, the napkin autograph, or you get just something, hey, I met PCA, we shook hands, he told me a quick story about his childhood, whatever. You get a moment with the player.
Yeah, because I would rather, hopefully it turns out to be good, and then you can tell that story. Like, just getting the piece of paper, that ain't that cool.
Thank you.
Know what I'm saying?
I agree. You and I are on the same page.
All right. Yeah,
I think there's a lot of people that just would take the napkin.
Well, because they want to sell it. Charlie and Jack, would you guys take the conversation or the napkin?
My first thought is which athlete and how much is the napkin going to be worth?
Okay,
because that's the big thing to me. Like, if it's Michael Jordan, it's a very expensive napkin
Jesse,
right there.
Can we agree it's not something that you're going to be able to spin off for thousands and thousands of dollars?
I wasn't even thinking about the selling part. I was just thinking about, let's take the selling part out.
Yeah.
It's a napkin you're going to have. You could frame it. You're keeping it.
I don't want a napkin. Where am I going to put a napkin?
Well, no,
hanging on my wall, and then I have a napkin hanging on my wall?
No, Jesse's right. You could put in a nice frame, and if it's maybe he writes like something that's personal,
but look,
right?
I'm really skewing the options here because I'm giving you one extreme on napkin, and the other extreme is you actually get a moment with PCA. I'm sort of biased towards one direction in this would you rather debate.
What are me and PCA going to talk about? Like, so you like baseball? That's cool. I like baseball too.
Well, to be honest, I think a great icebreaker would be like, so that Jesse Rogers.
That's a good one.
What do you think, Pete? I feel like if you know a mutual friend, like that's always an easy way into the conversation.
True. So yeah, Charlie and Jack would have a way in by mentioning my name, but most people wouldn't.
Well, they could be like, hey, I listen to Jesse every day. He must really bother you in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
Something like that.
But I liked how he said that. What am I going to talk to PCA about?
I'm sure he's a nice guy. I don't know how much we're going to have in common.
We'll take more of
I was setting up this special moment.
Yes.
30 seconds with PCA. He's like, what am I going to say to him? Give me the napkin.
What do I want to talk to him about?
Oh, that's so good.
312-332-3776. Jesse and Black in for Waddle and Sylvie.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Sylvie Show. ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and let me tell you about the best banking team in all of Chicago, our friends and partners at Wintrust. And just like a perfectly designed play, Wintrust creates a game plan to help you reach all of your financial goals, like a checking account for your family, a first savings account for your kids, financial planning for your retirement, or maybe a loan for your local business. Whatever your need, Wintrust has the right game plan for you. And Wintrust Total Access Checking offers unlimited ATMs nationwide. There are no minimum balances to keep, no monthly fees, and it only takes $100 to open. The account comes with mobile and online banking, bill pay, mobile check deposit, debit card controls and alerts, and more. Visit wintrust.com/TAC or visit them at any of their nearby locations. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Wisconsin is almost here with Jelly Roll, Hardy, Dierks Bentley, Cole Swindell. Plus Gavin Adcock, Ashley McBride, Tyler Hubbard, Zach Top, and many, many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Wisconsin, July 17th to 20th. Save up to $46 at participating Walgreens and Menards.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, our family has been helping Chicagoland bring the fun home with the best products for your backyard fun. And right now, during the Great American Sale, we're celebrating 4th of July. For 10 days only, get special financing for 60 months or cash rebates. But hurry, it's 10 days only and it ends July 13th. And you'll get free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Baseball, fireworks, and the 4th of July. Nothing beats a summer night at the ballpark, and nobody does it better than the Schaumburg Boomers. Catch post-game fireworks super shows on July 3rd and 4th, and don't miss the epic drone and fireworks spectacular on July 5th. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom with Schaumburg Boomers Baseball.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This summer, the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix roars into Washington Park, Michigan City, Indiana, July 28th through August 3rd. Enjoy high-speed offshore powerboat races, a boat parade, block party, live music, and more. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chris Black, Jesse Rogers in for Waddle and Sylvie today here on ESPN 1000 until 6:30. And Jesse, coming up in 5 minutes, I have a football thought for you. I went through the NFC and I put together my NFC rankings for right now. We're almost 2 weeks away. On Saturday, we will be at 2 weeks away from when rookies report to Bears training camp. Mm-hmm. So I have my rankings for the NFC, the teams that will be in the playoffs, all ready for you, and I will give that to you in 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, I like it because now teams are pretty much set, right? The draft, free agency, everything's over. We can assess it logically and then reassess it as the preseason goes along, of course. But I like the early NFC rankings via Chris Black. I like that idea.
So we'll do
and
that
I will tell you if you're right or wrong.
Perfect. I love that. I'll probably be wrong, but I'll give it a shot. And we will continue taking your phone calls at 312-332-3776. You know, Jesse, I got a text message from Charlie Bevins earlier today.
That's my guy.
Charlie, Chardog 3000, went to get a coffee. And I don't know if I'm telling this story correctly. Charlie, you gave the barista the wrong name?
Correct. So let's set the stage. It was a little before 8. It was like 7:45 a.m. It's not like I'm some grouch in the morning or something like that.
Oh, you're a pleasant guy.
Yeah, but I walked in and I was, I noticed the name tag and it says Charlie. And just this feeling of dread came over me. I was like, God, I'm going to have to do the whole okay, that'll be coming right up. But what's your name? And I go, Charlie. And he goes, oh my God, nice name. Check it out. We're both named Charlie. How crazy is that? Whoa. I was like, I don't want to do that right now. So he was like, I gave him my brother's name. It was like, what's the name for that order? And I just said Sean. And I got
what?
I was
Charlie,
like, I don't want to deal with this right now.
Why did you think of all of that in a split second?
I don't know, man. Things move fast in this noggin up here.
Jesse, have you ever heard anything like this?
Well, when my kids were younger, just basically to embarrass them, when I would order for all of us, they'd ask a name, and I would give one of my daughter's names. I'd say Emily, and she'd get all embarrassed over it or something.
Yeah, right.
So I don't know. Yeah.
Just to give a fake name like an athlete checking into a hotel. They don't want the rest of Starbucks to know Jesse Rogers.
Oh, yeah, right. What's funny is if you give the fake name and then you forget the name, you're just going around, you're looking on your phone waiting, and then they're calling out the fake name. You forgot that it's you that ordered that.
That almost happened. I heard they were like Sean, and then I looked up.
Charlie's like, wait, that's me, Charlie. You could just say, hey, yeah, my name's Charlie. Have a nice day.
I just didn't want to do that. I was, for whatever reason, I was just like, no, I'm not doing that this morning. I'm just going to order my coffee and get out of here.
More calls and some Bears conversation coming up in a couple of minutes. Jesse and Black in for Waddle and Sylvie.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
Hey guys, get your best night's sleep on a Tempur-Pedic mattress from Steinhafels. During the 4th of July mattress sale, you can save $500 on the Tempur Breeze, plus you get $300 in Steinhafels cash. The Tempur Breeze uses exclusive cooling technology, keeping you up to 10 degrees cooler night after night. Queen mattresses start at just $86 per month when you use Steinhafels 60-month financing. Do what I do. Shop Steinhafels in-store or online. 6 Chicagoland locations, including the newest soon-to-be opened in Maryville, Indiana. Shop Steinhafels today.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Help provide for families in need with food items during Menards Food Drive. Simply head to Menards. Place non-perishable food items in the collection bin by our exit doors. And that's it. All donations will be given to a local organization representing your community to help those in need. Head to Menards to help your community today. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Sign up today at nhschicago.org/education or call us at 773-329-4111. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
It's Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000. Chris Black, Jesse Rogers filling in for the guys today. If you want to join the conversation, you can call us at 312-332-3776. Got Bears thought for you in just a couple moments, Jess. But first, let's continue with some of these phone calls. We were talking earlier about the breaking news in Major League Baseball as sources tell ESPN Guardians pitcher Luis Ortiz was subject of a gambling investigation. He was scratched for tonight's game. He was supposed to go against the Cubs tonight. The Cubs win yesterday 5-4, and they face the Guardians tonight, and then they have a 3-game set against the Cardinals. But that's really the big news of the day, is this taking place in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that is always percolating under the surface, right? The fact that there's gambling that's happening behind the scenes, and you just wonder how many players are involved, the umpires, where coaches, like, is it small, is it large? I'm not exactly sure, because I don't know if the risk is worth the reward. We'll find out what Ortiz thinks about it at some point when the investigation is over, but I assume he doesn't feel like the risk is worth the reward if he's guilty. So yeah, it's always percolating under the surface in the sports world now.
Yeah, a integrity betting firm flagged a pair of pitches that received unusual gambling activity, and essentially it comes down to 2 pitches that were balls that there were bets placed in Ohio, New York, and New Jersey, which then flagged this company to then give a heads up to the sports books And then that kind of started this entire investigation. So we'll keep our eyes on that. And that's kind of a part of some of the conversation we've had in the first hour or so that we've been on the air in for Waddle and Sylvie today. So we'll take your calls at 312-332-3776. Mark in Lincoln Park, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Mark?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, Jesse. Hey, Black, how you doing?
What's up, man?
Good. I feel like this is a history class. I really do. Real quick, the metaphor that you guys were mixing between the amateur sports, and I'm not specifically talking college, and the professional sports, I think it's apple and oranges. And I'm going back to Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis. 104 years ago, he took over as baseball's commissioner, and he banned any type of gambling, and he wrote exactly what the last hour of this conversation is about. He knew then, we all knew then, they knew. It's 104 years ago. Every 100 years is a new generation. People have forgotten. The gambling houses have gotten bigger and bigger. Now it's all embedded again. And these players are, especially with the prop bet guys, more so than a college football, pro football line. But these prop bets in baseball, you can pluck this stuff off. And if you take it to the College World Series, the same thing's going to happen there to no-name guys that are just on NIL. And listen, I'm no prude. I love to bet too. But this was going to happen. It was written about 105 years ago why you couldn't mix gambling in the sport, because back to what you said, Jesse, what you love is the reality TV of not knowing the outcome. But the game at its height in 1919 was purchased and bought. A World Series was bought by known gamblers. It happened. It will happen again. And Jesse, to your point, they will lose commercials because the more dirty this becomes, if they start layering it, people won't trust the betting and they'll turn their back to the sport. Something is going to have to change with the relationship of the big gambling and these professional teams. And like I said, it will filter down into the high-end college programs as well, as those players are easier to pick off than the pro players.
If it's not happening, if it's not happening already, that's a great call. I mean, it's a great call.
Mark, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it brings up some great points. And, Black, isn't there already a movement because of all the NBA stuff to sort of, is it to eliminate some of the prop bets? Like, I mean, that is the first solution. Look, the horse has left the barn with gambling, right?
Yeah.
But there are some ways to, I don't know, get closer to some integrity here, eliminating prop bets, or at least certain ones. I mean, someone just tweeted at me, and you guys, I didn't know you could bet on the type of pitch a pitcher throws.
Yeah.
He's throwing a changeup the next pitch. Like what you in between pitches, you can put like $10,000 on that.
Yeah. You can do it.
That's insane.
Jesse, it's huge in the NFL. You can bet each individual play. You can bet whether it'll be a first down or a pass or a run. You can do that.
I kind of knew that.
Yeah,
I just
you
didn't know.
You can do that every single play of an NFL game.
Baseball, I didn't realize it was that specific as well.
Well, think about it. You got 30 seconds in between pitches with the pitch clock.
Well, then there's some easy fixes on some ones that are easily manipulated. The type of pitch, for example, a ball or strike, like maybe eliminate some of these props. That's just I don't know if that's going to fix anything, but it might help. I don't know.
Like, it's funny. Maybe it's a real inside thing because maybe people don't care or they don't realize. But now that we live in a world where so many of us view sports on streaming devices or streaming broadcasters, the speed at which you receive the game compared to like your buddy, if you're on the gambling apps, you're usually getting updated on what took place in the game before you see it.
Right.
Because the gambling apps are charting for all these bets on all these individual plays, and it's happening quicker.
So how are you supposed to even get your bet in then?
Well, like you're following along, but like if you're watching on YouTube TV may be slower than, say, if you're watching on Comcast.
And slower than, obviously, watching live.
Yeah, or the radio, too. Right?
Yeah.
Like, and so,
in person,
But, like, if you open up your gambling app and you go to the individual game, you'll see the results populating before you're seeing it on your screen.
Right.
Does that make sense? So, like, if you want to bet play-to-play, you got to be faster than, say,
really
just
fast.
sitting there watching.
Yeah, I mean, they predicted this a few years ago. Like, people in the stands would be betting. I didn't really believe it. Like, really,
I agree with you. I agree. Like, to me, it's like not. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but everyone's obsessed with it. We go to Eddie on the north side.
Oh boy.
Hello, Eddie.
Good afternoon, guys. So I just want to point out before I get to my point, remember Arnold and Sylvester Stallone, if it wasn't for steroids, well, especially Arnold, he wouldn't have made anything because, believe me, it's not his acting that got him all the movies.
Oh, that's lame. He's a great actor, Eddie.
Okay, but forget that. But it's happened already. You guys remember the big push on fantasy baseball, fantasy football? You don't hear about that anymore because it came out there was like little corporations that had thousands of IPs and did thousands of combinations where you did not have a chance to win. So when that got let out, you don't see that advertised anymore or people even getting into it anymore. And then brought a fall to many fantasy football leagues that people used to go to all the time when you have all these prop bets.
Eddie, you okay?
Doing this.
He's always doing something. He's always doing something.
I know.
I know it's the man in the back. No, I got tools and the ladder.
Okay, yeah, yes.
But you guys get where I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're talking about
right?
daily fantasy. When you would string together your lineup, it was a really popular thing. I think people still play it. I just don't know if it's getting the push as far as marketing as it used to.
Well, it came out that there was these corporations, for example, this Texas lottery, where this guy came in because he knew some guy that was running it. He did every combination and won that lottery. Would you bet a lottery, even if it was $1 or $2, where you knew you had no chance to win? No, nobody would. Why would you?
Right. That's like, thanks for the call, Eddie. Appreciate it. It's like, Jesse, do you remember the Monopoly game for McDonald's?
Yeah, sure.
Wasn't that rigged?
My kids went nuts for that. Yeah, there was a
big scandal
story.
to it?
Yeah, there was a scandal about that. Yeah. By the way, just separately, I mean, weed and gambling have become legal, right, around the country and in this state in particular. Why does it take 4 years to fix the Kennedy? Isn't that where the money's going to?
I thought you were going to something else that should be illegal.
No, I was saying
for a third.
they're taxing the weed and the gambling, right? I assume, and it's going to the state.
Yes, the weed.
Why does it take 4 years to fix the Kennedy? Wouldn't that be a great correlation? Because gambling and weed are legal, a 4-year project now takes 2 years. Wouldn't that be wonderful if they could make that statement?
No, I agree, and I thought that's the point. I thought wasn't the point of
maybe they're saying it's instead of 6 years, it's 4 years.
Well, I mean, probably that's good for this day. I mean, how long did the Circle interchange take? It was supposed to take 10 years, and it took 20. Isn't that the case?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, 294 has been under construction. I feel like since I started driving.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, south of the airport there. Are you like me? Why aren't they working 24/7? Are you just get it done?
It's hot out there, Jesse.
Well, not at night, and there's no cars in the middle of the night. You can get a lot done.
I will say it is something I think about frequently when I'm trying to drive from downtown to the Logan Square area. Is I see all this stretch of construction, but there's never anyone working.
Nobody's working.
I don't
really
understand that.
Cubs season started.
Yes,
and the Addison exit off the Kennedy was closed for a while. You couldn't turn left if you're going south.
Still closed.
And is it still? And Irving Park to get back on is closed. Are you kidding me? During Cubs season?
Yeah, and Belmont has the bike lanes, so you don't want to turn off onto Belmont. I mean, that's a disaster as well. Are you aware of this, Jesse, the bike lanes that they've put in all over the city?
I mean, yeah, of course. I'm aware of the bike lanes, Yes.
It's the worst. It's the worst.
I'll buy all the weed in the world if it would advance the construction projects in this state, for God's sakes.
Hey, guys, can you send it out on the handle? ESPN reporter Jesse Rogers will buy all of the weed in the world if it could fix the roads. We go to Joe on the south side. You're on ESPN 1000. Hello, Joe.
Hello, how you doing? As you guys digress from the issue of illegal gambling, I was listening to you guys in essence as far as how far do you really go in essence for illegal gambling? Sometimes I look to the point is that you have these organizations that have such terrible records. If I'm out here making a bet, I definitely bet against the White Sox and the Colorado. what makes it any difference as far as like management or even players to be investigated as far as the organization itself for illegal gambling?
Well,
I don't know. I'm just
because they lose, because they lose a lot.
Huh?
Thanks for the call, Joe. Appreciate it.
Because they could lose their careers. I don't know. Like if you can get away with one big hit for a few million and get out as an executive or something, or staff member, okay, great. But like the risk is not worth the reward for most people in sports.
Did Eddie really call back? He wants his call again? What, Eddie? What now?
Isn't there a limit?
Okay, so I found out what's going on. So I drive the streets all day.
Okay, tell us.
This is what's going on. Instead of fixing all these streets with these huge 3, 4, 6-inch potholes that really need to be taken care of, and the Kennedy, they are spending all the time of building bike lanes all down Milwaukee Avenue.
I just
and then when you get to Logan Square, when you drove down Milwaukee and you got the
bike
Kimball,
lanes.
Bike lanes, and they're making a whole runaround and putting down big concrete boulders and spending all the money and all the time on that while we drive around on all these potholes down every city street.
All right. Thank you for the report, Eddie.
All
when
right,
you have
man.
more on your investigative report, call us back.
All right.
There he
Have
is.
a great weekend.
Yeah, there he is.
By the way, one of those
Sorry,
Cap and
Jesse,
J Hood, and J Hood sidebars. Can I steal from them to Howard Aiken?
Yeah, sign my ball.
I've had several people tweet at me that I sound like Eddie from the North Side, that they can't tell the difference in our voices. I don't want to say I'm insulted by that, but hopefully my content is is up to par.
This is both investigative reporters.
Do I sound like him?
I think you sound like Bob Odenkirk.
Oh, I could see
from Better Call Saul.
I could see that. Jesse, to say this is the first time I've heard of this, I would be lying to you.
Oh, it's not?
Yeah. I've heard other people suggest that you and Eddie from the North Side sound alike.
Well, maybe honestly, his baseball takes are probably the same as mine. So we're, I can't. We're the same person.
Jesse, you should start doing your baseball hits from a van with a bunch of ladders in it.
Just
throwing
stuff in the back.
Noise in the background.
It sounded like he fell.
Oh my God, that is such a great sports radio. Obviously, with a camera idea to put on YouTube. Eddie and I switched jobs for a day.
Oh my God, that would be great.
Eddie and I switched jobs. We put it on YouTube, the ESPN 1000 YouTube page.
Eddie's asked to leave the locker room within 10 seconds.
I'm pretty sure, because I would also like to see
these games.
I would like to see Jesse try and fix some garage doors.
That's what I'm saying. We'd both really, be awful at our other jobs for sure.
I'm pretty sure Eddie offered up his backyard because he wanted us to, as a radio station, to come on out and broadcast a full day from his backyard. I'm pretty sure he offered that up, and we're like, yeah, we'll think about it. Taylor in Hyde Park, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Taylor?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So, I do own a bunch of weed businesses. So I'm going to get to that in a second. But Jesse, I can't unhear it now. You said it, and I cannot unhear it. You just ruined my ESPN 1000
man, I'm
experience.
so sorry. I am sorry.
Oh, my God.
I'm gonna have to change my voice or something, my inflection.
So on the weed thing, the state made $1.5 billion last year in revenue. Our sales, I would say, we're taxed at 25%. That's 25% of $1.5 billion that the state has. 35% of that goes to the general fund, and 25% of it goes to the R3 fund, which is Reinvest, Restore, Renew fund. That 35%, for everyone listening to ESPN 1000, call your local senator, call your local state rep, call your older person, and say, where the heck is that money? Because even as owner-operators, we have no clue where that money is going.
Yeah.
There's no tracking of it. There's no record of it. And all we see is a bunch of bike lanes, which don't even ride a bike, being built all over the freaking city and all over the state. So that's my point. As far as the gambling goes, they are literally here these prop bets are here to keep you engaged in every single pitch. So that's the whole thing about all these prop bets. It's never going away. The train has left the station, and we are in a world of trouble because now all the players who don't make the millions of dollars, not everyone in the MLB is rich or is wealthy, those guys will continue to gamble if they can get away with it. It's happening in the NBA. It's happening. I'm sure it's happening in the NFL. It will happen all over.
Great call.
Thanks, Taylor. Appreciate
Great call.
the phone call.
I
that
love
was an awesome call.
I love the strays the bikers are taking on this show. I love it.
I agree.
I love it.
As someone who drives in the city often, there's nothing more frustrating than not being able to turn right because there's a concrete median for a bike lane that nobody is using, and you haven't seen anyone use in months.
I just didn't realize apparently the amount of money and energy that is directed towards helping out bikers and bike lanes and all that stuff. But the callers say they're our people, and they're telling us.
I'm all for the safety on the road also, but then why am I seeing people ride their bike on the sidewalk next to the bike lane?
So, I mean, in theory,
you should. If you got the bike lane, you got to be in the bike lane.
But wouldn't they say in theory it's supposed to reduce the congestion if more people are taking bikes, or same thing with
you're right.
But it's not. There's no more people doing. If you like to ride a bike, you're riding it. Now you just have your own lane to do it instead of just the sidewalk like the old days.
Yeah, I agree, Jesse.
It's not reducing congestion or anything.
In a perfect society where we all flipped a switch and said, and we said, from now on, we're going to bike and we're not going to sit in our automobiles, then I agree with you. That would make a lot of sense. The other thing that irritates me to no end about the bikers, if you're on the road, you have to participate in the rules of the road. So if there's a stop sign, you can't go flying through the intersection. Like, if you're going to be on the road, you have to stop at the stop sign as well. You can't just fly through. Have you ever seen that, Jesse?
Yeah. And then another thing
that's dangerous.
And another thing that's annoying is, especially in the Loop area where our station is located, now with the lights, there's a green for the bike.
I know which
and
one.
And I think it's a green for me. I start to turn. The biker yells at me.
The left on Dearborn, where the bike green and the car green
red
are two separate lights.
I'm too old for that kind of stuff. I see green, I go.
Right.
I see green, I go. And then the biker's yelling at, and I'm like, I was here before you, meaning I was driving before you were biking.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. I didn't forget about my Bears list, my football list.
Yeah.
We will get to it at some point, but the calls sometimes, Jesse, dictate how this goes.
Absolutely.
We have to break soon, and I know that Danny's listening. He was here today, so I know he was listening.
Okay.
I just want to set this up. We don't have a lot of time for this call, but I do want to get him in. Hello, Mitchell in Des Plaines. Jesse, have you ever talked to Mitchell in Des Plaines?
No, but I've heard of him. I've heard of him.
Go ahead, Mitchell. Short call, though. Short call today. Go ahead.
Very short. Hello.
Hello.
First of all, I want you to know that FYI, I think this whole thing with gambling comes down to obviously greed. And until you get on top of that, it's always going to become a systemic problem in the real sense. On a quick note, for 2 seconds, regarding the stadium of the Bears, do you guys think collectively that they will get the support of the governor and the state to participate in Arlington Heights? And that's the bottom line, Chris. That's buttoned up for me.
See, there you go. Thank you, Mitchell. Have a great day. Mitchell in Des Plaines, making a rare appearance on the Waddle and Sylvie show. Love it.
Are you like me, Black? I've always, without any inside info or anything, I've always thought they'd end up in Arlington Heights and everybody would get on board once they bought the land and all that stuff. I always thought it would end up there. Did you, or were you had some doubts?
I agree with you. I think it's always made the most sense, and I think based on the plot of land that they own, I don't see any other way for them to build anywhere outside of Arlington Heights. So, I agree with you. The moment they bought that land, I figured that that's where they were going. I know that they've tried hard to get to the lakefront. There's just no space. It doesn't seem like the funding's there. It doesn't seem like there's much of an appetite from the fan base to slam a stadium down by the Michael Reese Hospital site. So, yeah, Jess, I agree with you. I've kind of conceded that it's going to be in Arlington Heights for years now.
I just wish that when this city was built, McCormick Place, Soldier Field, that they maxed out on public transportation instead of the opposite. How do you build down there convention centers and stadiums, or at least one stadium, and not figure out the public transportation? Like instead of the maximum, they have the minimum over there.
Yeah, it's really bizarre that,
because that would be the answer to me.
The closest, CTA stop is Roosevelt, which walking distance is about 2.5 to 3 miles away from Soldier Field.
Yeah, and I mean, shouldn't there be an L stop that goes underneath right to the park, for God's sakes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Shouldn't have been that way. Now, I'm not smart. I know there's water there and stuff but there had to be a way to do it. Get it from the loop to Soldier Field. Just even that, just that run right there from the loop to Soldier Field.
Yeah, I agree with you. Absolutely. Coming up next, we will take on more city planning. We talked about the bike lanes and now transportation Soldier Field.
Weed taxes. We got everything on
we
this
got
show.
it all here in the last 25 minutes. And we'll also go into Waddle's world. Jesse Rogers, Chris Black in for Waddle and Sylvie.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Dodgers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 8:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Still dealing with knee, hip, or shoulder pain? You've tried the shots, and now they're talking surgery, right? Before you go down that road, hit pause. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle, and I want to tell you about QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine. They use advanced treatments like cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma to help your body heal itself naturally. No surgery, no meds. This goes beyond masking pain. It targets the root cause and works with your body to repair and restore damaged tissue. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. And that's not just a number, people. It's people getting back to moving and feeling better. There's no cost for a consultation. They'll review your x-rays or your MRI, and they'll even offer you a weekend appointment. Before you schedule surgery, call my friends at QC Kinetics at 312-809-5955, 312-809-5955. Again, that's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics, a better way to treat pain.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Yurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features two incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. Two matches, one ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Are you one in a million? Country Thunder Wisconsin is excited to be welcoming its 1 millionth fan in 2025. It could be you. The 1 millionth person to walk through the gate will win 2 reserved seats, camping, festival catering, and access to artist hospitality for life. Plus, awesome festival merch and prizes from our awesome partners. See Jelly Roll, Hardy, Dierks Bentley, and Cole Swindell at Country Thunder Wisconsin, July 17th to 20th. You can't be the millionth fan without your ticket. Visit countrythunder.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Let's get weird! Let's get weird!
Welcome to Waddle's World. Come inside.
Let's get weird! Let's get weird! Weird! Get weird! Weird! Get weird!
Let's get weird.
Chris Black, Jesse Rogers filling in for Waddle and Sylvie today, and a little Waddle's World. How about this, Jesse? Jack McGrath is going to lead us through Waddle's World.
Beautiful, Jack. Let's see it. What do you got for us?
I'm excited. This is my first time doing Waddle's World, so I'm pretty pumped up about this. You guys see DeAndre Ayton's joining the Lakers? That happened yesterday afternoon. Lakers finally had a center, which they very clearly needed. There's been rumors about LeBron James being traded too. Who knows if that'll actually happen. But DeAndre Ayton joining the Lakers on a 2-year deal.
Yeah, I'd say this. It's going to be fun to watch DeAndre Ayton, a player that doesn't really give max effort almost ever, playing for a coach like J.J. Redick. So that'll be interesting. And the Lakers feel like they've collected a bunch of players that are of that mindset. So I don't know how they're actually going to win like that. And the never-ending LeBron saga, Jesse, where he wants out. There's a report saying he wants out. There's a report saying the Lakers don't even want him. But he opted into his deal next year at $52.6 million. And that's really difficult to move. So I'm not sure why he's opting in if he's unhappy and wants to actually be out.
This could be a really bad take, but it feels like, don't play the council. Don't do it. It feels like the Lakers these days are sort of like put together with Scotch tape. Like at any moment it could kind of fall apart. Obviously, a healthy Luka is a difference maker, but because of everything you're just saying and just the way that the season ended for them, they don't feel like a team on the rise. Let's put it that way. But I could be wrong because they do have Luka.
No, I like that take. That's not a bad take. I feel like a lot of what they've done in the last couple of years has been to cater to LeBron.
Yeah.
And then they go out and make a move that really doesn't fit and align with LeBron's timeline. And now he's upset because, he gets to pair with Luka Doncic, who's one of the best players in the league, but they don't really complement each other. You know, the thing that Anthony Davis being there with LeBron is Anthony Davis is a great defensive player. So that helped the overall team.
That allowed LeBron not to be.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And now with Luka Doncic, not only are they both players that need the ball in their hand to create for others, but then they're both at this stage not very good on the defensive end. So you have to plug and play with a bunch of guys who are role players around that pick up the slack, and they just haven't been able to do that. And, I said yesterday, Abdallah and I were in for Carmen and Yurko yesterday, Jesse, and I had to point out once again that I understand that LeBron James is an all-time great player, but I also find him annoying, and I just can't stand him. The entire aura of LeBron and the way he's gone about his business on the court and trying to manipulate the teams and get it just right for him. Like, I'm just sick of his entire act.
Yeah, so I understand what you mean, but you're going to get pushback because you have to separate. You're tired of his basketball act because he is a good person, and he has not been involved in some of the things that other guys get involved in, and he has done so much in the community. There's so many good things, but when it comes to basketball, there's a basketball diva in him, but he's not a diva outside the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, dude, he has done great things, and you're right. He's not a bad person.
Exactly.
It's just annoying, and it's enough. And I don't like it. It's just everything about his...
Well, taking my talents to South Beach, it really started there, right?
It's all a manufactured image, and it's just not authentic. And
plus,
I think
we're in MJ territory around here, so we don't like anybody that's not MJ.
No, I agree, but I think a lot of what has to go into that is that if you have watched Michael Jordan play basketball, there is no question. But if you're someone that just wants to look up stats and count the box score stats, you might think that there's a comparable there between LeBron and Jordan. But Jesse, you covered him. You watched him when it happened. They were two separate things.
Yeah, no doubt. And you're not going to get anybody that grew up in this city to say LeBron's on Michael's level. You're just not.
And so when you opt in and you want... Now, he deserves the respect to be a player making $52 million a year. With that said, you then can't say you want to be on a different team because the team you're on isn't going to win. You, sir, are the highest paid player on the team. You are the one that controls whether or not your team wins or not. So, if LeBron really cared about winning, and that's all he cared about, then why did you opt in at 52.6? You could have signed a new deal at a lower rate and then allowed the Lakers to go spend some money elsewhere. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think
that's what bothers me is that he deserves that money for sure. But he's also one of the most famous people on the planet with production companies and Nike campaigns and all this stuff that you're telling me he needed to make the 52.6? Couldn't he have made 35 and just been like, well, I'm good financially and I make my money elsewhere, but I really want to win type of thing?
I think the best way to put it, giving him somewhat of a benefit of the doubt, is to say he's interested in winning, Chris, but on his own terms.
Yeah.
I think that's the best way. I mean, think about what he did in Miami. Yeah, he wanted to win. He gathered those other couple stars with him, and they won. But it was all on his terms.
Yeah.
So Michael just won. He didn't need any terms. He just won. He just beat you.
Yeah, that's why he's the greatest. Jack, what's next?
I'd like enough about Michael and LeBron. Let's talk about the most dominant athlete of all time.
Oh,
That's
no.
Joey
The great
Chestnut.
Oh, yeah.
Who returns to the hot dog eating contest this year after missing last season over a sponsorship dispute. Any guesses what his odds are to win the Nathan's hot dog eating contest
I like
this year?
that you called it a season, like he missed last season.
Mm-hmm.
His odds to win, we've been talking about gambling all day.
Yeah.
Now, what if he throws it? What if he takes the under?
What if he chokes on a dog?
Then
Joey Chestnut?
All of society will fall apart if Joey Chestnut's on the take.
I agree, Jesse. That will be the end of sport.
I honestly don't know. I'm going to guess he's minus 180. He's not as young as he used to be.
Oh, I think it's even higher. I don't think anyone else comes close to him.
No?
In the last time he competed, didn't he beat the
Have
field?
You seen Yurko eat a hot dog? Come on.
I have. Oh yeah, I've seen him eat a couple. I'm going to say minus 350.
Minus 1,600.
Oh, jeez. There's really no competition?
No,
Patrick Bertoletti has the next closest odds. He's at plus 1,200. This is what I'm going to say. I only watch competitive eating once a year, and I didn't see Joey Chestnut show up last year because he wasn't there.
Yeah.
I think he may have lost a step.
Oh,
I'm betting on Patrick Bertoletti to win the hot dog eating contest.
Bertoletti's from Chicago.
I want to know how much money Joey is putting on the other guy. That's what I want to know.
What's the scouting report on Bertoletti?
Isn't his nickname Deep Dish Bertoletti? No, I'm serious.
Chicago.
Yeah, no, I'm serious.
And they
really?
do deep dish.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, then we're definitely rooting for him if he's from Chicago.
I'm 100% certain that Bertoletti has been on the Carmen and Yurko show, and Joey Chestnut has been on the Black and Abdallah show. And I think Cap has told a story once about Kobayashi going to his TV studio and eating pizza with him at Comcast Sportsnet.
So we really have cornered the market on
that's
the.
all I've got, Jess. That's it. There's no other
the top
competitive eaters
contest guys out there.
Yeah, it's the one thing we do well.
Bertoletti's 40 years old. He's from Morgan Park.
Yeah, see? From Chicago. Yeah.
On my watch now.
Over-unders at 71.5 for Chestnut. Ate 62 hot dogs last time in 2023.
I'm going under.
I'm going to go under, too.
Ditto. All three. So he's definitely eating 80. He's going to have 80.
70% of people are taking the over. I don't
Jesse,
know. We'll see.
You got a buffet of dogs out there. How many would you have to be full?
And I do like hot dogs. I could honestly I couldn't eat more than 3.
Yeah, that seems like a normal number.
I mean, two is fine, but I don't think I can eat more than 3.
We had that hot dog day here at the radio station back in, I think, February. And Abdallah, Carmen, and Yurko all had to eat hot dogs to get out of here, essentially. And so it wasn't a contest to eat the most dogs, but you had to be at the radio station for 24 hours. And each dog that you ate, you could knock an hour off.
Sure.
And I'm pretty sure Abdallah got like into the teens, right? The low teens.
Abdallah was not here very long.
No, he smoked
He timed it pretty well.
Yeah, he did the right thing. Yurko was he got to a point where I think he was struggling, and then he realized he wanted to go home too. So he just took after a couple extra dogs.
What would be the best way to sort of eat as many as possible in something like that? Just like even one an hour for 6 straight hours? You get 6 hours off, or you know what I mean? Like there's got to be a strategy involved there.
I think you eat like 3 right away, and then you wait a couple hours, and then you're going to get hungry again. Because that's like your lunch, and then you wait like 3 hours, and then you eat for dinner.
But under my theory, 1 an hour doesn't sound like much.
No, it doesn't. But
I think Abdallah was pretty steady. Like I think he kind of did what Jack did, where he did like a pretty good amount at first, and then just throughout the day just kind of eased into it.
Yeah, I wonder if I did 1 an hour, could I do 10 and knock off 10 hours? You know, the second half kind of thing,
right?
Of that 24 hours almost.
Yeah, because I didn't have to participate because I won the bet for picking NFL playoff teams.
Mm-hmm.
So I was there. I think I had like 5 because I was just there for the fun of eating hot dogs all day.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot. Eating that many hot dogs felt like a lot. So 1 an hour seems like the smart play.
Right, but even that, I think after 3 or 4, I'd be still a little bit shaky.
Yeah.
How many hot dogs can I stick down my pants, Waddle?
Whoa. What was that from, Jess?
I don't know. One of my dumb reports.
Jack, what else do you have?
4th of July related question for you guys that we were pondering back here in the producer studio. So a lot of people lose fingers on the 4th of July.
Mm-hmm.
And my question is, how many fingers would you blow off with a firework if it meant that the Bears are guaranteed to win the Super Bowl?
Please, everyone, please be safe this weekend.
It's quite a question.
Don't handle fireworks.
I'm going with 0. I like my limbs.
I thought you were going to say 4.
Sylvie would. Sylvie would say 4.
Not a real fan. Real fans would do at least 3.
At least 3. At least 2 or 3.
Not to be gory, but do you guys remember when the Dodgers won the World Series? And there was the guy in Los Angeles who was lighting off fireworks in the street, and it legitimately took apart his hand. Have you ever seen that video?
No.
I'm sure I have.
If you're squeamish, do not watch it because it's messed up. I don't know. I'm going to say 0. A hard no on that. Charlie, 4 or 5? What do you got?
I don't think I need to cut any because that's how good I feel. I don't think I need to lose any.
No, Bears are going to the Super Bowl.
I don't need to guarantee it because I think that it's just going to happen with or without.
If they don't, we're going to cut off your finger. If they don't get there.
As punishment for the take.
I think there's some middle ground there.
Jesse, the firework thing, I just don't get. I don't think there's anything more boring than watching fireworks go off in the sky.
So here's the thing. I tend to agree with you, but what if you add a caveat? What if they're really good fireworks shows out there that you could... That's the problem. Most of them are now lame. Where I live, I don't want to call out my village or it's kind of lame. I do live on a roof. I do have a rooftop deck. Not live on one. I have a rooftop deck, so I can see a lot of the suburbs.
Yeah,
and none of them really excite me.
Exactly.
If you do a whole incredible half hour, I mean, go nuts. I think you'd feel differently, Black, but nobody does that. They don't do it. It's just kind of slow and lame.
Lucky for you guys, here's our next story. The top 10 reasons why fireworks are awesome from fireworks.com.
Oh, yeah, that's not
they're
biased.
not biased.
Jeez.
Did a
Number
firework
one,
write this?
Fireworks make us feel alive. Number 2, fireworks are an art form. People express themselves through fireworks. We feel things through fireworks.
Sure.
Number 3, fireworks bring people together.
Okay.
They do, Chris. It's fire in the sky. People want to watch them. Number 4, fireworks are educational. You learn from the fireworks.
What are we learning?
I learned that when you're really far away from a firework, light moves faster than sound. So that's why you hear the big boom. After the firework, you see the light.
He's got you there.
Educational. Fireworks are versatile. Just like...
like what?
A utility man,
It's like
Tommy
John Birdie.
Edman of the Dodgers, John Birdie, Ben Zobrist. They're versatile. They're more eco-friendly than you think. They can be therapeutic. They're traditional. They're spectacular, and they make us happy.
They drive dogs nuts. I mean, come on.
The back half of that list is basically like reasons fireworks are awesome. 1, they're awesome. 2, they're awesome.
They're awesomer.
Yeah, that list was bad.
Sky, guys.
Yeah, I just I've seen them. I've been to the firework gatherings. Like Jesse, I can see multiple places for fireworks, and it's never really that impressive.
Right. It doesn't meet the buildup. Right. Once a year, we think it's going to be this spectacular show.
And Justin, out in the suburbs, you also have to deal with getting there early to get your spot, and then when you pull into the parking lot, it's chaos, and there's everyone's trying to get the perfect spot, and then when you try and get out of there, you're waiting in lines. It's just not worth all the hassle. And in the city of Chicago, if you're unaware, there are no fireworks tonight. There are no fireworks tomorrow night.
But there are Saturday.
There are Saturday. The city is keeping its summer Wednesday, Saturday program. So they are not putting on fireworks tonight or tomorrow for the 4th. Saturday, they will extend by 5 minutes. So you get 5 extra minutes on Saturday to honor the 4th of July.
You know what? I was in Rome for the smoke in the sky, right? They should have gone with go with fireworks.
Oh, yeah.
You go with black smoke if there's no Pope, but once he's elected, you go with a fireworks show. That would have kept them at the Vatican because everybody just dispersed right afterwards.
Just fired off. All right, we got the new Pope. Here we go.
Got notes for the Vatican.
Oh, my God. Then you get a blanket out, you watch the fireworks. The Pope comes out and blesses everybody.
Yeah,
now that's entertainment, folks.
Now that's a ceremony.
Yes.
Jack,
that's
anything
fire
else?
In the sky.
Anything else in Waddle's world?
Yeah, there's more. There's always more. Humanoid robots guided by AI compete in first 3-on-3 soccer game. Soccer is getting a high-tech upgrade in Beijing. The players aren't just fast, they're fully robotic. The Robo League World Robot Soccer League hosted its final match in the city's development zone on Saturday, where teams of humanoid robots went head-to-head in a 3-on-3 soccer game where the players are completely controlled by AI. They played 2 10-minute halves, and they had a 5-minute halftime break for some reason, even though they don't really need a halftime break because they're robots. But that's all right. They had a halftime break. I even saw one on a stretcher. They had people coming out and carrying one of them on a stretcher because one of the robots got injured. So
now athletes have to worry about being replaced. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to watch that. So they needed a halftime.
Could you bet on it? Could you bet on it?
Yeah, you probably could.
Oh, I'm sure you could.
Oh my God,
that's lame.
Each robot has a camera and sensor that allows it to see the field.
Yeah, not for me. I want the human emotion.
It's the future.
Yeah, but like here's the other thing. Jesse, you're anti-soccer, right?
I'm not anti-soccer. I'm just not.
You're not
I'm
a
not
soccer guy.
Yeah, I'm not getting up on a Sunday to watch it.
To see robots playing soccer is probably the worst.
Yeah, definitely. If you don't like the sport in the first place, right?
Right. I don't. What? So they're just making their own decisions. Like it kind of feels like
so,
what
right?
was the original? What was the game, Jesse, where it would vibrate and the little pieces would move?
Yeah, it was one of the football ones. Yeah.
Yeah, like
I can't remember the name, but yeah.
Is it like that? Except
no, it better be better than that.
Well, of course it's better than that, but it's like higher technology because they have cameras and they're making their own decisions on the field, but like they're not necessarily programmed.
Was it just called electric football?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. That was it. Yeah.
Have you guys ever seen that? It's a very dated
was one
reference.
at my grandpa's house.
Yeah.
That I used to play.
See,
I used to play it.
Chuck E. Cheese is opening Chuck E. Cheese is opening arcades for adults. So that's pretty fun. Similar to the kiddie version, Chuck's Arcade has a mix of nostalgic arcade games like Donkey Kong and Mortal Kombat, as well as newer titles such as Halo and Connect 4 Hoops. Each arcade is overseen by one of the chain's iconic animatronic characters, including Chuck E. Cheese himself.
Well, I mean, don't we already have a Dave & Buster's? I know this isn't exactly the same, but it sounds very similar.
Yes, it does.
So,
and most like Top Golf places have arcades in them as well. So I guess you want to go double date at Chuck's.
One of my prized possessions in my house here is a smaller arcade thing. You know, one of the small ones, not a huge one, and it has 60 of the old school games in it. Like you could play any one of 60 from Donkey Kong to Pac-Man to Galaga, all of it in there. And I love it. I love it.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Those games were so simple but fun.
Asteroid.
I agree. Jack?
Come over and play, Black, sometime.
I'll come over. Yeah. Just waiting for the invite.
Pickleball and then Donkey Kong.
I'll play
That's
pickleball
an afternoon
with you.
right there.
Yes, it is. I'll play pickleball with you. I have no problem with it.
I like all you guys that think you just play one time and be good at it.
No,
it takes a lot of skill.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure it takes skill.
Okay, good. Because, you know, like Carmen is like, oh, I beat Jesse. Oh, don't worry about it. Me and Waddle will beat you.
I think we should have a pickleball event. That would be fun.
I agree. Pickleball outing, good Carmen broadcasting. I like it.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Let's do it.
What else do you have, Jack?
A rabbit threw out a first pitch at a minor league baseball game in Reno.
Did he hop it in?
No, he was named Alex the Great. He's been a sensation on social media. He actually used a pitching machine. So he really didn't throw the first pitch. So I don't get what the big deal is.
All right, fraud watch. He didn't actually throw it.
It was just a pitching machine.
That's lame.
That is lame.
He was rescued from a meat farm in California and adopted. And now he visits hospitals and charity events, and he threw out the first pitch.
Who in this country is eating rabbit? Is that normal here?
A rabbit's a thing. Sure.
Really?
Meat Farm sounds like a horror movie.
Yeah. Yeah, he was on the old meat farm, Jess.
Yeah, not interested then.
I feel like you have to go to other countries to get rabbit on the menu. Is it common here?
I don't know if it's common, but I feel like it's a thing somewhere. You know what I mean?
Or do you have to go to like those super fancy restaurants?
I was offered guinea pig, and I said no.
To eat?
Oh. Yeah. They eat a lot in Peru. I said no.
But you were in Peru.
Yeah.
Well, you got to add that into, yes, I get that.
I guess that is helpful context.
Yeah. Jesse, would you eat a hamster?
No. No. I was in Houston. There's like there's cobra on the menu. There's it's some weird stuff down south they put on the menu.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was covering the World Series. I'm like, what? Cobra? I'm not eating that cobra.
Yeah. I don't. Snake doesn't bother me as much. But a rabbit?
Thanks.
Come on. That's not right. Jack, what else?
That's it. That's all the stories I've got. That's Waddle's World.
That's a great Waddle's World. Great job. And Jesse, Jack will be hosting the pregame show tonight for the White Sox. 8:30 pregame. Jack McGrath will have the pregame show and the postgame show. Len and DJ will have the call of the game live from Dodger Stadium at 9:10. First pitch, White Sox and Dodgers.
We still have some baseball and football to get to. The Cubs lineup is out.
Ooh.
Craig Counsell made a little bit of a change, or maybe he didn't realize that the Guardians had to scratch Luis Ortiz.
Oh, no. Really?
And they added, now they're starting a lefty, but he left his first baseman in the lineup. How about that?
That's a tease. Jesse will tell us what's up with the Cubs lineup coming up next.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time, a 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th, a day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. That's why I go to Great Clips. I can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever I have time. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save my haircut details in clip notes so I can get the same cut next time, no matter who I see. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Wednesday night, in front of over 53,000 at Dodger Stadium, the Sox had the Dodgers up against the ropes, leading 4-2 in the ninth before LA scored 3. The winning blow, a 2-out game-ending single by Freddie Freeman. It was a milestone night for Clayton Kershaw, who picked up his 3,000th career strikeout on the final pitch of his outing in the 6th inning. Austin Slater tripled and homered for the Sox, who now try to salvage the series finale tonight. Sox fans head to the ballpark next Thursday, July 10th for Yacht Rock Night as the Sox take on the Cleveland Guardians at 6:40 p.m. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will receive a boat captain hat presented by City Cruises. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, it's Captain Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Get started on your painting project this summer and save big money at Menards. Rust-Oleum Stops Rust 5-in-1 spray paint lets you choose from 5 unique spray patterns with a twist of the dial, so you can get a professional, corrosion-resistant finish on every project. Save big money on Rust-Oleum spray paint now at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
All right, guys, it's Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale, and the savings are sizzling. Right now, save 10% off store-wide on furniture for every room. Plus, get hot doorbusters like a Sealy mattress, any size, for just $199. And it gets even better. Take an extra $100 off every $9.99 you spend. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. It's where I shop for everything. Trusted for over 90 years. Shop in-store online at steinhoffels.com. Don't miss it. It's only at Steinhoffel's. 6 Chicagoland locations, the 7th coming soon to Northwest Indiana. Shop Steinhoffel's today.
Hey friends, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The 4th of July weekend sales event is going on now at all 12 Hawk Auto locations. Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or no payments for 90 days. That's 0% or no payments till October. Find your next car this 4th of July weekend at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome in. It's Waddle and Sylvie here on ESPN 1000. Chris Black, Jesse Rogers filling in for the guys today. Hanging out. If you want to join the conversation, you can call us at 312-332-3776. The Cubs host the Guardians tonight, 7:05 first pitch at Wrigley Field. And Jesse, the lineup is out for the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, like I said, I think Craig Counsell may have not realized the pitching change for the Guardians as Luis Ortiz has been put on leave for because of a gambling investigation. In his place will be lefty Joey Cantillo, just called up. So normally you'd think Justin Turner would be at first base, but it is Michael Busch at first base. Let's go through the entire lineup. It's Happ. Tucker is DHing tonight. He gets a night off his feet. Suzuki's in right. Pete Crow's in center. Swanson, Horner, Busch. Shaw gets to start at third. And Reese McGuire, that was probably scheduled, even though there's a lefty on the mound. Day game tomorrow after night game. So Carson Kelly gets the day off. But Michael Busch, I actually asked Chris yesterday, I asked Counsell about Busch playing against lefties, and he said, we'll evaluate each one of them, and then we'll evaluate each matchup. And he didn't really commit to it, even though Busch has been really good. And then last night against a reliever, Bush had a base hit against a lefty reliever, and now he's in the starting lineup today. But Joey Cantillo, of course, is not Tarek Skubal or Framber Valdez, so maybe he felt like, an easier, softer spot for Bush, who, by the way, has 50 runs driven in. He's batting 7th. I mean, he's on pace for almost 100 runs driven in. And he's right, and no one even talks about it. This team offensively, man. I mean, Seiya's got 73 runs driven, and we're not even at the All-Star break. Pete CA, 64. I mean, in the double-digit home runs out of 6 different guys. It's just, wow. What a first half on offense for this team.
Yeah, they've been great each and every night. And I know they went through a little bit of a slump in the last week and a half or so, but this offense is going to hit all season long. Jesse, in one of your hits, I don't know if it was with Cap and J. Hood this morning or with Waddle and Sylvie yesterday or the day before, didn't you say something along the lines of Michael Bush, if you want to make sure he's ready to go for the playoffs, he needs to get in there to face some lefties before we get to that point?
Yeah, I mean,
didn't you bring that up?
Yeah, I did make. Look, it's not the end-all, be-all, but if he is going to bat against some lefties in the playoffs, you can't expect him to be very sharp if he's not getting those at-bats now. Because, I don't know, is Justin Turner getting a start even against Framber Valdez or Tarek Skubal if we ever get to the World Series? You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, just let Michael Bush play. I think I'm on board with that. And we'll see if the numbers take a dip against lefties. But I think you got to let him off the leash a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. And, this is a big series coming into this weekend because you get the Guardians and then the Cardinals. You really have a chance to put the Cardinals away from you with the 3 games this weekend. You're 5 games.
They're reeling.
Yeah, right. They can't score. They've been shut out how many times in the last few days? And they're 5 back of the Cubs. You get 3 this weekend. And, coming into this Guardian series, it was an opportunity for the Cubs to kind of get right, I think, because the Cleveland is good, but I know that on this show, Sylvie went through the different run differential and the way the Guardians have played to this point this season. They've got a decent record, but they're not as good as their record says. And so to see the last 2 games get good pitching outings from the starting pitching, then you get Cade Horton tonight for the Cubs. He's 3-2 with a 4.80 ERA. We'll see how that goes. The Guardians had to scratch their pitcher tonight, Luis Ortiz, because of the under investigation for alleged gambling. So it feels like this is shaping up for a really good weekend. And this series specifically, you already won it, but maybe you can sweep the Guardians tonight.
No, I think it's a great point what you said about get right. They were coming off a long stretch of 26 and 27. You get the day off. You flip the calendar to July. You're at home now. You start the series with Boyd and Imanaga, your best 2 starters, and now you get greedy and try to sweep. They haven't been great at these kinds of moments where they sweep and go on a longer win streak. Of course, they haven't had a long losing streak like the Mets or Yankees, so there's some good there as well. But you'd like to see them sweep a homestand or go 5-1 even. It hasn't happened in a while. It's a good chance to do it this weekend. The Cardinals are a wounded animal. They're off and they're in town today. Hanging out, so we'll see if they sort of get a reset themselves. I never really believed in the Cardinals this year. I know they've played well. I think the Brewers have showed they're the second-best team in the division. It's kind of shaping up the way I thought. Cincinnati would end up in 3rd, and St. Louis in 4th, and Pittsburgh in 5th. So, yeah, are you getting a wounded animal that's ready to bite back in St. Louis, or are they really retreating as we head towards the trade deadline? But first things first, Cade Horton didn't have a great start last time out, and you want to feel better about someone other than a Boyd or an Imanaga.
Yeah.
So here's a chance to do that with him tonight. And the last thing is I challenge Yurko or any of our listeners, to be honest, or casual baseball fans, to name me 3 Cleveland Guardian hitters. I'm specifically 3 because I think you can name 2 if you're a casual fan. I don't know if you can name 3 or more.
Quan?
Yes,
Ramirez?
that's the one. Yes, that's the 2.
And
yeah,
so I need a 3rd.
See?
Come on.
Do you think Yurko could do it?
Yurko, I mean, I'm thinking about myself. Let's see.
Could Yurko do 2?
He could give you Ramirez.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, so 1.
Yeah.
Don't they still have one of the nailers?
Exactly. But
oh,
which
they
one?
do still?
But which one?
There's Josh.
The one that kills the White Sox.
Bo's the youngest
gone.
one, right?
The one that kills the White Sox is gone.
He's playing against a team that we just saw, didn't we? The Mariners?
No, Diamondbacks.
Josh Naylor's in Arizona.
So it's the other one, Bo Naylor.
All right. There you go.
You got to 3, barely, but you got there.
No, I got the 2.
So the point is the Cubs
the
should
2.
sweep them because we don't know anybody else on the Guardians but 2 hitters.
All right. Fair point. On Tuesday, Jesse filled in for Yurko on Carmen and Yurko. And as we continue to preview the Cubs and the Guardians tonight, 7:05 first pitch at Wrigley, Carter Hawkins, Cubs GM, joined Carmen and Jesse, and they started the conversation talking about that 2016 World Series.
Of course, Carter was the assistant GM of the then Indians. Now they're the Guardians in town. So where were you watching when Rajah Davis hit the home run? And did you think you had the Cubs right where you wanted them?
Yeah, that's a great question on the second part. The first part, I can tell you, I was the front row. You can see my legs, I think, in the video. So I was like in the scout seats, front row, right behind home plate. So was sitting there for that. That was an unbelievably exciting time, and then everything kind of blacked out after that. So couldn't tell you how it all ended up.
Well, Jason Kipnis was on this radio station yesterday, and he was asked if it comes up, and he said, just about every day. So, I mean, how much fun has Jed had over the years with you about that, and certainly when you play Cleveland?
Yeah, Jed can be cutthroat in a lot of places, but in terms of that, he is not. So he has been quite gracious and does not wear his World Series ring around. And, interestingly, this is how gracious Jed was. So when I took the job, they were going to get me a jersey. And I guess I'm like the 16th of this role that I'm in right now, and they decided not to put 16 on the jersey, lest they rub in, that year.
That's incredible. That is pretty. That's sort of like magnanimous in a way of them, I guess. Yeah. That's pretty good. Last thing about that game, I was fortunate enough to be in the building, and not even being a Cub fan, being a White Sox fan, it's still one of the greatest experiences of my life as a lifelong sports fan, and certainly one of the highlight games I was ever at in person. I don't know that I've been in too many buildings, and it's an open-air stadium, of course. I don't know if I've been in too many buildings, Carter, where it was as loud as when that place erupted, and you could literally feel it when Davis hit that home run.
Yeah, no doubt. And then you had all the fans, over on the patio that was in between the Quicken Loans Arena and the Progressive Field at that time. So, the whole city was on fire, and there was, basically everybody that I've met in Chicago was there too. I think it was just a really cool moment for this region from a sports perspective, and an unbelievable game. Unfortunately, I was on the wrong side of it, but still a great experience.
Well, fast forward 9 years, and you're the GM of a first-place team. So many things to get to with you, Carter. But let's just start with big picture, a 500 month. I've kind of been accused of giving the Cubs an excuse of their own, because I think the schedule matters. And when you play 26 and 27 days, and there's no off days even in travel, 3 cities earlier in the month, just the last road trip, no off day. I think that's impactful as much as anything. Am I being too easy on your team? Are you digging deeper and saying, that 500 month is worrisome?
Definitely not worrisome. Look, obviously we want to win every game, and we'd rather be well above 500 than well below it. But I mean, look, you talk about those 16 teams. There was 2, each of those teams, the Indians then and the Cubs, both had sub 500 months over the course of those 2 seasons. So it's just a long season, and to look at just any 30-game chunk of it and say it's something to be excited about or something to be worried about, I think is just too myopic of a view. So, even the 81-game look we have right now is probably not enough to come to any firm conclusions. But generally, obviously, we played really, really well. We're playing above expectations, and guys have put us in a really good place to make a fun run here. So from that perspective, we're really excited and just trying to take the old cliche one day at a time.
I think the most impressive thing you guys have done is kind of figured out this bullpen, and they can be fickle, they can be hard. It seems it could be really challenging to do sort of in season, but you guys have done that. And I guess I was just asked, how does that come together? Is it stuff that you guys are doing? Is it the analytic department? Is it just on-field stuff with the manager, with the pitching coach? I mean, how is it that you guys have formulated one of the most dominant, assured, things right now with the bullpen when you look at the way you've pitched over the last month or so?
Yeah, a couple things. I mean, I think generally, I've not found many things in this game that don't involve, everyone that touches a player or touches a decision around the player. So, we're talking about the success of a particular pitcher. It's typically because all of those different functions that you talked about, whether that's our analysts, whether that's our coaches, whether that's our baseball operations staff, are all operating, with some synergy, to use some buzzwords, but like it's real. We have to find the player, then we have to have a plan for the player, then we have to implement that plan with the player. And if there's any breakdown in that chain, it just doesn't work. So, most of the time, the successes and the failures are due to all of us. So from that perspective, yes. And then two, I think one thing we realized, 4 years ago when I was coming in here was, just we need to be more transactional and be more willing to make some really hard decisions on moving away from a player and kind of churning through the different options, especially in a bullpen. Now, to be transactional, you have to have a lot of conviction in your forecast of your players. You have to have a lot of conviction on how good you think players are going to be, and you have to realize that you're going to be wrong sometimes. But it's kind of like counting cards in a casino. Mm-hmm. If you do it over and over again, you're going to be right more often than you aren't. And you're also going to take some losses, but you're going to take some wins on the long term. And I think that's kind of what we've done over the last couple of years, and we've seen some success from it, and we'll keep on trying to get better.
Visiting with Carter Hawkins, GM of the Cubs. A couple of, let's call them like internet debates, callers that call into the radio station, and they're involved in the lineup. So that I know it's more for Craig Counsell, but you guys are all involved in these kinds of things. People, Carter, are upset when there's a lefty on the mound that Dansby's batting fourth, even though Pete Crow-Armstrong's numbers against lefties aren't great. What is the calculus there? Is it really about the first inning, getting Dansby up against what he's traditionally better at, hitting lefties? Not so much this year, though. So that's like a big internet debate. People get all upset when Swanson bats fourth.
Yeah, I mean, when things don't go well, typically people get upset, and that's just kind of part of the deal. And our focus can't be on what's happened. Our focus has to be on what's going to happen, and continuing to try to predict most effectively what's going to happen. We think Dansby's a really good player. We think his body of work against left-handed pitching, makes him have more likely to be a successful hitter moving forward against lefties, and so we put him in that place. The batting order, it's we're solving for trying to score the most runs in that game, but there's a lot of other things too, right? Like we try to alternate righties and lefties, so you can't just have this pocket of lefties that a left-handed reliever can come in, or same thing with right-handers, where you have this pocket where a right-handed reliever can come in and mow down three guys in a row. So there's a little bit of everything that goes into it, but overall, we just trust in the player that Dansby is, and think that he'll be the version of his general version of himself overall moving forward. The
one thing I would guess push back on is, and Jed has said this over and over again. Let's not get too caught up in the lineup. Put your better hitters at the top. And that makes a lot of sense because of the extra at bat. And so here's my thought on PCA batting at least fourth, is that most bullpens are right-handed. Most closers, minus Josh Hader, are right-handed. And do you not – I mean, look, it's a 51-49 decision maybe. Do you not want to leave PCA on deck? And I think that's happened a couple times in the ninth inning against a right-handed closer.
Yeah, I mean, I think that certainly, like I said, there's things that happen in the past, right? And, sometimes it's a good decision, sometimes it's a bad decision. It's trying to make sure that more often than not going forward in the future, it's going to be a good decision. So, yes, there's going to be times where he's on deck, but there's also going to be times where he's up to bat early in the game with runners on and have the opportunity to knock them all in. So they're trying to weigh all those different things, but, kind of what Jed said, the order thing, overall, over 162 games, it's on the magnitude of runs, not significant amount of wins.
Carter Hawkins is our guest on the Yingling Guest Hotline here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Do you anticipate any payroll limitations maybe that might impact a player you'd like to add or players you would like to add at the trade deadline in about a month?
I think generally, we've had the resources we've needed to win, and, I don't expect that to change over the course of the next couple months either. And, those are constant conversations with ownership in terms of the opportunity cost of any particular player. But we feel really good about the resources we have to win, and, expect to feel good about that as we get closer to the deadline.
Can you update us on any conversations you guys have had with Kyle Tucker potentially signing long-term?
I cannot.
Damn.
Almost got me. You almost got me.
Kind of like an obligatory question at this point, right? So, speaking of the deadline, I mean, it's July 1st, so plenty of time to go. I'm sure you're having as many draft meetings as trade meetings, but draft is not sexy, even though, draft talk isn't sexy, even though Cam Smith was a huge pick and turned into Kyle Tucker. So setting the draft meetings aside, just like on July 1st, you're not going to give us too many specifics, but were you on the phone with other executives today about trades? Like, is it a daily thing on July 1st, or is it become more daily later in the month?
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely increases in intensity the closer you get to the end of the month. That's for sure. But this time of year, you're looking at the broad landscape of players. Most teams don't even have a great feeling about the direction they're going to try to go. So it's a lot of just laying the groundwork, foundational type conversation. So yeah, like I was on the phone with a couple guys over the course of today, but nothing specific as much as just, hey, what do you think you're going to do? What are the things we should be thinking about with you guys, and vice versa. And you just want to be prepared for when things do speed up, but it rarely speeds up this time of year, that's for sure.
You've got 6 teams in each league that are within like 3 games of the wild card, with the added wild card. And, that doesn't obviously include the division leaders right now, like you guys. And then when you've added this wild card, I mean, it seems like it would make it, I don't know, maybe a little bit more nebulous this time of year when teams kind of feel like they could still potentially be in it. I mean, is that must change the calculus for you guys a little bit, or like change it for the league over the years here since they've added the playoff teams, right?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think there's definitely less clear delineations between sellers and buyers. From Jed and my perspective, it's kind of fun. It really forces you to think creatively and try to make deals that potentially wouldn't fall clearly as a buy deal or clearly as a sell deal. You think about like the Morrell trade last year. That was a creative deal where we're getting a player that in Paredes that was going to help us, over a course of a couple of different years, but probably was more of a buy-type deal overall, even though we were kind of in more of a sell mode. And so it's a little bit more creativity that's allowed given that circumstance, and makes it fun for all of us.
When in the development of PCA did you guys realize he had this power profile, this power potential, and all this slug?
I mean, I think we always knew he could hit the ball really hard, and he definitely hit for power in the minor leagues. So it's not all that surprising that he's hitting home runs. Now, the rate that he's hitting home runs is definitely kind of a 95th percentile outcome for us in terms of what we could have expected. I think he might be the only one that would have expected that he would play like this. And, I think typically when you talk about great players like him, that they're the ones that kind of lead the way in terms of belief on the particular player. But man, I couldn't pinpoint one particular moment. I mean, I remember that home run against the Astros last year. That kind of came out of nowhere when he was in a really big slump, and that was the catalyst, it feels like, to him really starting to put things together. And, I think I wouldn't say it's something that creeped on us, but, I mean, heck, around May of this year, we just, that Brewers series, maybe it was kind of like, oh, man, like, this has gone from something good to something special.
Amazing. Visit with Carter Hawkins, GM of the Cubs. Couple trade-related questions. And really, I know in a lot of ways it has to happen internally. Like if you make a trade, it's for one pitcher or for one hitter, but the guys on your team have to perform. But there's 2 areas. Like starters ERA is 4.30. That ranks 23rd, Carter. The other thing is you guys are 11-13 when a left-handed starter, opposes you, which I think is probably a surprise in some ways. I think you thought you'd be better against left-handed pitching. Are those 2 areas where you think you can improve via the trade deadline? Improving that starting rotation, improving your luck against left-handed pitching?
Yeah, I mean, look, like you got to hit it early, but, we're just looking to make the team better, right? So that can be in any particular way, depending on the cost of making the team better. And it could be offense, it could be defense, it could be base running, et cetera. I think, when you talk about places that are more obvious where we can improve, definitely, we got to figure out, like you said, the starting rotation to where, we're not, towards the back end of the league, that, we're able to improve there. So, I would think that would be a spot that, it's likely that we could find upgrades in. We will obviously be very robust in the search for that. In terms of the left-handed hitting, I mean, I think we're 5th in the league against left-handed pitching overall.
6th in OPS, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's a strength of ours. honestly. And, look, like we faced some really good left-handed starting pitchers, your Skubals, your Valdez's. So I think from that perspective, the 11 and 13 or whatever that stat was you said, I think that's a little bit misleading. Feel really good about our lineup. If we can improve, of course we will, but that's not an area that we're staring at and going, oh, man, that's a big weakness for us.
Oh, that's interesting because I wasn't sure if the 6th in OPS was misleading or the 11 and 13. You know what I mean? Like, do you achieve the 6th ranking because of lefty relievers that were C relievers on other teams? But no, I'm buying what you're selling. The one guy that I think everyone thought would hit a little bit more was Justin Turner, and he hasn't as much. I didn't realize, Carter, he was pretty much an everyday player through last year. For some reason, I just had in my head that he was kind of a part-time player last year, and he put up a 350 or 360 on base. Has adjusting to being a part-time player, even as smart as he is, has that impacted him, or is it just obviously a 40-year-old guy, or where do you see with Justin Turner? Because I know he could be key against left-handed pitching.
Yeah, I mean, look, he has an unbelievably professional approach, an unbelievable professional at bat. He's situationally very, very good. I don't think he's necessarily hitting the ball as hard this year as he has in the past, and that's something that he's working on and trying to get his contact point out in front a little bit more effectively. And he is working diligently on those things. I don't think that the fact that he's not playing every day has affected him significantly, other than probably don't get the reps to work through adjustments like you would otherwise. But no, he's a guy that's been a big part of this team, and we'll continue to try to help him get better so that he can help impact us down the stretch here.
One more question about the trade deadline. It's kind of fascinating now that you can't make moves in August or September. So I'm curious, are there two different calculations you make in terms of deals that help you get to October, but also deals that help you in October, if that makes sense? And I'm thinking about both. There are. Okay, because you think about 16 with Hector Rondon, as good as he was, they traded for Aroldis Chapman. Like, as good as Palencia is, I mean, is it a luxury if I said, boy, it'd be nice to trade for another reliever that could get you saves in October? But Palencia would probably get you to October, So is it two different calculations?
Yeah, it's a really fun conversation, and we could nerd out on this for a long time, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, so you talk about like the marginal value of a win. You might have heard me say that at some point, and that's just how valuable any additional win is during your season towards whatever goal you're looking for. And relievers, for instance, aren't super impactful over the course of 162 games relative to a starting pitcher, relative to a position player. But because of the way you could use a roster in the playoffs, because of the off days, because of just the fact that you can just blow guys out during the playoffs, relievers become more valuable because the leverage of their innings increases. And so that's a particular player that is valued differently depending on what you are solving for. So going back to the 16 series, right, Chapman was a very, very valuable piece because of the leverage of innings that he was able to throw, as we saw in the World Series, not necessarily Game 7, but the ones before that. Yeah. So, it's really, there's always that conversation of what are you really solving for? And counterintuitively, the best way to put yourself in position to win a World Series isn't necessarily punching a ticket to the playoffs year over year over year. It's building elite teams. So when you're talking about trying to win a World Series, it's not about just getting your foot in the door. It's about trying to build that, the best optimal roster for the playoffs that you possibly can. And, I think different teams have different goals as it relates to that at different points in their win curves. And, it's certainly a conversation that we have. And, yeah, I think that was a long answer to your short question. The short answer is, yep, absolutely. It's a conversation that happens here.
There's a lot of nuance in those conversations for sure, and in those decisions that you guys make.
And I mentioned on the air yesterday, Carter, I mean, I don't think people realize this. Hector Rondon had 18 saves and a 1.95 ERA when Theo and Jed traded for Aroldis Chapman. So that was like a all-in moment, wasn't it? Like, I'm sure the league kind of thought it that way as well.
Yeah, I mean, and similarly on the other side with Cleveland, right? We traded for Andrew Miller and utilized him in some really high leverage situations. I think he ran out of gas a little bit towards the end there in the World Series, but yeah, I mean that impact of a reliever in the playoffs is disproportionate to the impact in the regular season, and that's the reason why.
Yeah, for sure. Carter, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us today. Good luck in the second half.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Carter Hawkins, Cubs GM, joined Carmen and Jesse on Tuesday. right here on ESPN 1000. Chris Black, Jesse Rogers filling in for Waddle and Sylvie today. We continue to preview the Cubs and the Guardians. 7:05 first pitch at Wrigley. And also, we have what to watch for the holiday weekend coming up next right here on Waddle and Sylvie.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Sylvie. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Dodgers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 8:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Exosomes, the newest scientific non-surgical advancement in treatments for thinning hair. I'm Dr. Yates, and we're excited to add exosomes to the options you have for treating your thinning hair. Make an appointment and learn more at dryateshairscience.com.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire Live Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIV golf.com.
Save big on everything for your next staining project when you shop at Menards. Protect your deck with Cabot Heat Reducing Stain and Sealer. With its Cool Field technology, it deflects the sun's heat and reduces surface temperature by 20 degrees, allowing you to enjoy your deck all summer long. Save big money in all Cabot premium wood care products. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Are you going to do something today?
Yes, I am.
And what exactly might that be?
My plan is to sit here and enjoy our amazing new patio set from Steinhoffel's.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale is going on now. Take 10% off store-wide, plus an extra $100 off every $999 you spend. But don't wait too long because this sale ends soon.
Now, would you be a sweetheart and get me another lemonade? I have to stay hydrated.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale, going on now.
Hey, get in.
What? Who are you?
I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
This summer, the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix roars into Washington Park, Michigan City, Indiana, July 28th through August 3rd. Enjoy high-speed offshore powerboat races, a boat parade, block party, live music, and more. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Waddle and Sylvie get you set for your weekend viewing with What to Watch For.
Chris Black, Jesse Rogers filling in for Waddle and Sylvie today. Charlie Bevins, Jack McGrath are also here with us producing the radio show. So, Jesse, here we go. Holiday weekend, the 4th of July is tomorrow. What to watch for, a staple of the Waddle and Sylvie show. That sounds great, Jesse. Appreciate it.
Come on, Jesse.
I was going to see how long you were waiting.
I was waiting for you.
I know. I could wait all day. No problem. You want me to go first?
Yeah.
All right. I've got two items for you guys.
Okay.
One that I think Jesse could get behind, one that he's going to hate on. I know this. First of all, last night, Jurassic World Rebirth was released in theaters. Have you seen the trailer for the new Jurassic Park
I have
film?
seen the trailer, yes. Is Scarlett Johansson in it?
Yeah, Scarlett Johansson's in it, and I was reading yesterday. Now, originally when I was talking with Abdallah on the air about this, I was like, do I need another Jurassic Park movie? I don't know if, like...
The answer would probably be no.
They just keep remaking the same thing for the most part. Apparently, this is a heist movie. Any intrigue there? Apparently, because what happens is the scientists have to go back to the island to extract DNA from the living dinosaurs, and there are 3 separate scenarios where they have to extract the DNA, and it essentially plays like it's 3 separate heists that take place, because the catch of the movie is that the dinosaurs can't be dead when you extract the DNA. So they have to go get 3 of these.
Little twist on the Jurassic Park world cinema.
All right, I can. You tell me it's a heist movie, then I'm in. So
It's a heist movie of dinosaur DNA, though. It's not going into the bank vault, for God's sakes.
No, right, but if that's the style of the movie, then I think I'm in for that. So it was
when you say in, you're going to the theater?
Yeah, I'll go see it.
Oh, okay, I'm out.
You won't go see it?
Not in the theater.
Really?
And probably not at home.
Do you not like going to movies?
This guy hates dinosaurs.
No, I mean, as much as you just sold me on the heist movie, it's still a Jurassic Park, and it's still going to be a Jurassic Park remake, just with a different twist to it.
You can go to the Alamo right outside Wrigley. You can go on your way to a game.
Yeah,
and I like movies. I like
some chicken
movies.
tenders.
You want to know the last movie I went to in the theater?
Yeah.
I don't know if I would say nerded out, but I guyed out, whatever you want to say. I made my wife go to Mission Impossible, the last one.
Oh, like the one that just was...
Yeah, the one you have to see that in the theater.
Yeah, no doubt.
You know? And periodically over the last 20 years, I've seen the other 6 or 7. And I said, look, you know what? And I don't think I've seen any of the other 6 or 7 in a theater. So this last one, let's go to the theater.
Did you like it? Was it good?
Yeah.
I want to see it. I haven't seen it.
You have to, as my wife says, suspend, disbelief a few places.
That's what the movies are for.
Right, exactly. Yeah, he should have been dead 6 movies ago, but that's how it works,
I love Tom Cruise. Yeah, I want to see it. I have yet to do that. I would like to go see it, and I would like to see the Jurassic Park, Jurassic World Rebirth in theater. My other option for what to watch for, I was going to select Sunday night, 6 o'clock on Fox, the CONCACAF Gold Cup Final.
Ugh.
The U.S. men's national team taking on their arch rival, Mexico, at NRG Stadium in Houston. So you know that the crowd will definitely be probably 60-40 in favor of the Mexican national team. Because anytime that the U.S. plays anywhere in California or Texas, they're not getting a home game, even though they're in the United States. That's going to be a must-watch game. And, Jesse, do you know the situation here with the U.S. men's national team?
Vaguely. My son keeps me updated, but I tune him in or out depending on what he's saying about soccer.
Yeah, like the U.S. is in a – I don't want to bore people and draw them away
They changed coaches, and it's a mess, right, or something?
They changed to a coach who has real top-level managing
right.
in the Premier League. He used to be the manager at Tottenham. But the U.S. team is at a stage now where we actually have good players who are playing in Europe. And so, like, the team that has advanced in this Gold Cup, there's only, like, our top 8 players are not playing because they're just resting this summer.
This is what my son told me. Exactly.
Yeah. So, like, Tyler Adams is one of our better players. He's playing. He also plays in Europe, but he's been injured a lot in the last year and a half, so he's playing in this. But like Pulisic,
and that's a guy I know.
Musa, and some of the other guys, they all play in Europe, and they played like 50-plus games in the last season, so they did not play. Part of it was coaching decision. Part of it was they didn't want to.
Yeah.
But so, like, I guess my sell to you guys is that, like, some of our B players are showing up and playing really well in this tournament. So that's like a positive overall. All right, the sell job didn't work.
Well, it didn't work because my what to watch for is going to be in direct competition with yours. I'm going to go to bat for my colleagues.
A little baseball?
Because starting at 4 o'clock on Sunday on ESPN, they will announce the All-Star reserves, the rest of the AL and NL teams. And before we get to what's after that, I want to ask you, does Seiya Suzuki make it? I know you got to look at the competition, but, like, leads the league in ribbies. That's still something. That means something, right? You can't score without driving them in.
And did I see last night in SportsCenter, Jesse, that Pete Crow and Seiya are the first 2 Cub teammates to have 20 home runs and 20, was it doubles?
No, it's Tucker and PCA.
Was it?
Or maybe it was Seiya and PCA. Maybe you're right.
Wasn't on the
ground? Maybe, and Tucker's right behind him or something like that.
He deserves to be an all-star.
Yeah, Seiya deserves. So at 4 o'clock, the reserves, does Matthew Boyd make it? Does Drew Pomerantz with his 0 ERA make it as a middle guy? Good questions there. Who's the Sox rep? Carmen was asking me yesterday, who's the Sox rep?
I heard you trying to pick a player out, and it's like,
Shane Smith.
There is no reason to have every team represented.
This year's Sox kind of are an example of that, but Shane Smith probably deserves it.
Probably.
Yeah.
To answer my own question, Pete Crow, 21 home runs and 20 doubles. Seiya has 23 home runs, 20 doubles.
Yeah, first teammates since Rizzo.
Yeah, since Rizzo and Bryant. Yep.
Yeah, and Tucker's not far behind. So
Tucker is at 17 home runs and 18 doubles.
Incredible.
That's
middle
a great
of the lineup.
Team.
And what's great about it is, and this is what I was saying at the top of the show about unexpected all-stars, like PCA, and now let's add Baez. Javi Baez.
What a story.
2 guys traded for each other 4 years ago are now starting at the same position, most likely. I assume Baez will be in center. Incredible. You couldn't. Baez is. Here's my question: PCA or Baez? If you go back to March 1st to be starting in the All-Star game, I think the bigger surprise has to be Baez.
Yeah, I
agree.
Has
to be Baez.
I agree. That is so unlikely for where Javi Baez fell to. Yeah, I agree. Credit to him. What a great. I love when players fall off and then find a way back. Like that, when vets find a way to, like, get it done late in their careers or, like, after people write them off, I love that for Javi Baez. That's so cool.
There's something about Javi Baez that I just have always liked. Now, there's the obvious. He just has this thing about him, right? The El Mago thing. But there's just something about his personality I like. That's why I'm with you. I'm happy for him. And he's just, it doesn't feel like he's ever had a bad day publicly, even though we know he's had bad days. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, there was a lot of embarrassing moments swinging and missing at those sliders, especially with Detroit, and he I don't feel like he showed it. He just went about his business.
Yeah, you want to root for him.
Yeah. He's easy to root for. So that's going to be a lot of fun. All right, so 4 o'clock, the reserves.
Okay.
4:30 is baseball tonight.
Love it.
And then 5 o'clock is the Cubs and Cardinals. How could I not talk about what to watch for and not include on July 4th weekend, America's birthday?
Yeah.
It's the Cubs and the Cardinals all weekend long, but especially Sunday Night Baseball with my guys, Eduardo Perez, Carl Ravitch, David Cohn. 5 o'clock early start time on ESPN on Sunday Night Baseball. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Great pick. Charlie, what do you have? What to watch for?
Yeah, let's go down to Fiji for the weekend. I'm going with Love Island USA. New episode tonight.
Oh, Lord.
Tomorrow night. I don't watch After Sun on Saturdays, and another one Sunday. But the reason I say it, especially this weekend, tonight there is a vote. People are going to be cast off the island. There's a much-needed shakeup hopefully coming, and very much looking forward to it. A lot of redemption arcs that we didn't see coming.
Can you explain to us what this show is?
Wait, before you do that, I got to mention, I had lunch with my daughter, 17-year-old daughter, before the show. We sit down just down the street from my house. She reminds me that she's going to a friend's lake house in Wisconsin this weekend. I said, be safe and all that stuff. I said, what are you guys going to do tonight? She said, we're watching Love Island. I'm like, are you what? I'm like, that is not where you should be learning about relationships.
Oh, Jesse, some of the stuff that I've seen, like I haven't watched the show, but I've seen what's gone viral.
I don't even want to know. She's 17.
Oh, yeah, that's not...
I don't want to know what's going on there.
Charlie, you want to fill him in?
I mean, it's just a much messier, more, I would say, overt, more open Bachelor, like Bachelor in Paradise.
Yeah, they don't
They make Bachelor in Paradise look pretty prude.
Yeah, they don't show sexual acts on The Bachelor.
Correct.
Oh, man. What is my daughter watching?
Charlie,
she's listening right now on the drive up there. Emily, put on Blue's Clues or something, honey. Come on. You don't need to be watching that stuff.
Her and her friends are listening to sports talk radio on their way to the lake.
That's a good point. Oh, okay. So next thing I mentioned I'm going to be on. You should listen on the way up. She goes, can you get that on the radio? I swear to God she said that. Can you get that on the radio?
No.
I'm like, oh, man, we are all screwed.
Yeah, well.
To answer Jack's question, I voted for Chris and Amaya.
I like Chris, too.
Explain
Former
the show.
basketball player.
For those that know, I know a lot of people watch it, but I vaguely understand the premise.
It's like they bring in like four or five single men, 4 or 5 single women. They bring them to this villa in Fiji. Throughout the show, they do these like very like sexually explicit challenges. They introduce new like quote unquote bombshells.
New bombshells in the villa.
Exactly. New bombshells, and then you test your connections, and then you see if you find the right way. Odell Beckham Jr.'s brother won it last year, so it's thrilling television. It is the definition of a show that like your girlfriend or your wife starts watching, and then you
get sucked in.
You peer in for a couple episodes, and then all of a sudden you're like, we got to cancel our plans. Like we got a new episode of Love Island.
Girlfriend or wife is fine. 17-year-old daughter, I'm a little worried.
Everybody's watching it now. The security guard downstairs in our building was watching it. I hope I don't get him in trouble, but I walked by, and they were watching it on their phone.
She was in South Bend last week for a softball tournament, and again I asked her, what'd you do? She goes, I got caught up on Love Island. I'm like, what is going on here? So I was shocked when you just brought it up. I was shocked. But maybe I shouldn't be.
That's incredible. Jack, what are you watching for?
I am watching and supporting our man, Patrick Bertoletti, in the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest.
All right.
The women's competition starts at 9:45. The men's contest airs at 11. And so I'll be watching that on ESPN, too. Patrick Bertoletti. I'm all in. I'm Bertoletti. Also, I'll be watching the fireworks show because the fireworks are awesome.
Which show are you going to?
I'm actually going to be in Long Beach, Indiana.
Long Beach, Indiana. All right. That's fantastic. Also, I don't want to out you, but Sunday Night Baseball.
I'll be in the bleachers for the first time.
How about that, Jesse?
Oh, nice.
It'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
If I really cared, I'd come say hello to you. But,
wow.
Jeez. I mean, it's a long walk from the press box. It's a long walk.
What a diss. If I really cared, I would come stop and say hi.
I'm in a debate with my girlfriend right now because she's a Cardinals fan. And so she's trying to figure out if she should wear Cardinals gear or Cubs gear.
No, let her wear Cardinals. You wear Cubs.
Cardinals gear, yeah.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
fine.
All right. What to Watch Awards brought to you by Connie's Frozen Pizza. To get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza, born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Be caller 10 right now at 312-332-3776 to win free pizza from Connie's. It's Black and Rogers in for Waddle and Sylvie. Got a football thought on the Bears coming up next.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free, expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Click the Education tab at nhschicago.org and sign up today. That's nhschicago.org. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Parent Petroleum, its customers, and the Parent Petroleum Foundation work together to support local charities in an effort to give back to the community during their annual Pump-a-thon event. With every gallon of gas purchased in the months of July and August, fuel retailers donate a portion of their sales to 4 great charities: Folds of Honor, Living Well Cancer Resource Center, Casa Kane County, and Cal's Angels. Be on the lookout for Pump-a-thon signage at a participating gas station near you. Learn more at parentpetroleum.com.
Hey golfers, it's Sylvie. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, and I can help you with hair loss. I know the pain you feel. I've suffered from hair loss since my early 20s, and I did something about it. Let me assist you in doing something about your hair loss. Start by visiting DrYatesHairScience.com. Our team has the experience and expertise to help you look younger. Don't get fooled by other hair restoration clinics and their low prices or gimmicks. Imagine a more confident, younger-looking you. DrYatesHairScience.com.
Hey friends, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The 4th of July weekend sales event is going on now at all 12 Hawk Auto locations. Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or no payments for 90 days. That's 0% or no payments till October. Find your next car this 4th of July weekend at hawkauto.com.
hawkauto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
SoFi Personal Loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi Personal Loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level. and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Country Thunder Wisconsin kicks off in just a few weeks. 4 days of nonstop country music with some of the biggest names in the game. Jelly Roll, Hardy, Dierks Bentley, Zach Top, Cole Swindell, and many more. All in Twin Lakes, July 17th to the 20th. Grab your tickets now at countrythunder.com.
Waddle and Sylvie, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago.
The X-Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix is on the shores of Michigan City, Indiana, July 28th till August the 3rd. For tickets, go to GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. Chris Bleck, Jesse Rogers in for Waddle and Sylvie today here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Coming up tonight, we have White Sox baseball, 8:30 pregame with Jack McGrath, and then the White Sox will face off against the Dodgers in Los Angeles, 9:10 first pitch. White Sox Dodgers, Len and DJ on the call. Last night, Jesse, quickly.
The 1-2. Called strike three. Clayton Kershaw joins the exclusive 3,000 K Club. Kershaw takes off his cap to acknowledge the crowd. What a moment. Mickey's waving at his family now out in front of the Dodger dugout, and he's going to get hugs from all of his teammates on the field. 3,000 strikeouts for Clayton Kershaw.
You heard it right here on the White Sox radio network. Len Casper, the absolute best. And Jesse, I believe, the 20th pitcher in Major League history to get to 3,000?
Yeah, 20, and I mentioned this on Cap and J. Hood, though. What the stat I kind of like, or the note that I like, is he's just the third to do it with one team. To all 3,000 strikeouts to come with one team. It's something about that still kind of romantic about sports. You know, a guy that's with the same team his whole career and achieves this kind of a milestone. Just 20 pitchers have done it, and just 3 with a single team. So, of course, it comes against the White Sox, right?
Well, that's right. We got to listen to it, so it's fantastic.
It was fine. And then they got to him a little bit, you know? Yeah. They got to him and almost won the game, but, of course, the ninth inning went the Dodgers' way. But, yeah, it was kind of fun to watch that and hear that from Len Casper, his history in the making. That guy's going right to the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
5 years after he retires.
Jack McGrath will have the pregame show at 8:30 tonight right here on ESPN 1000. Chris Bleck, Jesse Rogers in for Waddle and Sylvie. Will the Bears make the playoffs this season? I will tell you that answer coming up next, and we will also get to Aki's A-List. That's coming up right here on Waddle and Sylvie.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J. Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J. Hood Show are presented by Hankin Law.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. That's why I go to Great Clips. I can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever I have time. They even send me a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save my haircut details in clip notes so I can get the same cut next time, no matter who I see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, I can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
White Sox fans, be part of the action at the ballpark with our unbeatable season-long deals. Every Tuesday home game, enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, which includes Miller or Modelo draft beers, Vienna beef hot dog or Polish sausage, Beggar's Pizza Slice, nachos, Coca-Cola products, or Garrett popcorn. Plus, take advantage of a fan favorite this season and get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $19 with our Miller Lite Baseball and Brews promotion. It includes all fees. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Level up your summer projects with 4th of July savings on top brand cordless power tools from the Home Depot. Whether you're working on a fence, a planter box, or a new workbench, get the power and runtime you need with the Ryobi One Plus 18-volt 2 toolkit from the Home Depot for only $99, was $139. Get 4th of July savings on the cordless power you need to make summer projects easier than ever right now at the Home Depot.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, on the air until 6:30. Chris Bleck and Jesse Rogers hanging out with you this afternoon. If you want to join us, you can call us at 312-332-3776. Jesse, we've talked a lot of baseball here on the show today, but, you know, my brain is always thinking about football. July 19th is the date, so 2 weeks from Saturday will be the day that rookies report for Bears training camp. So we are... starting Saturday, we are within 2 weeks to the start of football practice, training camp, starting to have the conversations and getting ready for the National Football League. And obviously college football will be in the mix as well as we get started. So, Jesse, when I see that, I started thinking, like, are the Bears going to make the playoffs this year? And a part of that equation is, of course, everything that took place with the Bears this offseason. Improving the offensive line, going out and getting a new head coach, that head coach hiring great coaches to coach underneath him, a good defensive coordinator, all of the pieces that are coming together here in Chicago. But I feel like sometimes we may get a little over our skis when thinking what's going on here is more important than what's going on everywhere else.
Right.
So with that said, I took it upon myself this afternoon to sit down and to rank the teams in the NFC. Because I want to know, as we enter in the training camp weeks and preseason, I want to know if this Bears team can make it to the playoffs. Okay, so I've got my ranking here. And
You're not the only one that wants to know that.
Of course, we all do, right?
Yep.
But I've got the list. I want you to tell me what you think as I go through the list, okay? So I would be a jerk if I didn't put this team at number 1 in the NFC to start, and that's the Philadelphia Eagles. They blew out the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. They, for the most part, have all of the important pieces coming back. Good coach in Sirianni. The fact that they were able to reload in the draft and make smart moves in free agency year after year after year. I have the Eagles as the number 1 team. Any problem there?
No, hard to argue against that. I was one of those guys that really liked the Eagles in the Super Bowl. I really did. And it was, not everybody. Yeah, I really did like them. I'm usually bad at picking winners and stuff, but there was something there that I don't think everyone kind of realized because Mahomes magic, everything, but there was something there that was dominant, and it came out in that game. So I have no problem with you putting the Eagles right there. I really like them going into the playoffs, into the Super Bowl, so why wouldn't I like them coming out?
Yeah, Jesse, the point that you make is fantastic, is because all of the stats, all of the team stats, everything pointed to Philly being the better team in the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Except you always had in the back of your mind, could Mahomes be the difference, right? And the fact that they couldn't keep him clean in the pocket, and it really just they could never get back what they lost at the start of the game to the Eagles because they were just too damn good.
Yeah.
And so you're right. Like, if you just followed the stats, you pulled the smart move like you did, and you picked the Eagles to win the Super Bowl. If you're a jerk like me, you were like, I think Mahomes could pull it out. Mahomes magic. It doesn't matter. He's that good. All right, so my number 1 team, the Eagles.
Yeah.
Number 2, I have the Los Angeles Rams. I love Stafford. I love McVay. I like what they did on defense last year, and they replaced Cooper Kupp with Devontae Adams, and Adams is way better than Kupp at this point. And so I think the Rams are going to be the second best team in the conference this year.
Well, obviously that's a sneaky pick. Yeah. Whether it's good or bad remains to be seen, but it's a sneaky pick. And I think it's sneaky because of their defense. I think that's where I'm not going to necessarily disagree with you. It's a pick if you believe in a young defense taking a big leap,
right?
Or a small leap, even just a leap. So I understand why you're making that pick. It's going to be hard for me to say that they are ahead of even Detroit with their losses and whatever, and maybe even a couple other teams. The Commanders are on the rise. Yeah. But so that's why I'm saying it's a sneaky pick. It could be sneaky bad, though, too. I think you'd admit that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously to have a segment like this and to come up with an idea like this, to go chalk would be pointless, right? Like,
totally. Yes.
For me to just roll out, we'll go Lions, Eagles, and in the order that they finished.
Well, especially in the NFL, they never return the way they were.
And that's what you have to think about.
Yeah.
It never is the same year after year. So number 3, I'm not dropping them too far. I think Detroit will be the third best team in the conference. They're still going to be the best team in the NFC North. I do think the loss of the coaches and the coordinators, that will have an effect at some point. Jared Goff played his best football under Sean McVay and Ben Johnson. I don't know if he can play his best football with a new offensive coordinator who's not one of these pseudo-offensive-minded geniuses. You see what I'm saying? So I've got the Lions as number 3.
I think it's going to be somewhat fascinating. Here's my analogy. It's like Craig Counsell came to the Cubs, and Milwaukee did not fall apart. What's Detroit going to look like without Ben Johnson? Now, their head coach is still there, so it's not apples to apples, but you get what I'm saying. Like, is it the organization, which it might be with Detroit these days?
Yeah, it could be.
Or is it specific people that were there, personnel and or coaches, starting with Ben Johnson? So I'm fascinated. I also agree. I don't think there's going to be the drop-off. As long as that running back is there and the quarterback doesn't fall apart, that's a really good offense. And then the tight end, of course,
Yeah, absolutely.
My guy from Iowa there, right?
Yes. And when I looked at these rankings, Jesse, I put them in order as if it were the playoff standings. Mm-hmm. So you got the 4 divisional winners. So the 4th team in the conference, I have Tampa Bay. Yeah, they won the better wide receiver groups in the conference in all of football. I like Baker Mayfield. I'm a Baker Mayfield supporter. And then defensively, they have Vita Vea and Kalea Kancey up front in the middle, which I think makes a huge difference. So I've got Tampa Bay winning that division, the South, and being the 4th best team in the conference.
Okay, I mean, this is where you're going to start to lose me. Now, I've gone kicking and screaming to believing in Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
I mean, he was so bad at the end in Cleveland, but I guess, that arm was a disaster. He was hurt.
And he had the bonehead mistakes in the playoff game as well.
Look, I think he's overachieved, to be honest.
Wow. Overachieved.
Sort of. But I respect what he's done. I respect what he's done in Tampa, especially. I don't know if I could put them 4th. I mean, what did you think Jaden Daniels was a one-year wonder? Where are you putting Washington these days?
I'm glad you asked. They're 5th in the conference.
Now I feel a little bit better.
I've got the Commanders. They added Deebo Samuel to the offense. Year 2 of Jaden Daniels. I think they're going to be good. I just don't think that the Commanders will beat the Eagles in the division, and therefore the Commanders will be that first wild card team in the conference. So I've got them as the 5th seed. I think they're going to be good. I did not slight them by saying I think Jaden Daniels is going to take a step back. I think he's the real deal. I have them as 5th in the conference.
So first wild card, but are they better than Tampa? Just if they played each other 10 times?
Fair question.
Okay.
I'll say that the Commanders will be better than the Bucs.
Okay, so you're just doing the seeding if the playoffs got it.
Yeah, that's a fair way to look at it.
Then I can live with that. I think Washington was not a one-year wonder, and I think they're going to be right in the mix. But you're right, they're not as good as the Eagles.
All right, here we go. Number 6. I have the Chicago Bears.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Bears,
drinking the Kool-Aid.
I've got the Bears as the 6th best team in the conference. Coaching staff, Caleb in year 2, the additions to the weapons offensively, the offensive line. Finally, the Bears have an offensive line. Could you imagine if our quarterback could just stand upright and get the football out? What a team this would be. I have the Bears at 6 in the conference.
So I'm buying them moving ahead of one of the other 2 division foes, probably Minnesota. I say probably because Minnesota does it, with magic, you know what I mean? And now they have basically a rookie quarterback again. So I could see somehow Minnesota falling off. I still respect Green Bay enough to say I gotta see it. I gotta see it. Now I'm more of a Jordan Love fan than certainly Shea Norling. He hates Jordan Love. They went 11-6 and petered out the Packers.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know why I'm giving the Packers more respect than the Vikings, but only because J.J. McCarthy. It's almost like starting over there. But man, that coach is good too. So my point is, I can't see the Bears moving past Minnesota and Green Bay in this first year.
Okay, that's a fair way to look at it. My number 7 team. So I go Bears at 6. The final team in the playoffs, I have the Minnesota Vikings. Here's my logic. Last year, they were a top 10 defense in defensive yards per play. I think their additions on defense will keep them at that level. And even though they're starting a guy who hasn't played in the NFL and J.J. McCarthy, if he struggles, what we've seen from the Vikings in the past is their defense is good enough to keep them in games. And I think that'll be good enough to beat out Green Bay and to make it to that final wild card spot.
And he's like a quarterback whisperer up there, the coach. So
yeah, it's true. When you get Sam Darnold to play the way he did last year, you got to give him credit.
Yeah.
So I've got the Vikings as the final wild card team.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't even know why I was respecting Green Bay more than Minnesota, other than McCarthy's basically, a rookie. And I do like Jordan Love. I do like him, even though he's prone to an interception here or there. So anyway, okay, Minnesota 7. Where are you going next?
Okay, so these are the teams that miss out on the playoffs. At 8, I have the Packers. At 9, I have the 49ers. 10, the Cowboys. Then the Falcons, Seahawks, Cardinals, Panthers, Giants, Saints. So the first 3 that miss the playoffs, but obviously they'll be in the hunt, will be Green Bay, San Francisco, and Dallas. All 3 teams that the Bears play. Therefore, if you look at the schedule, if you want the key to whether or not the Bears can make the playoffs, you have to take care of your business against the Packers, the 49ers, and the Cowboys.
Yeah, so let me see if I can give you one team that you don't have making the playoffs that I think could.
Okay. Give it to me.
From that group. I mean, I don't think it's San Francisco. I don't think it's Seattle. Like, could Arizona be sneaky good? They were kind of had their moments last year.
Maybe.
Are they headed in the right direction? I don't think it'll be New Orleans. I don't think it'll be Carolina. Atlanta would be probably the other one. So maybe one of those 2 get in, and I don't know if it's the Bears or the Vikings that don't, but yeah. I would say those would be the only possibilities from the group that you said would not make the playoffs.
Is it unrealistic to think that it's possible the Bears could get to the 6th seed?
No, it's not unrealistic if Ben Johnson just is this incredible coach and gets the best out of Caleb in year one. There's so many other pieces there. So no, and we see leaps all the time. We see under 500 to over 500, and I don't just mean 8-9 to 9-8. Like, we see huge leaps. So no, I don't think it's unrealistic. I like everybody, you got to be. I think like everyone that's a Bears fan, you got to be cautiously optimistic, and cross your fingers a little bit. But the formula's there, right? It just has to come together.
I would say this: I feel uneasy about this ranking based on how much chalk there is compared to last season. Like how we started this conversation is it's never the same. And the fact that the Bears are the only team in the group of 7 that didn't make the playoffs kind of makes me think like, oh, maybe I'm missing something, Falcons, Cardinals,
well, that's
you said.
Yeah,
Panthers,
that's what I meant. Falcons and Cardinals. Like Cardinals
Cowboys.
Especially. Cowboys. I don't know. Can the Cowboys really fix themselves that much? They gave up so much. They gave up 468 points last year in 18 games. That's like an Arizona sneaks in. Atlanta had a good vibe about them to start the season, and then just kind of petered out. So I think you might be wrong on a couple.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm out there. I just wanted to talk to you, get a little Bears conversation into the mix.
Sure.
312-332-3776. This segment is brought to you by Steinhoffels. It's Chris Bleck, Jesse Rogers, hanging out in for Waddle and Sylvie today here on ESPN 1000. Paulie in Palm Beach, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Paulie?
Hey, how you doing, guys? Good show.
Thanks, man. What's up?
Thanks.
I wanted to talk a little football because I'm perplexed. I think you guys know I'm a book, right? So over-under, Minnesota and the Bears are the same, 8.5. Minnesota was 12.5 last year. What is the sucker play here? Is it too easy to take over Minnesota? Are they going to suck that bad? I mean, how could the Bears and Minnesota have the same over-under? I don't care if it's a rookie QB. The coach is great. He can take an average QB and make him better than average. And they got a fantastic team. Their lines are incredible. I can't believe it's only 8.5. I had to look at it 10 times.
Yeah, so he's going over the sucker bet because they're really going to be worse than that, or is it just an automatic they're going to take a step back this season?
Yes, that's my question.
Well, but step back is could be 9-8, and they still get the over. So
yeah, that's a good point.
9. They're banking on them being around 500. Did you say their over under was 12.5 last year?
That's what I thought it was. Let's look it up. I think it was 12.5.
For that can't be right. That seems really high for Sam Darnold, and Detroit coming off the year before that they had. So that seems a little high. But I get what you're saying. How could the Bears and Vikings be about the same? I think it does come down to the quarterback, One's in his second year, one's in his first year. But the Vikings' defense is really good.
I'm trying to look it up right now, what their over-under was heading into the season.
6.5 is what I'm seeing.
6.5, yeah.
Last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't 12.5.
Yeah.
Minnesota was 6.5?
Yeah, they were 6.5. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I misread something.
Yeah.
Boy.
Good, Paulie. Thanks for the phone call.
God, they had that by November 1st.
Yeah, I know.
Holy cow, it was 6.5?
Yeah.
Man, they were
good.
good.
I was like, I don't think so. They had 14 wins last year. That's incredible.
Remember, 8.5 might sound about right. Remember, a lot of their wins are by 3 or less points.
Yeah, one-score games, yeah.
And God bless them. God bless them. But we know that doesn't always carry over. And they're back to, and J.J. McCarthy's good, but he's not talented. He's talented, but not Caleb Williams talented or Jaden Daniels talented. Right. He doesn't come in with that reputation, but he comes in with a winning reputation.
Chris Bleck, Jesse Rogers here on ESPN 1000. It's now time for Aki's A-List.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
And filling in for Tyler today is Jack McGrath. And Aki's A-List is brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. What's up, Jack?
So Bleacher Report put out an article which listed the most overpaid players at each position in the NFL.
Okay.
2 Chicago Bears make the list. Can you guess which Bears?
Montez Sweat.
No.
Oh, wow. Overpaid. It's got to be someone that makes a lot of money, though.
So one of them is the tight end. Cole Kmet is listed, and linebacker Tremaine Edmonds as the 2 most overpaid players at the tight end and linebacker position in the National Football League. Do you agree with that assessment? And if so, should the Bears continue to look maybe at some options to move on from Cole Kmet after this season?
I'll jump in on that one, Chris. I've never been the biggest fan, and nothing against him. I just think basically you can get someone cheaper to run 10 yards, turn around, and catch the ball. I have nothing against him. Like there's value. Maybe they haven't pulled out the best out of him. You know what I mean? Like I get that.
Really nice guy.
Yeah,
local
all that
kid,
stuff. But when we're talking specific to value, I think there's guys that can do what he does. The special ones deserve top dollar. So I hate to say it that way.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Jesse, because I don't need my tight end to make a 3-point turn in the middle of the field to then go the other direction. You know, like when you're driving and you try to pull a Yui and you can't quite make it, so you have to stop, back up, and then go.
Yeah.
That whenever Cole Kmet gets the football, it feels like he's plotting and he has to make a 3-point turn to then cut upfield. I don't get it. He looks like he's a smooth runner, but he doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I agree. Tremaine Edmonds, high price. I expected more. I think I can live with it a little bit because they got such a bargain on TJ Edwards, because TJ has been playing great football the last couple of seasons. So I kind of can. You can kind of get away with it, but yeah, I get it.
So the Cubs have Kyle Tucker and Pete Crow Armstrong already in the All-Star game. My question for you guys is, how many All-Stars this season do you think the Cubs will officially have? Will Matthew Boyd make it? Will Nico Horner maybe get a chance? Seiya Suzuki? How many of those guys are going to wind up in the game?
Yeah, you kind of said it. I think 4 makes sense. I do think Boyd's going to get in. What,
no reliever?
Remember, this is a player ballot. No, I don't think they're going to get one of the relievers in. This is a player's ballot, commissioner's choice, and just how the way I know the league a little bit. Like, Matthew Boyd's very well liked. He's been around a little bit, hasn't made an All-Star game. The people recognize Shota was out, Steele was out. I think he's going to get in. Oh boy. I would say yes to say it, but I kind of need to see all the other people. Yeah. Schwarber's there and other guys, and
he's having a hell of a year, though.
Right? No, yeah. I mean, I think he's going to get in. I think Seiya's going to get in. So I'm going to say 4. All
right, I'll agree with the baseball expert and reporter. 4. I'll go with Jesse.
Another baseball question for you then here. It's only the beginning of July, but the Cubs potentially could grow their lead over the St. Louis Cardinals up to 8 games this weekend, maybe even 9 games this weekend if the Cubs are able to win tonight. Jesse, do you think the Cubs could essentially bury and put away the Cardinals in the division race this season, this weekend?
I'll go with yes, even though it's hard to sweep a team and everything. But I'll go with yes. I mean, remember, they're a team that could easily change directions and start trading people if they're that far out of the playoff race. So I guess St. Louis's season is kind of in the balance here, whether it be this weekend or this month. So a sweep might really put them in that, oh boy, should we try to trade Miles Michaelis and Ryan Helsley, our closer, and some other guys. So, yeah, I'll say yes, but, you can't predict a sweep.
I'm going to say no just because the Cardinals always find a way to hang around. Even when you think that something is shaping up like this weekend, the weather's going to be warm, Wrigley Field, you're starting to play a little bit better baseball. They should sweep them. Even if that happens, they're still going to hang around because they're the St. Louis Cardinals. They always do that, Jack.
And the other thing is, I always wonder, when a team's going bad and your favorite team faces them, are you getting them at the right time or just at the wrong time? Meaning they played terrible in Pittsburgh. They couldn't hit.
Right.
But that's not going to last forever.
Can't play
right?
worse.
Bad stretches are usually followed by good ones. Now the question is, can the Cubs extend the bad stretch? Or is this reset the off day today? They're probably on a boat on Lake Michigan with Kyle Tucker. Is today
I don't
a
want
reset?
to hear about the boat conversation,
Yeah, I don't want to hear
Jesse.
about the boat. Is today the reset for the Cardinals and they play better this week? And we just don't know until tomorrow.
Did Kyle Tucker not sign with the Cubs in the offseason because the city of Chicago didn't have fireworks on the 3rd or the 4th while he was on his boat? Jesse,
I know.
is that something you're going to have to ask in the offseason?
I'm really proud of my boat rants this week. I'm like, who was I yelling at, Cap or Sylvie?
Yes.
Pittsburgh has a river.
Yeah.
There's a bay in Tampa. There's an ocean in L.A. There's other places for him if the number isn't right here that he can get on a boat, Cap.
That's so funny. Thank you, Jack. Thank you for the A-list. Appreciate you. Jack McGrath and Charlie Bevins, you both did great work today, and Charlie worked both this show and then also Pat the Designer and Jason McKee. So
thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Jack.
Shout out to you guys. Jesse, all right, what's on tap for you for the weekend? Covering the
mostly
Cubs?
Yeah, I'll be there for July 4th tomorrow. Definitely Sunday. Might scoot out on Saturday, depending. Fireworks on the deck tonight and tomorrow, because I got the rooftop thing going, so I can check out about 6 different suburbs from up there. So That's what I'll be doing.
Enjoy, Jesse. Thank you. We'll talk
to you
later.
Chris. Good talking to you, pal.
There he is, Jesse Rogers. He's the very best. And also, make sure you check out, so we're going to Amber and Ian coming up in moments. Jack McGrath will have the White Sox pregame show at 8:30. Talk to you later.
This is Waddle and Sylvie. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Dodgers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 8:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything